which holds the copyright thereto. Part 1. Days of Wrath. 1. It was the 6th of August, 1942, 8 months since Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo had swung his aircraft carriers south and sent them plunging through mounting seas toward Pearl Harbor. 8 months, and during them the power of America's Pacific Fleet had rolled with the tide on the floor of Battleship Row. Wake had fallen. Guam, the Philippines. The rising sun flew above the Dutch East Indies. It surmounted the French tricolor in Indochina. It blotted out the Union Jack in Singapore, where columns of short tan men in mushroom helmets double-timed through the streets. Burma, Malaya, and Thailand were also Japanese. India's hundreds of millions were imperiled. Great China was all but isolated from the world. Australia looked fearfully north, to the Japanese bases on New Guinea, toward the long chain of the Solomon Islands, drawn like a knife across her lifeline to America. 8 months, and now an American invasion fleet sailed north to Guadalcanal. 31 transports and cargo ships were stuffed to the gunwales, with 19,000 United States Marines and their guns and vehicles. Guarding them were some 60 warships, mostly cruisers and destroyers, 1 battleship, a few oilers, and that trio of flat tops representing all of America's carrier-striking power in the South Pacific. The skies were overcast, as they had been the day before. As storm and fog had covered the Japanese approach to Pearl Harbor, so low ceilings concealed these Americans in their sweep west and north from the Fiji Islands. Aboard the troop ships, it was not only the warm, moist air that brought the sweat oozing from the bodies of the men on their weather decks, staining the sailors' light blue shirts as dark as their denim trousers, making blotches on the pale green twill dungarees of the Marines. There was tension in the air. It was almost a living presence. It made voices taut, husky, made the sweat come faster. It was one with the rasp of steel on whetstones, the sound of the Marines sharpening bayonets and sheath knives for the morning's fight. Other Marines squatted on the grimy decks blacking rifle sights or applying a last light coat of oil to their rifle bores. Machine gunners went over long belts of ammunition coiled wickedly in oblong green boxes, carefully withdrawing and reinserting their cartridges into their cloth loops, making certain that they would not stick and jam the guns. Other men adjusted packs, inspected grenade pins, or made camouflage nets for their helmets. Those exasperating scoops of steel which banged the back of a man's neck at a walk, bumped over his eyes at a run. Many of these men wondered silently how they would react next day in the holocaust of battle. Compassionate Marines suddenly became aware that they had no wish to kill, wondering as they sat alongside cruel Marines, carving X's on bullet ends to make dum-dums of them, if they would actually pull the trigger. Sentimental Marines, composing that last letter home for the 6th or 7th time, wrote in the grave periods of men already gloriously dead. But some, men such as the lazy Marines who had not cleaned or oiled their weapons, consciously drove the thought of battle from their minds. Others could not grasp its import. Pogey bait Marines stood for hours in line outside the ship's canteen, thinking no further ahead than the next Clark Bar or Baby Ruth. Yardbird Marines, those immemorial dreamers who never get the word, were so little impressed by all this martial bustle that one of them could clear out a crowded hold in the George F. Elliott by stepping over the threshold with a newly issued hand grenade in one hand and a freshly pulled pin in the other, asking shyly, "What do I do now?" Kiwi, as Marine Yardbirds were now called in honor of that New Zealand bird, which also does not fly, Kiwi was marched topside by a gunnery sergeant bellowing, "Grenade! Grenade! Get out of my way! Grenade!" It was only after the gunny had cleared the fantail of the ship and had commanded Kiwi to hurl the grenade into the ocean and had hit the deck alongside him. It was only after this that the gunny turned and booted Kiwi all the way forward and down the hatch to the head. It was in the heads that the big poker games were played. The money had found its inevitable way into a few skillful hands, and the big winners gathered for showdown games in lavatories deep below decks, places in which the air was such a foul compound of the reek of human refuse and cigarette smoke that a man coughing in revulsion blew holes in those blue clouds. Above decks, On one of the transports, a young Marine skipped $50 across the flat gray surface of the sea. A sergeant raged at him, and the youth replied with a shrug, "So, what's the use of money where we're going?" Aboard all the troop ships, platoons of men attended classes on the subject, Know Your Enemy. For perhaps the 20th time, they listened while lieutenants, few of whom had ever seen combat, read to them from hastily assembled manuals celebrating those qualities which made the Japanese soldier the greatest jungle fighter in the world. Mr. Moto, said the manuals, could swim miles underwater while sucking air from hollow reeds. He could sneak stealthily through the jungle on split-toed, rubber-soled shoes, and he could climb trees like a monkey, often tying himself to the trunks and fighting from the treetops. He was tricky, capable of booby-trapping the bodies of his friends, and he often cried out in English to lure the unwary into ambush. At night, the Japanese soldiers set off strings of firecrackers to simulate numerous machine guns and frighten their opponents into giving away their position, or they signaled to each other by rifle shot. Finally, the strong, stoic Oriental, who tortured and slaughtered in the name of an emperor he believed to be divine, was also able to march farther, eat less, and endure more than any other soldier in the world. Though some of this was true, much of it was hysterical hokum born of the Pearl Harbor psychosis, and because they had been fed it so often and in such large doses, many of these Marines had come to wonder aloud if every last son of Nippon had been suckled by a wolf. "All right," said a young lieutenant aboard one troop ship. "If a Jap jumped from a tree, what would you do?" "Kick him in the balls," came the answer, almost in concert, and the lieutenant grinned and dismissed his class. Below decks, many other Marines had joined the sailors in preparing the ships for battle. They sweated in stuffy supply holds, often straining their heads aloft to the open hatches, while winches swung the heavy hooks and cargo nets among them, sometimes cursing when beads of sweat which had formed on their eyebrows fell into their eyes, blinding them. Men could be badly hurt by swinging hooks, and one Marine had already been killed by them. Above the whining of the winches rose the spluttering roar of landing boat motors being started. Their coxswains were testing them, even as they were being freed of their lashings and swung out on davits. Brassy-voiced boatswain's mates shouted at their men, and the harder the sailors worked, the louder the boatswain's mates yelled, for it is characteristic of their calling that they sweat only about the mouth. On the artillery transports, boxes of shells were lifted on deck and placed in readiness to go over the side next day. 75 or 105mm howitzers were trundled to the gunwales, and coils of rope for hauling them inland were looped about their barrels. Winchmen on the assault transports hauled boxes of rifle ammunition, mortar shells, spare gun parts, and roll after roll of barbed wire on deck. So much barbed wire puzzled the men. It was defensive warfare material, and they, as they thought, were strictly offensive troops. Once they had seized Guadalcanal, they would turn it over to a garrison of soldiers and move on to assault another island. So they had been told, and the great stores of barbed wire bewildered them almost as much as the outlandish nature of the island they were to capture. "Whoever heard of Guadalcanal?" one of them growled. "What do we want with a place nobody ever heard of before?" It was a common complaint, and it had been raised since July 31st, when the troop ships had made rendezvous with the warships off the Fijis, and the men had been informed of their destination. They had been startled, but their surprise had far from rivaled the astonishment of their commander, Major General Alexander Vandergrift, when he, too, had been abruptly made aware that he was going to Guadalcanal. When Vandergrift had come to Auckland in New Zealand on June 26th, his 1st Marine Division had already been fragmented by the problem of moving men and munitions across the vast reaches of the Pacific. His 7th Regiment had been detached from his command and sent to Samoa. His 5th Regiment was encamped outside the New Zealand capital of Wellington. His 1st Regiment was sailing from San Francisco for Wellington. The 3rd Defense Battalion, assigned to his division, was in Pearl Harbor. His 11th Regiment of Artillery was divided among these fragments, along with other supporting troops, and the 2nd Regiment, which would be detached from the 2nd Marine Division to replace Vandergrift's missing 7th, was in San Diego Harbor. More gravely, not half the men in this division had been a year in uniform. They were mostly boys in their late teens and early 20s. Though they were high-hearted volunteers, Tough and sturdy youths who had flocked to the Marines in the weeks following Pearl Harbor, they were still barely better than boots. Some had been with their units only a week before departure from New River, North Carolina. They were in great need of training, for all their zest and bounce. So were their junior officers, those 90-day wonders just out of the officer candidate school in Quantico. Many of the senior NCOs and officers at company and even battalion level were reservists, men who had trained in armories one night a month and spent an annual 2 weeks in summer camp. But the division was heavily salted with seasoned NCOs, as well as with many of the battle-blooded officers of the Marine Corps. With these, and with 6 months' grace, Vandergrift was confident that he could field a fine fighting force in early 1943. In this mood of confidence, Vandergrift came to Auckland and sat at a table across from Vice Admiral Robert Gormley, commander of the South Pacific area. Gormley handed him a dispatch from America's Supreme Command, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It said, "Occupy and defend Tulagi and adjacent positions, Guadalcanal and Florida Islands, and the Santa Cruz Islands, in order to deny these areas to the enemy and to provide United States bases in preparation for further offensive action." Vandergrift read, deeply interested. Perhaps when this base was assaulted and secured, he would be able to train his division there. "Who will do the occupying?" asked the general. "You," said the admiral. There was an interval, and then, "When?" "The 1st of August." If Alexander Vandergrift had glanced at his watch, he could not have been exaggerating the urgency of that moment. August 11th, between the present date and August 1st, were 37 days. But it would take 6 days to sail from New Zealand to the Fiji rendezvous area, and it would take another 7 days to sail from the Fijis to the objective in the Solomons. That left 24 days in which to await the arrival of troops from California and Hawaii, to reconnoiter the objective, to study its terrain and map it, to get intelligence working at an estimate of probable enemy defenses and troop strength, to load 31 transports and cargo carriers with 19,000 men in 60 days' combat supply, and then to conduct joint rehearsals before the day of assault. 24 times 24 hours to go, and there was not even a battle plan begun. There was not a scrap of information on the objective beyond a Navy hydrographic chart made 32 years ago, and Jack London's short story, The Red One, which, though set in Guadalcanal, was already suspect by spelling it Guadalcanal. If General Vandergrift had been asked to land his Marines upon the moon, he could not have had less knowledge of the battleground. But Vandergrift was a Marine accustomed to adversity and skilled in the art of improvising. In those years between world wars, when Congress slashed military budgets with a belligerence matched only by the ferocity of its pacifism, he had been among those officers who fought to fulfill a vision of the Marine Corps as a highly trained assault force with a special mission of making ship-to-shore landings on enemy-held terrain. To such professionals, the seeming setback was the normal condition of career, and Vandergrift was a professional, a soft-spoken, tough-minded commander in the mold of Stonewall Jackson, intelligent enough to be appalled by the task confronting him, sensible enough to mask that dismay before his staff. He set that staff to work at organizing America's first full-scale amphibious invasion, imparting to them some of his own sense of urgency that was the surest guarantor of unpleasant surprise. It was a surprise to find that the totality of the war did not impress the Wellington Longshoremen's Union controlling the work on the huge Aotea Key provided by the New Zealand government. The Union still believed that the longer a job takes, the longer the pay lasts. All cries for speed elicited the scornful rejoinder, "Not half," and the unloading of ships moved at a crawl. So the Union was ignored, and the Marines were used as dock wallopers. Enormous working parties of 300 men each were placed on around-the-clock shifts, unloading and loading their own ships. For the problem was one of unloading as well as loading. Most of these ships had come to Wellington stuffed with supplies for division assembling for training in a civilized country. But now this division was bound for combat in one of the world's wildest places, a place where priority belonged to bullets, beans, and barbed wire, with such niceties as field cots and mattresses landed on the bottom of the heap, beneath drums of gasoline, water cans, and mosquito nets. All of these supplies were in bulk lots. They had to be piled on the wharf, classified in the order of their importance, and either reloaded or sent inland. The cold driving rains of the down-under winter poured from mackerel skies. Shore winds whipped the rain up and down the great dock in sheets, drenching the Marines in their brown ponchos and tan sun helmets, making a mush of tons upon tons of cornflakes, cigarettes, candy, sea rations, of anything packed in those thin paper cartons that seemed to melt like snow beneath the downpour. Drifts of cornflakes were so deep that the flat-bedded New Zealand lorries could barely butt their way through the mess. Men stumbled or slogged through a churned-up marsh of paper, tobacco, and food, sometimes kicking with savage glee at the detested little cans of sea rations which lay glistening in the glow of wharf lights that were seldom doused. Sometimes these Marines drifted to the landward end of Aotea Key, vanishing in the darkness only to reappear in browned-out railroad stations, there to slip off poncho and dungarees, covering those neatly pressed green uniforms in which they roamed the steep streets of Wellington, determined that a rain-soaked dock in a mush of ruined supplies would not be the only memory of the first foreign land which most of them had seen. But they came back to join their working parties, and when the division sailed off to battle, there were not a dozen deserters among 19,000 men. At division intelligence, meanwhile, that old Marine chart and Jack London's short story had been augmented by nothing more than a few oblique aerial photos taken 5 years before the Japanese occupation, plus a half-dozen postcards made from bad pictures taken years ago by missionaries. True, flyers from the Yorktown had photographed the target area in May, but Yorktown had been sunk in the battle at Midway. If the pictures had survived, no one knew anything about them. Worse, the Australian coast watchers, those intrepid islanders who had remained in Japanese seized territory to report the enemy's movements, were at present in bad shape on Guadalcanal. The only reliable informant there was Captain Martin Clemens of the British Solomon Islands Defense Force, and he had sprained an ankle and been ordered to hole up in the hills until it healed. Earlier Coast Watcher reports had provided an estimate of 1,500 Japanese troops on Tulagi and the twin islets of Guvutu and Tanambogo, and 5,000 more on Guadalcanal. Beyond this, nothing. It became necessary for Lieutenant Colonel Frank Getty to fly to Australia in search of those islanders who had fled the Japanese advance. Getty spent a week in Melbourne and a few days in Sydney, moving from the austerity of military offices to the jolly babble of the pubs, to the secrecy of hotel rooms, talking to missionaries, blackbirders, sailboat skippers, and one scar-faced giant of a planter named John Mather. They were South Sea characters straight out of a short story by Somerset Maugham, but their memories were all that Getty had working for him. He brought 8 of them back to Wellington with him. Getty also requested the Army's 648th Engineer Topographic Battalion, then in Melbourne, to put on a Red Rush aerial photo mapping of Guadalcanal. The Army obliged. A photography flight was flown. Then, in the way of every army since Agamemnon's, a transportation officer saw to it that the negatives were delayed 10 days in reaching the map plant, after which his naval counterpart had the finished maps placed at the bottom of a steadily mounting pile of boxes in Auckland. The Marines in Wellington never got their maps, making one of their own from such catch-as-catch-can intelligence as could be produced during sessions in which anxious Americans prodded amiable Australians with questions and Scotch whiskey. At one of the last of these, a planter, who had lived on Guadalcanal, recalled having had to shoot a couple of cows which had fallen into the Tanaro River and could not get back up its steep banks. His appalled interrogator reminded him that he said earlier that vehicles could cross the shallow Tanaro with ease. The Australian replied that he meant the mouth of the Tanaro, never suspecting that any troops would want to cross it upstream. But the Marines were crossing upstream, and now they would need to bring along bridging material, and that meant unloading and reloading an entire ship. An aerial reconnaissance made by Lieutenant Colonel Merrill Twining and Major William McKean produced one vital piece of information, that the landing beaches appeared usable. Twining and McKean went aboard an Army B-17 bomber in Port Moresby, New Guinea, and flew to Guadalcanal. A trio of growling float Zeros rose from Tulagi anchorage to welcome them. The Flying Fort's gunners shot 2 of the Japanese down, but the third badgered the big bomber so persistently that it actually ran out of gas, riding a tailwind home to Moresby to land with bone-dry tanks. Yet the 1st Marine Division remained confident of its ability to occupy and defend the objectives. The plan was to make 5 landings. The main body, 1st and 5th Regiments, would land on the northern beaches of Guadalcanal at a point about 10 miles west of the center of its 90-mile length. 4 smaller landings would be made 20 miles directly north. The 1st Marine Raider Battalion and a battalion of the 2nd Marines would hit tiny Tulagi, which was almost invisible from northern Guadalcanal for the bulk of Florida looming behind or north of it. A battalion of the 2nd Marines would secure Florida. The chute-less 1st Marine Parachute Battalion would hit Guvutu Tanambogo, twin specks of rock joined by a causeway and lying a few miles east or to the right of Tulagi. On July 22nd, 11 days following the arrival of the 1st Marines from San Francisco, the troop ships stood out of the hill-girdled harbor at Wellington and made for the open sea. They reached the Fiji Islands with Vandergrift's staff relieved to hear that D-Day had been pushed back to August 7th, but concerned to learn that the Japanese had begun building an airfield on Guadalcanal. General Vandergrift himself was shaken to find that he could not expect Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher to keep his covering carriers in the battle area for more than 3 days. Fletcher would not risk the Japanese flying down from Rabaul and the Upper Solomons. Nor would he stay in waters where 5 enemy flat-tops and a force of fast battleships could get at that precious trio of American carriers. The other warships, under the overall expeditionary command of Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, would remain as long as necessary. At the Fijis also, the mass rehearsals were called off, when it was found that Coral Island's sharp coral was cutting up the division's landing boats, and it was at the Fijis that the Marines got the last and biggest surprise since Admiral Gormley had looked at General Vandergrift and said, "You." Marine officers arriving in the Fijis by plane from New Zealand brought with them copies of the July 4th edition of the Wellington Dominion, which carried the following story. Hope of coming U.S. thrust. South Pacific Marines. Intensified raids in North. Received July 3rd, 7 p.m. New York, July 2nd. Operations to seize Japanese-held bases such as Rabaul, Wake Island, and Tulagi are advocated by the military writer of the New York Herald Tribune, Major Elliott. One of the signs which suggests that the United Nations may be getting ready to capitalize on the naval advantage gained on the Coral Sea and Midway battles is the recent American bombing of Wake Island, he says. The other signs include the intensified raids on the Timor and New Guinea areas. Bombing alone is not enough because at best it can only prevent the enemy from using the bases, he continues. What is needed is to drive the Japanese out of their positions and convert them to our own use. The only way to take positions, such as Rabaul, Wake Island, and Tulagi, is to land troops to take physical possession of them. The New York Times suggests that Wake Island may be retaken, not only to avenge the Marines who died defending it, but also because, if we could take hold of the island, our lines would be advanced more than 1,000 miles. The newspaper adds, it may also be significant that the censor passed the news of the arrival of the completely equipped expeditionary force of American Marines at a South Pacific port recently, as Marines are not usually sent to bases where action is not expected. There was more, but the Marines could only think of the earlier phrase, Rabaul, Wake Island, and Tulagi, and here they were, sailing to Tulagi, a name which both Japanese and Down-Unders found synonymous with Solomon Islands. It was incredible, but it was not, of course, treachery. It was something equally destructive, stupidity. Still, there was nothing for these Marines to do but to fire off an abundant arsenal of oaths. A few days more, July 31st, and the ships weighed anchor and sailed away to Tulagi. 2. Daylight of August 6, 1942, had turned to dusk. Among the ships of the American fleet, the motors of the winches and the landing boats had fallen silent. The open mouths of the hatches made darker pools in the gathering gloom. Men stood at the rails of their ships, talking in low voices, gazing at the horizon, where the slender silhouettes of flanking destroyers were rapidly becoming invisible. Darkened ship, the smoking lamp is out on all weather decks, all troops below decks. It had come for the last time, this order. It had been heard for many nights, by some men for months of nights, but it had never before possessed such capacity to chill hearts. They went below with little of the accustomed horseplay, without the usual ineffectual insults hurled at the bullhorn that had ordered them down. They descended to troop holds far below the waterline, where 5-tiered bunks were slung from bulkheads, and the air could become one with the foul reek of the heads if the blower should break down. Many of them took showers, in fresh water if they were lucky enough to be aboard a ship that could spare it, but generally in salt water, which left their bodies sticky and unrefreshed. Some men gathered at final Protestant services. Others went to confessions being heard by Catholic chaplains. Weapons were wiped free of excess oil that might gather sand and clog them. Packs were checked for the last time, filled with mess gear, clean socks and underwear, shaving gear, rations, here a Bible, there a pack of letters from home, an unfinished paperback book, a crumpled photo of a pin-up girl, all those individual extras which men put in their packs as whim and character might direct. Now the men were banging the chain bunks down from the bulkheads, crawling into them fully dressed, for no one removed his clothes that night. The showdown games had ended, and the ultimate winners were choosing between stowing the money on their persons or sending it home via the ship's post office. Attempts at humor were falling flat and fading into tight-lipped silence. Lights were going out below decks, and all was quiet, save for the steady throbbing of the ship's motors. Lulled by this and the gentle rise and fall of the ships, the men of the 1st Marine Division sought sleep. In the wardrooms above, lights still burned. Shadows formed grotesque patterns on big maps plastered to the bulkheads, and fell in long, dark shafts across green-covered tables at which the officers sat with cards and chessboards. Aboard Admiral Turner's flagship Macaulay, both Turner and General Vandergrift were grateful for the darkness closing on them as they reached Guadalcanal's back door. They could not know, but they could suspect, that bad weather during the last 2 days had grounded enemy seaplanes at Tulagi, allowing them to sail along the southern coast of Guadalcanal undetected. At 2 o'clock in the morning on August 7th, by the light of a moon emerging just as the American force rounded Cape Esperance at Guadalcanal's northwestern tip, men on the weather decks could make out the bulk of Savo Island rising from the mists ahead. Because of Savo, a round cone which sat like a brooding sentinel at the western mouth of Sealark Channel, the invasion fleet had to split in two. Ships carrying the main body turned immediately east or right to sail between Savo and Guadalcanal and take up stations off the Guadalcanal beaches. The others sailed north, or above Savo, before making their eastward turn, moving to stations off Tulagi, Florida, and Givutu, Tanambogo. Both sections were in position before daylight. Aboard the troop ships, the men were going to the galleys fully armed. They ate beans for breakfast and climbed the ladder's topside. They came on deck, blinking in what was now broad and sunny day, startled to hear the thundering of the American cruisers and destroyers or the crashing of bombs dropped by the warplanes of Admiral Fletcher's carriers. The bombs fell on those Japanese on both sides of the channel who had awakened in terror to find their waters stuffed with enemy ships. Seaplanes in Tulagi harbor were caught before they could rise and were turned into floating torches. One of them tried to take off and was tumbled back into the water by a cruiser's guns. Fires were started on both sides of Sealark Channel. Marines moving to their battle stations gazed with satisfaction at flickering shorelines to north and south. At shortly after 7 o'clock, the assault troops of both sections were ready to launch simultaneous attacks. F Company, stand by to disembark. 1st Platoon, stand by to disembark. All right, you men, down them cargo nets. Ant-like, they went over the side, clinging to the rough rope nets that swayed out and in against the warm steel sides of the ships. They stepped on the fingers of the men below them and felt their own hands squashed by men above. Rifles clanged against helmets. Men carrying heavy machine guns or mortar parts ground their teeth in the agony of descending to the waiting boats with 30 or 40 pounds of steel boring into their shoulders. And the boats rose and fell in the swells, now close in to the ship's sides, now 3 or 4 feet away. The men jumped, landing in clanking heaps, then crouched beneath the gunwales while the loaded boats churned to the assembly areas, forming rings and circling, finally fanning out in a broad line at a few minutes before 8 and speeding with hulls down and frothing wake straight for the shores of the enemy. 3. It was Tulagi, not Guadalcanal, where the Japanese made their first defensive stand of the war. Tulagi had been typically British, the seat of the British Solomon Islands with a cricket field, a residency, and an Anglican bishop. But now this boot-shaped little island with its magnificent anchorage was Japanese, and its occupants were about to demonstrate that blind, bitter tenacity with which they would cling to every fortress across the chain of island empire. They were dug in on Tulagi, with most of their defenses concentrated at the foot of the boot, the southeastern tip. They were in hillside caves, squeezed into the fissures pocking the island's generous outcropping of rock. Against them came that splendid 1st Raider Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Merritt Edson, a short, tough man of hard jaw and soft voice, of smiling lips and large, cold, unsmiling eyes. Red Mike, the men called him, for his thinning wisps of carroty hair. Tulagi's southeastern beaches were dense with smoke, and a small Jap boat blazed against the shore when Red Mike's raiders leaped from their boats into the surf and charged across a narrow beach into the murk of the jungle. Enemy bullets whispered among them, but no men fell. The raiders drove swiftly across the island at a point 2/3 up the boot. Behind them came the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, who turned left and quickly overran the lightly defended northwestern third of the island. The raiders wheeled right to drive down the island's spine to the lowlands, working through rocks and trees, keeping clear the shore trails covered by enemy cliffs. They attacked 4 companies abreast. They began to take a withering sniper fire, snipers under houses, tied into the tops of trees, dug in beneath those forest giants with huge buttressing roots 4 and 5 feet high. Sniper fire came from the rear, too, for the Japanese soldier was already using his trick of lying doggo until the enemy had passed and he might shoot into his rear. Now the raiders on the southern shore of the island were pinned down by fire from a concentration of machine guns atop a hill. Mortars crunched among them. Caves spat fire. There were casualties, among them a company commander. It took an hour to get that hill. It took rifles and grenades of the men who inched forward under covering fire until they had reached the point when they might come erect and charge the cave mouths. Then Edson's men moved down to the cricket field set between 2 hills, east and west. Here the Japanese fought skillfully from caves and crevices. Here they could not be budged, and the Marines dug in, for it was now twilight, and obvious that the island could not be taken that day. That night came the first banzai charge. Marines, lying in hastily scooped-out foxholes, could hear the enemy assembling. The Japanese crawled noisily out of their caves and holes. They came running in scattered bands, their officers leaping before them and waving long samurai sabers. They howled in their native tongue or shrieked those quaint English oaths, which they had been told would melt the hearts of the Americans. "Japanese boy drink American boy's blood. Death for the Emperor." The Japanese fired their rifles as they charged, deliberately trying to draw giveaway fire, but they were met by grenades spiraling silently through the black to flash among them with flesh-rending crashes. In 2s and 3s, they tried to infiltrate in the dark to close with knives, and where they did, they were met with knives. They punched a hole between 2 companies on the southern flank, but were beaten down in individual combat. They swirled savagely around Marine positions in the center, coming 5 times against a rise in ground. Mortar shells thumped and crashed among them throughout the night, breaking them up as they assembled, driving them into raider guns. In the end, they failed. In the morning, the Marine counterattack swept forward and squeezed the Japs to death among the limestone hills of the southern third of the island. Tulagi was taken by nightfall of August 8th. There had been no difficulty in securing Tulagi's western offshore flank, represented by Haleta village on the southwestern tip of Big Florida Island. Company B, the 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines, had landed without opposition at 20 minutes before 8 o'clock on D-Day morning. Private Russell Miller was the first of these Marines to touch land, becoming the first American to tread Japanese-held soil in World War II, and Florida fell without a shot fired. The eastern offshore flank, represented by Gavutu Tanambogo, was not so cheaply won. It was not possible to land at more than 1 or 2 points on either of these Siamese twin islets, for both rose steeply from the sea and were ringed with coral. The only landing place on Gavutu, the southernmost or lowest of these two isles, connected on a north-south axis, was the seaplane ramp and pier on the northeastern tip. Invaders had to sail around the little islet to get in at it. At noon of August 7th, after Gavutu had been pounded from the sea and sky, Higgins boats, carrying the 1st Parachute Battalion under Major Robert Williams, roared straight for the seaplane ramp. They were struck hard by enemy fire. The Marines could not land at the ramp, because naval gunfire had turned it into a jumble of concrete. The boats slanted toward the dock. Out leaped the men, some of them to scamper ashore. But most were pinned down in the lee of the pier. They were like men lined up against a cellophane wall, shot at from both sides. Fire came from trenches behind the pier, from a Gavutu hill to the left, and from across the causeway on Tanambogo to the right. One boat ground ashore to the left, bringing a section of mortars to the rescue. Soon the mortar shells were leaving the stovepipes with a metallic plop, landing with a crunch-whoomp in the enemy trenches. The assault swept forward again, group after group gaining the pier and charging forward to ram headlong against the steep, cave-pocked defenses of Gavutu. Then Major Williams was hit, and the command passed to Major Charles Miller. Captain Harry Torgerson began lashing sticks of dynamite to the ends of poles or of strips of planking. Under the protective fire of his men, Torgerson rushed the cave mouths, hurling his explosives like javelins, sometimes stooping to poke them in if the opening was too narrow. Sometimes a bare instant separated his throw and the blast, for these were only 5-second fuses. There came a time when an instantaneous explosion sent him rolling down a hill. "God damn, Captain," yelled an irreverent Marine, "you done lost the seat of your pants." "Screw the pants," screamed the singed and denuded Torgerson. "Get me more dynamite." Thus was born the first of the gloriously raggedy-ass Marines, and thus was Gavutu conquered. If the Japanese bombers flew to Guadalcanal from the big northern air base at Caving on New Ireland, their route would take them over Buka Passage in the northern Solomons, and there they could be spotted by the Australian coast watcher Jack Reed. If they flew from the bigger base at Rabaul, the route took them over Buin, and there they could be seen by the Australian coast watcher Paul Mason. On the morning of August 7th, the red-bowled bombers rose from Rabaul and went roaring south. They passed over Buin at about 10:30, the thundering of their motors rousing Mason as he sat in his palm-thatched hideout on Malabite Hill. Mason rushed outside. He counted 24 torpedo bombers, Kates as they were called. He ran back inside and flashed his radio message. 24 bombers headed yours. 25 minutes later, aboard the Australian cruiser Canberra, in the waters between Guadalcanal and Tulagi, an impersonal voice came over the bullhorn. "The ship will be attacked at noon by 24 torpedo bombers. All hands will pile to dinner at 11 o'clock. Americans within earshot of that announcement could grin at the suggestion that the Japanese bombers were after the ship, which was Australian, rather than the convoy, which was otherwise entirely American. But as the Aussies say, the information was fair dinkum, and at exactly 12 noon 24 bombers did appear over Sealark Channel. They were met by a roar of anti-aircraft fire, which put them to flight with only 3 of their eggs splashing harmlessly into the sea. The Bonzer boys up north made the first of hundreds of priceless advance warnings. At a few minutes past 6 in the evening of August 7th, American destroyers ran close to Tanambogo and let go with 5-inch guns. A flight of dive bombers swooped down through the gathering smoke to drop their bombs. A Japanese 3-inch gun on Tanambogo hilltop was blown into the air in full view of the Marines coming from Gavutu to attack the island. B Company, the 2nd Marines, the outfit which had landed so easily on Florida, was making the assault. Their Higgins boats made a wide swing around the causeway, turning in sharply to a northern beach. The men could see that there was not a tree left standing on Tanambogo. An oil dump was burning furiously beneath a dense cloud of smoke, and the 5-inch shells of the destroyers were still wailing over their heads. To the men of B Company it looked like another holiday, but it was a holocaust instead. A sheet of fire fell on them from the crown of Tanambogo. Private Russell Miller, the first American to land on Japanese soil, fell dead at his Lewis gun. Then a destroyer shell dropped short and exploded among the Higgins boats. Shell fragments flew, killing and wounding, striking our coxswain and tearing him from the wheel of his boat. The boat swung sharply around, heading back for Gavutu. Other coxswains, sensing a withdrawal, turned to follow. Only 3 boats plunged forward through the mounting Japanese fire. In them were Captain Edgar Crane, the mustachioed commander of Company B, and Lieutenant John Smith. The boats lurched to a halt on the sand adjoining a concrete pier. "Follow me!" cried Lieutenant Smith, darting across the sand and plunging into a thicket. But his men could not follow. Though Smith had gotten past that crossfire of bullets converging on the 3 boats, his men could not. They were as though nailed to the beach. They slipped leftward, wriggling through water until they could link up with Captain Crane at the pier. Inside the thicket, Lieutenant Smith was all alone. He could hear firing on the beach behind him. He began working back to it, moving from scrub to scrub. He saw someone lying beneath a palm tree. "Come on, Marine," he whispered. The figure came erect, lips parted, and bright teeth flashing like his bayonet. Smith shot him dead, whirled, and raced back to the beach. He returned to a desperate situation. Captain Crane and his men could not fight past the pier. Their machine gunners had set up to help, but had been silhouetted by the light of the burning oil dump. Jap gunners riddled them. They were forced to withdraw by boat. As night fell, more boats came in to take off B Company's mounting number of wounded. A dozen men hung on at the pier, covering the withdrawal until darkness came, and they slipped across the causeway to Tanambogo. With that dawn of August 8th, the 3rd Battalion, 2nd, began the fierce fight which took Tanambogo. First, the battalion landed on Gavutu to assist in mopping up that island. Then its companies began the land-sea assault, which sent one force advancing across the causeway from Gavutu on foot, and the other making a landing from Higgins' boats. The waterborne attack was launched with the support of 2 tanks, commanded by Lieutenant Robert Sweeney. They landed and rolled inland with bullets clanging off their steel sides. Some 50 Japanese came swarming at them, charging with turkey gobbler shrieks, running low with outthrust pitchforks, with pipes or crowbars which they hoped to ram into the tank's treads. The tank guns blazed. A few of the Japanese fell. The others came on. Lieutenant Sweeney opened his tank turret to direct fire. He was shot in the forehead. A Japanese thrust a crowbar in the treads of the other tank. It stalled. The Japanese began hurling Molotov cocktails against the tank's side. It began to burn. Tankers came popping out of the open turret, jumping through the flames, fighting their way one by one through a crowd of knife-swinging, pitchfork-jabbing Japanese. Marine riflemen were rushing up to take the Japanese under fire. Private Kenneth Coons began picking off enemy soldiers from the throng milling around the other tank, which had become wedged between 2 coconut trees. He saw one of them slam a pitchfork down its open turret. He saw the Japanese scream and grab his hand, where the tank commander had shot him. Coons took aim and finished him off. Another Japanese jumped on top of the embattled tank. Inside it, PFC Eugene Moore aimed his .45 at a round tan face framed like a bullseye within the ring of the uncovered turret. He squeezed the trigger. The face flew out of sight. The tank worked free, lurched, and halted. A crowbar had been jammed in the wheelers. Moore seized a Tommy gun and poked his head out of the turret and fired. A hurtling object struck him, fell inside the tank. There was a flash and a roar. It had been a hand grenade. It killed the tank commander. Now Molotov cocktails were bursting on the sides of the tank, setting it on fire. Now Moore's own neck was ablaze. He ducked below. "Let's get out of here," yelled the driver, and leaped from the turret. He was shot through the head. Private Coons was able to kill the driver's killer, but now as he pressed a fresh clip into his rifle, he gaped in astonishment. The last man, PFC Moore, was coming out of the tank feet first, and the Japanese went wild. They seized him and punched him. They stuck him with pitchforks. They knifed him. They kicked him in the face and in the stomach. They tore the hair from his head. They ripped his pockets apart and took his money. And then, in a final, maniacal outburst, unaware of how steadily their numbers had been dwindling under the methodical fire of Private Coons and other riflemen, one of the Japanese grabbed Moore by the feet and another by the arms, and they swung him to and fro against the tank, trying to beat the life out of him, until Marine bullets found them, and it was they, not more, who were dead. The Japanese died to a man, 42 of them, with Kuhn shooting most of them himself, and P.F.C. Moore was hurriedly carried to a battalion aid station, where his numerous wounds and bruises were bandaged, and he awoke to hear the news that Tanambogo was also falling. In late afternoon, while the tankers made their stand just inland of Tanambogo's beaches, the force from Gavutu began advancing across the causeway. A spray of bullets whittled them. They ran forward, some of them falling, at last closing with the Japanese defenders, who jumped from their holes swinging bayonets and brandishing knives. The Marines cut them down and moved on to Tanambogo. By 7 o'clock that night, the land force had secured the Tanambogo end of the causeway. By that time also, the Marines driving inland from the tank beachhead had captured 2/3 of the islet. Cave after cave fell to the style of attack first improvised by Captain Torgerson on Gavutu. Gunnery Sergeant Orley Bergner earned the nickname of the one-man stick of dynamite as he led the way. Next day, mopping up operations secured the last of the harbor islands. About 750 Japanese had been killed defending them. A score of prisoners had been taken, and about 60 more Japanese had escaped by swimming to Florida Island. The islands had been captured at a cost of 144 Americans killed and 194 wounded, an unusually high proportion of dead to wounded, which gives testimony to the savagery of the battle. There was also testimony to the spirit which had won it, and this was given by a communications sergeant named Robert Bradley. Bradley had been perched in a balcony of the Lever Brothers plantation store in Tanambogo. He was a forward observer for a mortar section. Enemy fire pierced his throat, smashing his voice box. Blood gushed from his wound, and as the naval doctor rushed to stop the flow, Bradley began making frantic writing motions. The doctor gave him a pencil. Bradley wrote, "Will I live?" The doctor nodded, and Bradley wrote once more, "Will I speak again?" The doctor hesitated, then nodded a second time. Bradley grinned. Almost with a flourish, he wrote, "What the hell's the use in worrying?" That was the sardonic spirit that took Tulagi, and it would be this, during the 4-month ordeal ahead, that would hang on to Guadalcanal. 4. Guadalcanal. She was beautiful, seen from the sea, this slender, long island. Her towering central mountains ran down her spine in a graceful east-west keel. The sun seemed to kiss her timberline and lay shimmering on open patches of tan grass, dappling the green of her forests. Gentle waves washed her beaches white, raising a glitter of sun and water and scoured sand beneath fringing groves of coconut trees, leaning languorously seaward with nodding, star-shaped heads. She was beautiful, but beneath her loveliness, within the necklace of sand and palm, under the coiffure of her sun-kissed treetops, with its tiara of jeweled birds, she was a mass of slops and stinks and pestilence, of scum-crested lagoons and vile swamps inhabited by giant crocodiles, a place of spiders as big as your fist and wasps as long as your finger, of lizards as long as your leg or as brief as your thumb, of ants that bite like fire, of tree leeches that fall, fasten, and suck, of scorpions without the guts to kill themselves, of centipedes whose foul scurrying across human skin leaves a track of inflamed flesh, of snakes that slither and land crabs that scuttle, and of rats and bats and carrion birds, and of a myriad of stinging insects. By day, black swarms of flies feed on open cuts and make them ulcerous. By night, mosquitoes come in clouds, bringing malaria, dengue, or any one of a dozen filthy exotic fevers. Night or day, the rains come, and when it is the monsoon, it comes in torrents, conferring a moist, mushrooming life on all that tangled green of vine, fern, creeper, and bush, dripping on eternally in the rainforest, nourishing kingly hardwoods so abundantly that they soar more than 100 feet into the air, rotting them so thoroughly at their base that a rare wind, or perhaps only a man leaning against them, will bring them crashing down. And Guadalcanal stank. She was sour with the odor of her own decay, her breath so hot and humid, so sullen and so still, that all those Marines who came to her shores on the morning of August 7th cursed and swore to feel the vitality oozing from them in a steady stream of enervating sweat. Vandergrift's main body, some 10,000 men of the 1st and 5th Marines, had hit Red Beach almost at the center of Guadalcanal's northern coastline. The 5th landed first, with 2 battalions abreast. Unopposed, they jabbed inland, then wheeled to the right or west to work along the shore toward Japanese installations near the Lunga River. A Japanese laboring force of about 1,700 men had fled when the first of the American shells and bombs crashed among them as they sat at breakfast. Marines bursting into their encampment found bowls of still warm rice on tables. More important, the Japanese had abandoned an airfield nearly complete with hangars, blast pens, and a dirt runway 3,600 feet long. This was named Henderson Field, after Major Lofton Henderson, who gave his life crash diving a Japanese warship at the Battle of Midway. There was not only Henderson Field, but also a complex of wharves, bridges, ice plants, radio stations, and power and oxygen plants which the Japanese had succeeded in throwing up since work began July 4th. There were tons and tons of rice, wormy, despicable rice, which the Marines spurned but fortunately did not destroy, for it would one day stand between them and starvation. These were not all discovered the first day, although the airfield was captured by the 1st Marines on August 7th. This regiment, Marine regiments are always called Marines, in the way that Army regiments are known by their arm, as in 4th Cavalry or 19th Infantry, followed the 5th ashore. One battalion turned right to overrun the undefended airfield. The other 2 plunged into the steaming morass beyond or south of it. All day long the men of these battalions toiled up slime-slick hills and slipped and slid down the reverse slopes, with the machine gunners breaking the rule of silence by yelps of pain whenever heavy tripods banged cruelly against their necks. They thrashed through fields of sharp-edged kunai grass as tall as a man, sometimes shooting at each other. They forded swift, cold jungle streams, often stooping to slosh the blessed water against their faces, even lying full length in the shallows to let it fall into open mouths, ignoring the officers crying, "Don't drink! It may be poisoned." Back came the unfailing reply, "For God's sake, Lieutenant, even the Japs can't poison a whole damn river." If there had been an organized enemy in the Guadalcanal jungle that day, there might have been an American catastrophe, for these Marines were far from professionals as they blundered onward toward their objective, a high clear height called Grassy Knoll or Mount Austin, which commanded Henderson Field from the south. But if the jungle dissolved Marine discipline, it did not dampen Marine humor. That night, after the men had dug foxholes in the dank earth, they began to ask each other what it was all about. What did General Vandergrift want with Grassy Knoll? "Maybe," said a private, "it's because it's the only place with a view." "So?" "Where else are they going to put the officers' club?" Then they fell silent, half of them to stand guard in that blind, black, whispering jungle, the other half to attempt sleep beneath ponchos that failed to keep out the rain because of the big hole for the head, or behind little veils of mosquito netting that could not keep mosquitoes off because they were plastered to their faces. They awoke in the morning, puff-eyed, bitten, and soaked, and began sloshing south again. At 10 minutes of 9 on the morning of August 8th, the Australian Jack Reed stood on a hill overlooking Buka Passage and counted 45 Japanese bombers flying overhead. They had come from Kavieng. Before the sound of their motors had faded behind him, Reed was in his shack and at his radio. 45 bombers going southeast. A half-hour later, Pearl Harbor again broadcast a warning to the Solomons fleet, and General Vandergrift decided that the noon arrival of the enemy bombers would be just the time to give his beach working parties a rest. There were just a few hundred of these working party men, and they were all headquarters troops and specialists. There were no stevedoring battalions to do the job, and Vandergrift dared not risk detaching any combat troops for it. Though the beach was a jumbled confusion of crates and boxes, though he had received the message, unloading entirely out of hand, though nervous cargo captains were badgering him for more men, Vandergrift would not weaken his line troops. So these makeshift stevedores worked on, sweat streaming from naked torsos, and at noon, with some of them already passed out from exhaustion, they took a break. Just as half the Japanese bombing force came in low over Florida and went wolfing among the transports. Then they came in a straight line, torpedo-laden Kates, counting on surprise. But they were struck by a storm of sound and flame that obliterated 12 of them. Only one was successful, launching a torpedo which flashed into the hull of the destroyer Jarvis, sending her limping from the battle, to be sunk later by Japanese aircraft. Next, the dive-bombing Vales came plummeting down. They too counted on surprise, unaware that fighters from WASP had taken high stations a half-hour before and were now riding them down, risking their own anti-aircraft fire polka-dotting the skies with deadly black puffs. Unaware until 50-caliber bullets chopped off their tails, sheared off their wings, set gasoline tanks ablaze, and started them on a long, straight fall to oblivion. Far up north, the coast watcher Reed crouched by his radio while an excited voice broadcast the results of his alert. "Boy, they're shooting them down like flies. 1, 2, 3. I can see 8 of them in the water right now." But one of them fell in flames into an open hold of the transport George F. Elliott. The big ship was set hopelessly afire. She was scuttled at twilight, the first major American ship to rest beneath that body of water, which would be known as Iron Bottom Bay for the scores of vessels which would join her on its floor. Fortunately, Elliott's troops had gone ashore the preceding day, but she went down with the battalion's supplies. Night began to fall, and General Vandergrift went aboard Macaulay with a feeling of satisfaction. Though one transport was gone, though one destroyer was apparently out of action, the Japanese had lost more than 3/4 of their planes, and they had not harmed those piles of precious supplies that were at last beginning to disappear inland. All of Vandergrift's Marines were safely ashore. The airfield was his, the harbor islands were almost secured, and he could count on a few more days of unloading. But he could not. Admiral Turner was going to take the supply ships away in the morning. The powerful Japanese surface force, which he and Admiral Fletcher had feared, was coming down the slot. 5. The slot was the sea corridor, running 400 miles from Bougainville to Guadalcanal. It was a watery passage between the Solomon Islands, which faced each other in 2 near-orderly rows at near regular intervals of from 50 to 60 miles. Japanese ships based at Rabaul had about 240 miles to go before they reached the slot's northwest terminus at Bougainville. They entered it at midday, planning to arrive off the southeast terminus at Guadalcanal under cover of darkness. A task force of 7 cruisers led by Rear Admiral Gunichi Mikawa entered the slot at about midday on August 8th. They came down it in column of battle, Mikawa's flagship Chokai leading, followed by the heavy cruisers Aoba and Furataka, next 2 more heavies, and then a pair of light cruisers. They were sighted almost immediately by an American search plane, but by 11:30 on the night of August 8th, the search plane's warning had not been received by all of the ships patrolling Savo Island. With their picket destroyers, cruisers Chicago and Canberra guarded the south gate between Savo and Guadalcanal, while the north gate was held by Quincy, Vincennes, and Astoria and their pickets. It was getting on to the midnight change of watches aboard these ships. Weary sailors tumbled out of their bunks, gulped hot coffee, and groped their way on deck to relieve the 8 to 12ers. The new watch could see faint flashes of lightning over the western horizon. A rain squall was making up off Savo. It would work for Admiral Mikawa. His patrol planes had already been catapulted aloft, prepared to drop illuminating flares. His men were at their battle stations in gun turrets above decks, alongside torpedo tubes below, ready to strike the Allied warships before falling upon the thin-skinned transports at their leisure. At about 11 o'clock, some of the Allied warships began picking up unknown airplanes on their radar. Others actually heard them droning overhead. Some mistook them for friendly aircraft, for the Japanese pilots had boldly turned on running lights. In that confusion which often precedes disaster, the reports were either misdirected, misinterpreted, or ignored. A few minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning on August 9th, Mikawa's lookout spotted the American destroyer Blue off to the right. Some 50 great guns swiveled around in the night and trained upon the little ship. Luckily for Blue, unhappily for her sister ships off Savo, neither her lookouts nor her radar had spotted the Japanese. On went Mikawa's cruisers, hitting 24 knots, 26. At 1:30, Mikawa's lookout sighted Savo. 3 minutes more and Mikawa passed the battle order. All ships attack. In 5 minutes they had gotten the range, had loaded the torpedo tubes. In one more, hissing fish were leaping from the sides of the Japanese cruisers, were cleaving the dark water toward those unsuspecting sentinel ships. 2 more minutes, and Chokai had closed to within 2 miles of them, still undetected. Now the warning came. Destroyer Patterson had sighted a big ship. The radio alarm was braying. Warning, warning, strange ships entering harbor." It was 43 minutes past 1 in the morning of August 9th, and it was already too late. Eerie greenish flares swayed down from the Japanese patrol planes, and the harbor rocked to the roaring of the main batteries on Shokai, Aoba, and Furutaka. Marines ashore looked fearfully at one another, in baleful light filtering down from the blackness above. A dread silence interrupted the Tulagi conference of Vandergrift and Brigadier General William Rupertus. And then two of the Japanese steel fish finished their run by thrusting with cyclonic force into the side of Canberra, almost at the same moment that a shower of Japanese shells fell on her decks with merciless precision, and the Battle of Savo Island had begun. The Japanese torpedoes had already given Canberra her mortal wounds, and though she fought back with 2 fish of her own and a few rounds from her 4-inchers, she was done. Chicago's bow was blown off. She was out of the fight, unable to hinder the enemy cruisers swinging left and making for the northern force, running up on Quincy, Vincennes, and Astoria, switching on their powerful searchlights, taking the stunned Americans under point-blank range and sending them to the bottom. Not all of them sank immediately, but they had taken their death blows. The Battle of Savo Island, which sailors and Marines more accurately called the Battle of the 5 Sitting Ducks, wore on until dawn, when Mikawa took his cruisers out of Iron Bottom Bay and streaked for home. He left the American transports unmolested, but he had sunk 4 cruisers, damaged a 5th, and also damaged a destroyer. His only losses were a direct hit on Chokai's chart room, plus some slight damage to Aoba. After Mikawa left, Admiral Turner also departed with the transports and their escorts. In the sundown of August 9th, men of the 1st Marines returning to the beaches from their toilsome, useless march inland saw no ships in Iron Bottom Bay. Only a few blackened, smoking hulls were visible to their left, toward Savo as they faced the water. Otherwise, there was nothing. The Marines were all alone. 6. The fact of complete isolation had been accepted by Major General Vandergrift as early as the dawn of August 9th. In that misty light, in a driving rain, he had assembled his staff officers, his regimental and battalion commanders. The booming of the big guns could still be heard to the west of the division command post near Alligator Creek. Concussions shook the palm fronds, showering those officers who stood beneath them to avoid the rain. Someone had made coffee over a smoking, sputtering fire. The hot black liquid was passed around in empty sea-ration cans. Offshore, lifting mists revealed the gray, truncated shape of a prowless cruiser making slowly eastward between a pair of shepherding destroyers. "Chicago," someone said in awe. There was a shocked silence, and then Colonel Gerald Thomas, the division's operations officer, broke the bad news swiftly. The Navy was going, and no one could say when or if it would return. The Marines could presume loss of the air as well as the sea. They were not only isolated but separated, with nearly half of the combat battalions over on the harbor islands. That very loss of air and sea suggested that there would be no hope of getting these troops over to Guadalcanal. Tulagi had 8 days' supplies, and Guadalcanal a few days more than that. Reinforcements, resupply, were only a hope. What were they going to do? They were going to finish the airfield, get the supplies off the beach, and dig in. They were going to hold a beachhead, which, when marked off on a map, made an oval shape extending about 3,500 yards inland at its deepest and 7,500 yards from west to east at its widest. Most of the small towns of America are bigger than this beachhead was, but it was all the Marines needed, for it contained the southwest northern slant of Henderson Field at a point about 2,000 yards inland and equidistant from the eastern and western flanks. These flanks were represented by the Tenaro River on the east or right flank, as the Marines faced the sea, and by the Kukum Hills on the west or left flank. To the south, behind the airfield, the line was almost made of paper. Here was a series of local outposts, at their strongest as they drew curving back from the Tenaro and ran fairly straight west for about 3,000 yards to the Lunga River. Here they curved again, following the crooked river line northwest or seaward for 2,500 yards until they ended at the artillery command post and Vandergrift's new headquarters. The gaps to the rear of the airfield were numerous, but between the Lunga and the western hills there was one big gap about 2,000 yards wide. This was to be guarded by constant daily patrols and to be very loosely filled at night by small outposts. The strongest point was the northern or seaward front, where the Marines dug in along the beach to defend against counter-landing. This was the perimeter, which was to be held by 10,000 foot soldiers with handguns, mortars, some tanks, and 3 battalions of light artillery against an enemy who possessed interior lines from about 640 miles north, as well as all the men, guns, ships, and airplanes he needed to press the initiative, which was now his. That was the situation which Colonel Thomas outlined to those commanders who stood grim-faced in the rain, and when he stopped speaking and the conference ended, the battle for Guadalcanal passed from an offensive into a defensive operation. United States Marines, trained to hit, were now being forced to hold. Though Vandergrift's commanders tried to keep the bad news to themselves, it was inevitable that the men would soon learn of their perilous isolation. But they only grasped its import gradually. That aching, empty, yearning sense of loneliness that characterized the stand on Guadalcanal would not seize them fully for yet another week. In the meantime, they frolicked. They found and plundered a warehouse full of delicious Japanese beer and sake, a yellowish Japanese rice wine. The day of that discovery, Guadalcanal's single coastal road was thronged with dusty, grinning Marines, trudging along with cases of beer on their shoulders or pulling captured Jap rickshaws, piled high with balloon-like half-gallon bottles of sake. They buried the loot out of sight of prying officers, drinking it secretly and sometimes getting in a tipsy state that would account for more than one outburst of trigger-happy firing on the lines. In the morning, the trigger-happy might find that the enemy against whom they had battled so valiantly in the dark was one of those blundering mammoth land crabs in which Guadalcanal abounded, or perhaps some scarecrow of a plantation cow. There was also, in this gay interlude between the real thing of the landing and the impending real thing of the Japanese counterattack, the nightly comedy provided by men who had difficulty pronouncing the passwords. All of the passwords, Lollapalooza, Lollipop, Lollygag, were loaded with L's because the Japanese normally cannot make that sound, turning it into a liquid R instead. But polysyllabic passwords could also tie the tongues of Marines, such as the one who had risen in the night to relieve himself and was having trouble with Lilliputian. "Halt!" came the sentry's cry. "For God's sake, don't shoot, it's me, Briggs." "Give me the password." Lily. Come on, the password, or let you have it." Lillipush. Silence, and then, in outrage, "Oh, shit, shoot!" Of course, the sadistic sentry did not shoot, for he and all the men around him were already collapsed with laughter, a bawdy mirth that continued throughout that naive week, until Lieutenant Colonel Getty led out a patrol to accept a Japanese surrender and was ambushed and massacred. It was Getty who had organized the helter-skelter gathering of information prior to the landings. He was a man of great vigor and daring. He was also a man of compassion, and this, when offered to an enemy as compassionate as a crocodile, was a fatal virtue. On August 12th, a Japanese naval raiding had been captured behind the western lines. He was questioned. He was a sour little crab-apple of a man, making his answers sullenly and with great reluctance. But he admitted that many of his fellows west of the Matanikau River, a stream lying a few miles to the west of the Cocoon Hills line, were sick and starving, and that they might be persuaded to surrender. To this was added a patrol report of a white flag flying at a Japanese encampment west of Matanikau. Hearing this, Getty was moved. He took personal charge of a patrol that was to have scouted the Matanikau that day. He included in this patrol the 5th Marine Surgeon, Lieutenant Commander Malcolm L. Pratt, and Lieutenant Ralph Corey, an interpreter. Getty cleaned out the division intelligence section and borrowed veteran NCOs from its regimental counterpart in the 5th. After dark, under a moonless, starless night, leading the ill-natured Japanese by a rope, Getty and 25 men left by Higgins' boat for the surrender area. They landed opposite Matanikau village. They moved quickly inland about 20 yards, halting before a cluster of grass huts set in a fringing wood. They built up a perimeter. Getty and a few men went forward to reconnoiter and were struck to the ground by converging streams of rifle and machine gun fire. Getty was killed instantly, shot in the head. The Japanese fire rose in fury. Commander Pratt was mortally wounded. A sergeant with the prophetic name of Custer was shot in the arm, then killed. The Marines were pinned down, unable to move, firing back blindly while the enemy fire raked them mercilessly. The Japanese were so close that the Marines could feel the hot air of their muzzle blasts. but the enemy did not approach. He was content to toy with this rain barrel full of fish. At 1 in the morning, Sergeant Monk Arndt was ordered to swim back for reinforcements. He stripped. He crawled back to the water, naked but for shoes and helmet, under which he had tucked his pistol, hooking its butt on the chin strap. He swam breaststroke along the beach. The Japanese fired, raising little spurts of water all around him. Arndt felt foolishly exposed, as though his nakedness had left him without armor. He swam out to sea, crawling over the cruel subsurface coral that tore and tattered his flesh like pinking shears. He turned shoreward again. He found a beached native boat. One end was riddled with bullet holes. He pushed the boat out and got in the other end, paddling with a plank lying on its bottom. He paddled past the marine line, shouting, "Million! Million!" For though he had forgotten the password, he knew that million had a million L's. As dawn came and the mist swam up from the sea, Arndt had reached the marine boat base. He waded ashore, the red of his blood streaming from multiple slashes below the hips, the knucklebones of his fingers laid bare. But Arndt had arrived too late. It was already all over for the patrol to the west. 2 other Marines escaped, swimming east to safety. One of them, who left just before daybreak, turned for a parting look as the sun came up. He saw sabers flashing in the sun. Sabers flashing in the sun. It ran like a rallying cry all along the Kukum ridges, sweeping east through the coastal gun pits and foxholes, turning right to race up the barbed wire line of the Tenaru, bursting in the ears of the airfield outposts, among the artillerymen, the Amtrak drivers, the tankers, and the engineers grimly bulldozing the airstrip which only the day before had received its first American plane. It had the power to chill hearts, but on Guadalcanal those hearts were swelling with rage. The Marines could not have known that the surrender flag was actually a Japanese battle flag, accidentally hanging limp and thus obscuring its red center, or that the Getty mission was conceived in an era compounded by compassion. They only knew that Marines had risked their flesh to help the enemy, and had been slaughtered in reward. All light bantering ceased. Timid patrols turned aggressive and savage. Marines hoped openly for battle, and because they had also not yet known it, talked loudly of wanting the enemy to come because they wanted to kill him and chop him up with his own sabers. There would also come a time when these same men would dread recurrent battle, but now, after the Getty patrol, they wanted it. They would get it. It came at first down the slot. Destroyers, sometimes cruisers, sneaked into the bay during darkness to pound the airfield or the men crouching in pits, turning at dawn to streak back to Rabaul. Submarines surfaced between Guadalcanal and Tulagi, firing deck guns to sink every small American ship in sight, chasing Higgins boats back to the anchorage. Sometimes the Marines dueled the enemy warships with their puny 75mm pack howitzers, or with the 75 rifles mounted on half-tracks run down to the water. Once the celebrated gunnery Sergeant Lou Diamond offered to take an 81mm mortar aboard a Higgins boat and go after a submarine which was shelling Guadalcanal with 5-inch guns. The offer was declined, but Gunnery Lou's proposal was reflective of the new aggressive spirit which had seized Vandergrift's Marines after the Getty patrol, and which kept them on their guns even as the bombs came wailing and crashing down on Henderson Field during increasing aerial bombardment of Guadalcanal. Lieutenant General Haruyoshi Hayakutate, then assembling his 17th Army at his headquarters in Rabaul, was of one mind with Imperial headquarters in its conviction that the Americans would tire quickly of war. To this end, Admiral Nagumo had sailed to Pearl Harbor. Strike the Americans hard, set them back so far that by the time they had changed from the manufacture of playthings to the making of munitions, the resource-rich booty of the Southwest Pacific and Southeast Asia would have been consolidated under the reign of radiant peace. Then, when the Americans attempted to come back, Japan would make it so costly that they would quit the war in a negotiated peace. Until recently, General Hayakutate's mission in the overall scheme of conquest laid down by the militant premier Hideki Tojo had been to capture Port Moresby in New Guinea, which was just to the north of Australia. But then Port Moresby was given to the 18th Army, while Hayakutate's 17th was told to recapture Guadalcanal. The change annoyed General Hayakatate. Port Moresby seemed by far the more important operation, nor was the general, a small, thin, testy man, pleased with the army which Imperial headquarters had given him to do the job at Guadalcanal. As so often happened with the Japanese military, the 17th Army's 50,000 men had been given to Haikutate unassembled. The famous 2nd Division, called the Sendai, after the city near Tokyo, from which most of its men were recruited, was in Java in the Philippines. The 38th Division was in China, along with 17th Army anti-tank units as far away as Manchuria. The Kawaguchi Brigade, actually close to a division, was in the Palaus, and the Ichiki Detachment was on Guam. The Ichiki Detachment, which, in the Japanese manner, took the name of its commander, Colonel Kiyono Ichiki, was a reinforced battalion with a strength of about 2,000 men. General Haikutate decided to use this unit to deal with the annoyance, for such he still regarded it, at Guadalcanal. Though there were but 2,000 Ichikis to hurl against an enemy force his intelligence had estimated at 10,000 men, were these enemy troops not, after all, Americans? General Haikutate lost some of his irritation in contemplating a bold stroke that would at once regain Guadalcanal and its vital airfield, would gratify Imperial headquarters, and would also respectfully suggest a measure of his contempt for the new assignment. Haikutate ordered Colonel Kiyono Ichiki to move. The Ichikis sailed from Guam to the great naval base at Truk. On August 16th, Colonel Ichiki led some 900 storm troops aboard 6 fast destroyers and shoved off. Behind them came a cruiser and a destroyer escorting 2 transports, carrying the remainder of Ichiki's troops and his supporting arms. Ichiki's destroyers sped swiftly down the slot, rapidly leaving the slower transports behind. The colonel was in a hurry, for one of the Army's battle reports on American capability said, "It can be seen that when they are pressed for time, the American dispositions and especially their organization of fire are not coordinated. Therefore, we must not fail to move fast and attack quickly, giving them no time in which to prepare their positions." But the Marines were already prepared, and there was aerial reinforcement on its way. She had been the merchant ship Mac Mormel, but now she was the Long Island. With her flight deck topside and a few guns, she had been turned into a makeshift aircraft carrier, dignified in that status with the name of an American battle, and sent into the Pacific. On August 20th, she reached the southern Solomons and flew off 19 Wildcat fighters and 12 Dauntless dive bombers to the embattled Marines on Guadalcanal. The planes came skimming over the coconuts, and the men below glanced up nervously to hear the hum of motors. But then they saw the Yankee star in the wings, and they shouted in jubilation. 2 of the planes deliberately circled Henderson Field for all to see, and the men ran along the ridgesides and riverbanks and beaches, throwing helmets in the air, punching each other gleefully, cheering and crying for joy. The first relief had come. Colonel Kiyono Ichiki was a military man. His carriage was stiff, his jaw square, and his glance struck straight from narrowed eyes. His habit of courage was matched by a habit of thought as clipped in uniform as his military mustache. He had landed his 900 men on August 18th at Teivu, 20 miles to the east of the Tanaru River, and he had decided not to wait for the following troops. 900 men such as his, big, strong fellows, among the very best troops in the Empire, was surely sufficient to overrun the American defenses and seize the airfield. Next day, Colonel Ichiki wrote in his diary, 18 August, the landing, 20 August, the march by night and the battle, 21 August, enjoyment of the fruits of victory. True, it was only 19 August, but Colonel Ichiki foresaw the chance that he might die before he could make this entry, so he inscribed the inevitable, post-dated it for posterity, and then he sent out a large party to lay communications wire. Captain Charles Brush was not a military man. His shoulders slumped, his gait was shambling, and his sideways glance was of an accusing character calculated to cause respect among the troops, but which actually only confirmed their suspicion that the skipper had quit teaching high school to take a small revenge on the schoolboys who would follow him into service. On the morning of August 19th, leading a patrol of roughly 80 men, Captain Brush shuffled eastward from the Tanaru. Sometime after noon, his advance scouts caught sight of the Ichiki wiremen moving slowly westward. Brush attacked. Part of his patrol drove straight ahead, while a platoon swung to the right to get behind the Japanese. In a fight lasting nearly an hour, 31 of the Japanese were killed, and 3 others escaped into the jungle. 3 Marines were killed and 3 wounded. It might have been put down as another jungle skirmish, except that the patrol was unusually large for the supposed remnant of laborers left on the island. Moreover, it had been led by 4 officers of surprisingly high rank. The uniforms of the dead soldiers were new, and they had been laying communications wire when attacked. Brush quickly stripped the dead of maps and documents and sent these back to the perimeter. Marine intelligence officers were disturbed by the maps. They were accurate, with all of the weak points along the Tanaru carefully marked. Lieutenant Colonel L. Pollock pulled some of the machine gunners off his 2nd Battalion first off the beach line and sent them south along the Tanaru to extend his right flank. On the left, where a sandspit kept the green, sluggish Tanaru from reaching the sea, Pollock had placed his heaviest concentration, machine guns, riflemen, and a 37mm anti-tank gun, all dug in behind a single strand of barbed wire running across the sandbar. The sandpit was as good as a bridge across the river. Pollock placed outposts beyond it, west of it, in the coconut grove across the river. Night fell swiftly, as it does in the jungle. A few stray shafts of light seemed to linger, as though trapped between jungle floor and jungle roof, and then it was black and silent, except for the stirring of those creeping, crawling things that move by night. Men crouched along the Tanaru peered at the narrow, dark river gleaming wickedly in the faint starlight, and felt all those atavistic fears flowing formlessly around their hearts. The crocodiles were out, their noiseless downstream swimming marked by the gradually widening V of their wakes. Down at the sandbar there was movement opposite the outposts. A Marine fired at the sound. "No, me, Vuza! Me, Sergeant Major Vuza!" A short, powerful figure staggered out of the darkness. Blood streamed from his naked chest, from his throat. He was a fuzzy-haired Melanesian. He was Sergeant Major Vuza of the Solomons Island Police, and the Japanese had caught and tortured him. He was taken to Pollock's command post, and there, with blood still dripping from his wounds, he began to speak. "I was caught by the Japs, and one of the Jap naval officer questioned me, but I was refused to answer, and I was bayoneted by a long sword twice on my chest, through my throat, and cutted by side of my tongue, and I was got up from the enemies and walked through the American front line." "How many Japs?" Pollock asked sharply. "Maybe 250, maybe 500. Pollock had heard enough. He called division to come for Vuza. He glanced at his watch to mark the time at 18 minutes past 1 in the morning, and at that moment a green flare rose from the coconut grove. A Marine sentry fired a shot, and the charge of the Ichikis began. They came flowing across the sandspit, sprinting, hurling grenades, howling. They came blundering into that single strand of barbed wire, and there they milled about in a lathering frenzy. They hacked wildly at the wire with bayonets. They tried to hurdle it, and they slung long, thin lengths of explosive-packed pipe under it in hopes of blowing gaps in it. Then the Marines opened fire, and the flare light faded, and the re-enveloping night seemed to reel with 1,000 scarlet flashes. Machine guns clattered and shook, rifles cracked. Grenades whizzed and boomed. Fat red tracers sped out in curving arcs and vanished. Orange puffs spat from the mouth of the anti-tank gun. Howitzers bayed in the rear distance, and their whistling shells crashed and flashed among the coconuts where mortar missiles had already described their humming loops and were falling with that dull crunch that tears and kills. Private Johnny Rivers unclamped his heavy machine gun to spray a hosing fire. Across the river, a Japanese machine gun section jumped into an abandoned Amtrak to set up a crossfire in Rivers' pit. Their bullets crept up the riverbank, ate their way down the water jacket of Rivers' gun, and found his heart. Rivers froze on the trigger. Dead, he fired 200 more rounds. Private L. Schmidt jumped on the gun, fed it another belt, resumed the fire. A grenade sailed into the pit. It exploded. It knocked out the gun. It blinded L. Schmidt. He lay in the darkness while the battle swirled around him. Downstream, the barrel of the anti-tank gun glowed red in the dark. It was firing point-blank at the charging foe, spewing a hail of canister shot that sometimes struck them down in squad groups. Another grenade somersaulted through the night. It fell hissing into the anti-tank dugout and filled it with roaring light and death. Riflemen jumped into the dugout, and the 37 glowed red again. The Ichiki charge rose in fury. Squad after squad, platoon after platoon, burst from the covering darkness of the coconut grove to dash against the line. They broke it. They came in on holes and gun pits, running low with bayoneted rifles outthrust for the kill. At a gap in the leftward wire, 3 Japanese rushed for Big Corporal Dean Wilson in his foxhole. Wilson swung his bar toward them. It jammed. The Japanese rushed onward, screaming, "Marine, you die!" One of them drove downward for the thrust. Wilson seized his machete and slashed. The man sank to the ground, his entrails slipping through his clutching fingers. The other slowed. Wilson leaped from his hole and attacked, hacking them to death with his thick-bladed knife. There was a Japanese inside Corporal Johnny Shea's hole. His bayonet was into Shea's leg. Out again, in again, out and slashing upward. Shea kicked with his right foot, slamming the Japanese against the foxhole side while he yanked desperately at the bolt of his jammed Tommy gun. The bolt snaked free and Shea shot his assailant to death. There were hurrying, squat shapes swarming around the foxhole, where Lieutenant McClanahan lay with wounds in both arms, in his legs, in his buttocks, loading rifles and clearing the jammed weapons of those men who could still fire. There were tall shapes mingling with the short ones, figures that closed, merged, became as one grotesquely whirling hybrid of struggling limbs. For now the battle had become that rarity of modern war, the close-in fight of clubbed rifles and thrusting blades, of fists and knees and gouging thumbs. Now there were more tall shapes than short ones, for Pollock had thrown in a reserve platoon, and the guttural cries of banzai were growing fainter beneath the wild keening of the battle, the crackling of rifles, the hammering of machine guns, the gargling of the automatics, and the jumping wham of the 37. The Ichikis were stumbling now over heaps of slain comrades strewn along the sandbar. They were themselves slumping into loose, ungainly death, for the marine fire had been multiplied from upriver, where the guns had been swung seaward and trained on the sandspit. The last of the Ichikis were trapped. Marine mortars had drawn a curtain of fire behind them. Bullets ahead, shell bursts behind. Forward or backward was to die. Some chose the river, where American bullets still sought and found them, and where crocodiles found them in the morning. Some chose to run the gauntlet of guns along the shore, peeling off to the right at the barbed wire, dashing through the surf, only to be dropped where the incoming tide would roll their bodies and cover them with sand. Others chose the sea. They plunged into the water. They tried to swim back to the east, but it was now dawn, and their bobbing heads were visible targets for those marine riflemen who had left their pits and had thrown themselves flat to fire from the prone position. "Line 'em up and squeeze 'em off," roared Pollock, striding among his men. "Line 'em up and squeeze 'em off." The remainder of Colonel Ichiki's elite was being wiped out within the coconuts. "Cease fire," came the order, up and down the line. "Hold your fire. 1st Battalion coming through." Over the river, green-clad men were flitting through the coconuts. The 1st Battalion, first, had crossed the Tunaro upriver and had fanned out into a flanking skirmish line. Now they were working seaward. Downstream, Marine tanks rolled slowly over the sandspit. They reached the coconut grove and turned right. By nightfall, more than 700 Japanese bodies had been counted. There were 34 dead Marines and 75 wounded. The surviving Japanese had sought the treacherous sanctuary of the jungle, there to endure hunger, black nights, and the slow dissolution of the rainforest. They wandered leaderless, for Colonel Kione Ichiki had already tasted the fruits of victory. He burned his colors and shot himself through the head. 7. In all the Imperial Army, there was no commander who could surpass Lieutenant General Haruyoshi Hyakutake in the peculiar Japanese custom of celebrating defeat with a loud cry of victory. General Hyakutake knew all those euphemisms whereby a setback became a valiant advance, or the report of a rout reached the ears of the Emperor as a glorious withdrawal of unshaken discipline. But the affair of the Ichikis was unique. There was no euphemism at hand to describe annihilation. Undaunted, General Hyakutake sent Tokyo this message: the attack of the Ichiki detachment was not entirely successful. Then he drew up a plan for another attempt at recapturing Guadalcanal. This time he would use the surviving rear echelons of the Ichiki battalion, around 1,100 men, together with the 6,000-man brigade, commanded by Major General Kiyotake Kawaguchi. The Japanese have no rank of brigadier general. This force would land on Guadalcanal, supported by planes and ships of the combined fleet. The fact that it was still outnumbered by the 10,000 enemy troops to the south did not deter Hyakutake. He still refused to accept the Americans as worthy foemen. He believed the battle report that stated, "The American soldiers are extremely weak when they lack support of firepower. They easily raise their hands during battle, and when wounded they give cries of pain." So General Hyakutake ordered 5,000 Kawaguchis to join the remaining Ichikis on one of those nightly runs down the slot which the Marines were already calling the Tokyo Express. He sent them south with the battle cry, "Remember the Ichiki suicide." And they had to turn back. On August 25th, the day after the Japanese combined fleet met Admiral Fletcher's carriers in the Battle of the Eastern Solomons, the Japanese convoy was sighted north of Guadalcanal by bombers from Henderson Field. A Dauntless piloted by Lieutenant Larry Baldinis dove down to plant an egg forward on the big escort cruiser Jinso. She went staggering home, a smoke and a fire, while a Navy dive bomber and other Marines fell on the transport Kinryu Maru. They stopped her dead in the water, and when destroyer Mutsuki went to help her, they stopped Mutsuki too, leaving both ships to await the obliterating bombs of a flight of flying fortresses which followed up their attack. The remaining Japanese ships turned north and sailed to the Shortland Islands, where the soldiers debarked to board barges for a less ostentatious trip south. Henderson Field, meanwhile, had withstood the aerial assaults which had been planned to make way for these troops. On August 24th, the Marine fighter pilots shot down 11 Zero fighters and 10 bombers at a loss of 3 of their own planes. That date marked the beginning of the long, epic defense of Guadalcanal skies, which was to match the stand being made on the ground. From August 24th onward, Marine flyers began shooting down Zeros and twin-engine Betty bombers at a rate of from 6 to 8 kills for every one of their own men lost. They fought, of course, with the almost invariable assistance of Navy and Army airmen, but the Guadalcanal aerial war was in the main a Marine affair, fought by the self-styled nameless wonders of the bastard Air Force. These men were gulled almost nightly to hear the San Francisco radio speak of Navy fighters or Army bombers, while only the enemy might know who rode the cockpits of American aircraft or Allied planes. And it was a bastard Air Force, for if aerial combat is a gentleman's war, if it is clean, quick, and sporting to fight in the clouds with hot meals and soothing drinks and laundered bedsheets awaiting the survivors, this was not so on Guadalcanal. Here the flyboys were like the foot-sloggers. They lived next to Henderson Field, in the very center of the Japanese bullseye. They rose an hour before dawn. If they cared to eat that common gruel of wormy rice and canned spam that passed for meals on Guadalcanal, they ate it standing up, spooning the detestable slop out of borrowed mess gear. They gulped hot black coffee from canteen cups while bumping jeeps drove them through the darkness to the airstrip, where they warmed up planes that had to be towed from revetments by tractor. Then it was dawn, and they were roaring aloft, climbing high in the skies, sucking on oxygen. They went to battle in a sort of floating world where the only sounds were the roaring of their own motors and the hammering of their guns, where all the sights were the blind white mists of engulfing clouds, the sudden pain of reappearing sunlight bursting in the eyeballs, the swift dread glimpse of the red balls streaking by. If the Japanese patrol planes, which came over at night and were called Washing Machine Charlie, for the uneven beat of their motors failed to kill many of these pilots, they succeeded in keeping them awake. They circled the night sky for hours. When their gas was low and the patience of their victims nearly exhausted, they dropped their eggs and sauntered home, to be replaced by another Charlie, or far, far worse, to be supplanted by Louis the Louse. This was the name for all those scouting aircraft whose swaying flares heralded the arrival of the Tokyo Express off Guadalcanal. Louis's droning motors and his flares were all the warning given. Then the sea-lying darkness flashed, and the great naval shells wailed overhead, and these pilots, who were the very targets of the Japanese ships, were flung gasping out of their cots, while the roaring air squeezed their bodies like rubber dolls in the hand of a giant. Only after the warships were gone could the flyers of the bastard Air Force sleep. But they would rise again at dawn, greet the first light with scalding hot coffee, to dissolve the rice lying in the belly like stones, greet it with the barely comprehended news of more men killed, more men wounded, and the wreckage of their tiny Air Force strewn up and down their mangled airstrip. Still they flew on, taking to the skies in patched-up aircraft, flying wing to wing in that technique of fighting by pairs which they would bring to perfection. Within a week of their arrival, some of them were aces. By August 30th, Major John Smith had 5 little red balls painted on his Wildcat fighter. By nightfall, there were 4 more. August 30th was one of those rare days when only the Zeros came down to strike at Henderson Field. Major Smith shot one of them to earth quickly, coming in on the enemy pilot's rear and killing him in his cockpit before he knew he was under attack. Then Smith banked toward a Zero attacking his wingman. The red ball flashed full in Smith's sights. He pressed the button. The Zero flamed and crashed. Now a third Japanese fighter was coming up under Smith. His bullets were sewing stitches up and down his fuselage. Smith nosed over. He came at the Japanese head-on. A bullet struck Smith's windshield and whined past his ear. He kept his thumb on the button. The Zero was coming apart in chunks. The 2 planes roared toward collision. They tore past each other not 15 feet apart. Over his shoulder, Smith could see the Zero spinning down and its pilot bailing out. Then there was no time to watch, for the flowering of the parachute for Smith, running low on gas, had only a few rounds of bullets left for those 6 wing guns, and here he was, coming down on top of a 4th Zero, hedge-hopping along the shore. Smith skimmed over the coconuts with all guns blazing, and the Zero fell into the sea in flames. So it went into September, while the bastard Air Force's collective total climbed toward 100, while its fighters also flew the cover under which Major General Vandergrift withdrew the raiders and other troops from Tulagi to meet a fresh emergency. The Kawaguchis had slipped into eastern Guadalcanal by night barge and were marching through the jungle toward the gaps behind Henderson Field. 8. Major General Kiyotaki Kawaguchi had brought his dress whites to Guadalcanal with him. He had them in a trunk when his brigade landed at the village of Tasimboko, a mile or so west of the same Taivu area where Colonel Ichiki had landed. Kawaguchi had stowed the whites among his brigade's supplies at Tasimboko against that day when, with the rising sun again waving above the island airfield, with his silk uniform facings gleaming in the sun, his braided cap clapped over his balding head, his handlebar mustache ends twisted briskly to attention, he would turn his face toward the Emperor and the photographers. That had been September 6th. Next day, after posting a rear guard of about company strength in Tasimboko, General Kawaguchi strode off into the jungle in khakis, confident that his men had landed undetected, assured that Japanese air and sea power would keep the Americans engaged until he had slipped into position to spring his surprise attack the night of September 12th. By that time, too, his rear guard would have joined him with his supplies, his remaining guns, and, of course, the whites. Red Mike Edson and about 850 raiders came ashore near Tasimboko at dawn of September 8th. They landed a mile west of the village, supported by the shelling of destroyer transports and the strafing of Army P-400s. They turned right into the village, dueled briefly with gunners of Kawaguchi's rear guard, and then swept through Tasimboko on the heels of an enemy broken on the anvil of encirclement. They killed 27 Japanese at a loss of 2 of their own killed, 6 wounded, and now they had the village. They broke into a beer warehouse, only to find that the last battle had been issued the day before, whereupon they burned the warehouse down and the village with it. They towed a battery of Kawaguchi's guns into the sea, hurling the breech blocks into the water. They blew up supplies. They committed those unspeakable movements of spoliation upon the food, which caused one Japanese diarist to write, "It is maddening to be the recipient of these insulting attacks by American forces." And then Red Mike Edson's raiders found the fancy pants of Kiyotaki Kawaguchi and carried them back to the airfield in triumph. 2 days later, they were climbing a ridge to plug one of the gaps behind Henderson Field. That was where they were on the night of September 12th, when Kiyotaki Kawaguchi came furiously against Henderson Field, doubly determined to save his face, now that he had lost his pants. 9. Bald, but for its kunai grass, nameless and bumpy, the ridge rose like a long, thin island from the dark green sea of the jungle. It lay a short mile south of Henderson Field. It stretched perhaps 1,000 yards on a northwest-southeast slant. It could be bombed and shelled. It could be easily approached. It could be turned, be overrun, cut off. But whoever held the ridge commanded Henderson Field, and whoever held the airfield held Guadalcanal. It was here that Red Mike Edson brought his Marines on September 10th, after General Vandergrift received reports which told him that the payoff battle was impending. To the east of the Tenaru, patrols had found emplacements of Japanese mountain guns. They were carefully sighted in on the Marines' defenses and thoughtfully smeared with grease against the corrosion of the jungle. They were left unguarded or only protected by a single soldier, but Vandergrift had learned not to be baffled by the enemy's ways. He could judge now between what mattered and what seemed to matter. It mattered that these guns were new, not that they were undefended. That their sentries were well fed and well equipped, not that they were solitary. It mattered that the dump which Edson had destroyed at Tasimboko had been large, not that it was lightly guarded. It mattered that the Melanesian natives now swarming to the sanctuary of his perimeter were terribly frightened, not that their estimates of Japanese numbers were as usual unreliable. That they babbled of gunpoint forced labor on a tunnel southwest through the jungle, not that they had actually seen or had not seen the torture and murder of missionary priests and nuns. Vandergrift could now judge with certainty that the enemy had returned to Guadalcanal in force, that he was heavily armed, that he had lost his supplies and must therefore attack quickly, that he had disappeared to the southwest and was probably looking for a route to the airfield through one of the gaps behind it. That was why, on the 10th, Vandergrift sent Edson up to that ridge to plug the biggest gap. Also on the 10th, Vandergrift took the mounting fury of Japanese aerial bombardment to be one of the surest signs of approaching battle. But then, having judged the situation, he could not act. He could not maneuver, for he had only a single battalion in reserve. He could not reinforce Edson or plug other gaps, for his specialists, truck drivers, pioneers, and Amtrak men had already been formed into rifle battalions and sent to hold isolated strong points. Nor dared he strengthen the ridge by weakening other points already spread disastrously thin and held by troops already melting away with malaria. Next day, the 11th, there was help. 24 Navy fighters flew into Henderson Field, and rarely before had sailors been so warmly welcomed by Marines. There had been 46 Japanese bombers and fighters over the airfield that day, and the Marines were down to 11 planes. On the 11th, Major General Kawaguchi decided that the guns lost at Tasimboko meant that he would cancel a thrust at the Tanaru scheduled to coincide with his surprise attack. Otherwise, he would go ahead and surprise the Americans, whom his scouts had sighted on the ridge. On the 11th, the Marines on the ridge had their first mail call in 2 months. Major Kenneth Bailey, hardly recovered from his Tulagi wound, had gone over the hill from the hospital in New Caledonia and brought the outfit's mail with him. There were bundles of letters, hometown newspapers, food packages from home. The men grinned happily. At last they were getting a rest. They could read letters, munch pokey bait, loaf, or perhaps stroll up to the ridge crest to enjoy the spectacle of fierce dogfights growling over the airfield. They scattered when the Zeros sighted them and came snarling down with bullets digging up dirt, their empty cartridges tinkling to earth in a chilling fugue. Also on the 11th, Colonel Red Mike Edson scouted the jungle to his front and became alarmed at signs of an enemy buildup. On the 12th, he was among his men, softly urging them forward on the ridge, ordering them to stow their mail, dig in, string barbed wire. For this was it, as it had never been before. Red Mike had guessed that his men were bitter. They had fought at Tulagi, patrolled Savo, fought at Tasimboko. They had gambled against the law of averages, the only law that bound them, and had survived that awful lottery. Now, seeking the respite in which they might forget the mounting odds, they were being asked to toss their numbers in again. Their numbers. Not those of the other outfits below them, fresh outfits, fat outfits, outfits that had yet to risk the odds, but the raiders again, the Paramarines again. They cursed Red Mike for a glory hound. They muttered that he hung around Division to hunt up new assignments for the outfit, more medals for himself. But they dug. Soon only a singularly stupid man wasted his breath cursing the brass. He saved it for the moment he had struck his pick mattock on the ridge shale and the frail tool snapped in his hands, or when the barbed wire tore his flesh and left it festering and unbandaged, for no adhesive tape would stick to bodies slippery with sweat. They fortified the southern nose of the ridge, where it sank into the jungle between steep wooded ravines, falling away to right and left. In the right ravine, a company was strung out a half-mile west to the Longa River. On the left, another line stretched east a similar distance and ended with an exposed flank in the jungle. The men in the ravines cut fields of fire, strung single strands of wire from tree to tree. On the ridge, artillery observation posts were set up, machine guns emplaced, reserve companies put into position. The aerial battle began over Henderson Field again, and the shriek of diving airplanes, the sharp cracking of the anti-aircraft bursts, the hammering of guns, and wailing of bombs took on dread significance for these Marines. The Betty bombers laid sticks of eggs all down the long axis of their ridge. Then the clamor of aerial battle ended, and the ridge became silent, but for the clinking of picks, the rasping of shovels, the soft urgent calls attuned to gathering dusk. Men straightening on the ridge could see the last flights of parakeets skimming over the jungle roof, the brilliance of their plumage vanishing with the fading light. Night came clear and moonless. The jungle seemed to flow around the ridge like a silent, dark sea. Men in the ravines squeezed their eyes tight shut to accustom them to the night, and were startled to hear the cry of the bird which barked like a dog, the crack of the bird, whose call was as the clapping of wood blocks. The ridge was ready. At 9 o'clock that night, a green flare fell from a Japanese patrol plane droning over Henderson Field. A half-hour later, a Japanese cruiser and 3 destroyers stood off the mouth of the Lunga to pound the ridge with 8- and 5-inch shells. In 20 minutes more, a rocket rose in front of the Marines on the right or Lunga side of the ridge. Firecrackers exploded, random shots rang out, mortars fell, and the Kawaguchis struck with a howl. They had marched down the bank of the Lunga, swung right toward the ridge, and then, silhouetted in the swaying light of their parachute flares, had come sprinting on in waves. Grenadiers first, riflemen, light machine gunners, coming in columns stretching as far back as the Marines could see. They came on to a cadenced slapping of rifle butts, a rising, rhythmic chant. U.S. Marines be dead tomorrow. U.S. Marines be dead tomorrow. They drove the raiders back. In the blackness that followed the dying flares, they split the center of Edson's lines, sliced off a platoon to the far right flank, cut communications wire, and moved down the Lunga to attempt an encirclement. If General Kawaguchi had chosen to follow quickly upon that first shattering rush, he might have overwhelmed the ridge. But his men merely flowed up against its right side, thrashing about in the jungle that had engulfed them, tripped them, confused them, once they had left the straight going of the riverbank. The battle that had been joined so swiftly became fragmented almost immediately. Groups of Marines struggling to restore their lines blundered into groups of Japanese, milling about, trying to cut fields of fire in the undergrowth. The shooting was wild. The grenades fell among friend as well as foe. The bayonet jabbed against the sound of a strange tongue and found only air. It was a battle fought beyond the direction of either commander. Even a fresh Japanese naval bombardment after midnight did not drastically alter the deadlock established after the first fierce charge. It smoldered on until daybreak, a mindless fight, but it ended in a victory for General Kawaguchi. His men had cut communications between the Marine companies and forced them back. They spent the daylight of the 13th fortifying their positions for the final blow that night. Red Mike Edson's men were stunned. They stumbled as they walked, lifting their feet high as though fatigue had weighted them with lead. They mumbled as they talked, licking cracked, dry lips with swollen tongues. They had been thrown back, and they did not like to remember it. They had attempted to drive off the Japanese with a morning counterattack, but they had failed again. They had expected to be relieved or reinforced by the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Marines, but intermittent attacks on Henderson Field had kept this force under cover. The men of the 5th could not reach the ridge until dusk, after the dogfights over Henderson Field ended and enemy guns from land and sea had fallen silent. Even then, they would only be able to take up supporting positions. It was up to 400 men, holding a shortened line 1,800 yards long against 4,000 Japanese. 1 man every 5 yards against 10 of the enemy. Red Mike Edson gathered a small group of men in late afternoon, a few minutes after they had eaten their first food since the day before, and he spoke to them like a professional. "This is it," he said softly. "It is useless to ask ourselves why. It is we who are here. We are here. There is only us between the airfield and the Japs. If we don't hold, we will lose Guadalcanal." The men returned to their gun pits, but this time there was no cursing. Major General Kayotaki Kawaguchi had lost more men than he had anticipated, but he had successfully forced his way past that deadly American firepower. He was in close, where the spiritual power of Bushido was unstoppable. His men had been pleased to hear the sound of friendly bombs falling upon the Americans. Tonight he would attack earlier than usual. He wanted to have the airfield cleared of Americans before Admiral Mikawa's cruisers arrived at midnight. Then the honor of retaking Guadalcanal would belong to the Army. Also, he had ordered the Yashitari Battalion, then east of the Tanaru, to strike the river line at midnight. Then he, Kiyotaki Kawaguchi, would wield his 3 battalions right or east from the airfield and crush the Tanaru Americans from the rear. General Kawaguchi sent a radio message to Tokyo. It was not as premature as had been the diary entry of Colonel Ichiki, but it did suggest that if Radio Tokyo were to announce the recapture of the airfield, Major General Kayotaki Kawaguchi would back them to the hilt on it. At 6:30 that night, he attacked. Gas! Smoke rolled over the Marine right, again the flares, again the jabbering, and again that voice, precise and un-American. "Gas attack!" But there was no gas. It was only smoke, only another Japanese trick, and the Marines held to their holes until more flares had made a ghoulish day of the night, and from 75 yards away the jungle spewed forth platoon after platoon of short, tan shapes. But now the Marines were screaming their own coarse epithets at the onrushing enemy. They were firing. The Japanese were falling. Still they came on, a full battalion rushing a right flank held by less than 100 Marines, and this time they were shooting from the hip as they came. Again the Japanese closed and fragmented that right flank. Quickly they cut off a platoon and surrounded it. The Marines fought back individually. PFC Jimmy Corzine caught sight of 4 Japs setting up a machine gun on a commanding knob. He rushed them. He bayoneted their leader, and as the others fled, turned the enemy gun on them, killed them, and fired on until he himself was killed. Edson's right was in serious trouble. Captain John Sweeney's Company B had been cut into small pockets among a surging sea of enemy. He had lost his right flank platoon. He was down to less than 60 men, and on his left a mortar barrage and another headlong rush of the Kawaguchis had driven the Paramarines back. Captain Torgerson took command of the retreating Paramarines. He rushed among the knots of men drifting back along the ridge spine. He held roll call. He singled the men out by name. He taunted them to go forward, and they did. They drove out through a rain of Japanese hand grenades, throwing themselves on the bare slopes to fire, to set up machine guns. The Japanese singled out the Marine machine guns, dropping grenades on them from the little launchers or knee mortars they carried forward, strapped to their legs. Sergeant Keith Perkins scurried over the ridge, hunting grenades and ammunition for his 2 machine guns. One by one his gunners fell or were wounded. Perkins jumped on his last gun. He fired. He was killed. The Paramarines were hanging on to what remained of the left flank as Red Mike Edson came forward on the ridge and tried to make telephone contact with Captain Sweeney's Company B, alone on the right. A voice came through. "Our situation here, Colonel Edson, is excellent. Thank you, sir." Edson swore softly. It was a Japanese. They had cut his wire. How to reach Sweeney? Edson seized the brass-lung corporal and spoke rapidly. The corporal darted forward on the ridge. He cupped his hands to his mouth and bellowed, "Red Mike says it's okay to pull back." Sweeney heard and gathered the remnant of his company. Slowly, taking a raking fire, grenades, they fought back to the ridge. On top of the ridge, Edson and Major Bailey were rallying their men with insults and taunts, trying to drive them forward with those irrational shouts, which often halt those rational drifts to the rear. Edson was now within 10 yards of his foremost machine gun. He lay on his belly with his arm curled around his hand telephone, sometimes lifted and slammed to earth by the force of enemy mortar blasts. He saw a knot of men milling around aimlessly. He rose and rushed at them, screaming as he pointed toward the Japanese. "The only thing they have that you don't is guts." He led them to new positions, for he was shortening his lines, while Bailey ran among other reluctant raiders, seizing them individually by the arm. "You," he snarled, "do you want to live forever?" It had been said by Dan Daly in Belleau Wood, and had been mocked by a generation, but now it was being flung in American teeth once more, and it could still sting. They went forward again to dig in, to hurl the grenades rushed to them by Bailey, to draw a shallow horseshoe on the center of the ridge and await the full fury of the Kawaguchi Brigade now massing for the final rush. Red Mike Edson had called for artillery. With him to spot the enemy was a private named Watson. He would be Second Lieutenant Watson in the morning, in reward for the hell he called down from the heavens. The shells came whistling in from the 11th Marines' 105mm pack howitzers a half-mile back. They fell in a curtain of steel, not 200 yards from that desperate last horseshoe of defense. They shook the Marine defenders, squeezed their breath away, but they made a flashing white slaughter among the Kawaguchis. When the Japanese commanders fired rocket signals for attack, Watson marked them and directed redoubled shelling on the enemy breaking for the ridge. They were blown apart. The night was made hideous with their screams, and those who passed that dreadful line were either cut down by Marine fire or beaten to the earth by clubbed rifles and bayonets. It was now 11:30, and Red Mike Edson had contacted his general and told him he would hold. Just before midnight, Admiral Mikawa's warships reached Guadalcanal. They heard firing to the south of the airfield. They began cruising about, awaiting General Kawaguchi's flare signaling recapture of the airfield. Then they heard firing to the east. The Ishitari Battalion had attacked the Tenaro. They struck through a field of kunai grass against the weapons and barbed wire of the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. They were caught halfway across by the massed firing of Marine 75mm howitzers. The Ishitaris were broken. They reformed and came again. The guns roared. Marine tanks joined the riflemen. The Ishitaris were driven off. Admiral Mikawa was bewildered. The firing to the east had subsided. There was only a fitful crackling of gunfire in the southern hills. There was still no flare, and it was getting dangerously close to the dawn that would make him visible to American bombers. Admiral Mikawa gave up and sailed home. It was daybreak on the ridge. A rosy sun was rising almost directly to the left of the Marine front, lighting the battle that was now over. There was only an occasional shot, the boom of a grenade on a booby-trapped body. 600 Japanese lay sprawled on the ridge slopes, or were faintly visible in the ravines below. Souvenir hunters were already moving warily among the bodies. Major Bailey was receiving treatment for another wound. Red Mike Edson's men were being relieved by the 2nd Battalion, 5th. Slow-flying Army Airacobras rose from the airfield to harry the retreating enemy. Mopping up began in the jungle and far to the Marines' rear among those Japanese who had infiltrated. 4 of these infiltrators rushed into General Vandergrift's headquarters with the cry, "Banzai!" They were shot down, but only after a Marine sergeant had died of a sword thrust. There was also a brief flare-up to the west, where Japanese daylight attack across the Matanikau River was hurled back. By daybreak, the main battle, that which the Marines were already calling Bloody Ridge, was over. There were 40 dead Marines and 104 wounded, against a Japanese toll which would rise far above the 600 dead at Bloody Ridge, the 250 who fell at the Tenaru, the 100-odd destroyed at the Matanikau. For General Kawaguchi had already begun a cruel march south through the jungle, a terrible red-trailed retreat, of which one of his officers wrote, "I cannot help from crying when I see the sight of these men, marching without food for 4 or 5 days, and carrying the wounded through the curving and sloping mountain trails. The wounds couldn't be given adequate medical treatment. There wasn't a one without maggots. Many died." And yet Bloody Ridge marked only the end of the beginning, a fact made plain to the Marines by a Japanese prisoner who stood among his slaughtered countrymen and said, "Make no matter about us dead, more will come. We never stop coming. Soon you all be Japanese." 10. September 15, the day after the Battle of Bloody Ridge, gave proof that the high superiors of that Japanese prisoner were truly determined to keep coming. On that day, an American fleet was hit hard in Torpedo Junction, a 640-mile stretch of the Coral Sea between Guadalcanal and Espiritu Santo, which abounded in Japanese submarines. The Japanese subs attacked the carriers Wasp and Hornet, the fast new battleship North Carolina, 7 cruisers and 13 destroyers, in effect the American Pacific Fleet. Fortunately, a prudent decision by Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner deprived the Japs of juicier prey, the 6 transports carrying the 7th Marine Regiment from Espiritu to Guadalcanal. The day before, a big Kawanishi flying boat was spotted tracking the task force. Turner sent the transports back to Espiritu that night. Next day, the 15th, a blue, cloudless, tropic day, the red-bowled Japanese subs struck at the Americans sailing in 2 sections about a half-dozen miles apart. Mighty North Carolina shuddered as a Japanese fish smashed her side. She turned and went streaking south. Little O'Brien staggered after her, only to fall apart and sink before she could reach port. Hornet and the others got away, but Wasp took 3 torpedoes. She burned brightly beneath the red glow of twilight on September 15th, and then she went under. Beneath the same red sky in Tokyo, high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army and Navy reported the results to cheering thousands in Honomiya Stadium. They also reported the news of the recapture of the Guadalcanal airfield, and then to bursts of thunderous applause came this announcement: "And the stranded 10,000 Marines, victims of Roosevelt's gesture, have been practically wiped out." It was a great day in Tokyo, and at Rabaul, Lieutenant General Haruyoshi Hayakatate, gratified to hear that his humble part in the victory had not been overlooked, turned to tidying up his triumph. Hayakatate was going to use all the 20,000 soldiers then available to him to dispose of the remaining Marines. He would be sure this time, for reports filtering back to Rabaul from the Kawaguchi suggested that these Marines did not conform to the Imperial Staff manual descriptions of Americans. They were beasts, the refuse of jails and insane asylums. They drank blood. They cut off the arms of their prisoners and staked their bodies to the earth. Then they drove over them in steamrollers. No, Hayakatate would not gamble again. He would send all the Sendai Division. Advance units would go down the slot in fast destroyer transports. They would be followed by the Sendai's commander, Lieutenant General Masao Maruyama, then the main body aboard slower transports, next the combined aerial and sea power of the Imperial Navy, and finally by Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Hayakatate, who would sail down in October in time to accept the American surrender. In the third week of September, the Tokyo Express began running troops to Guadalcanal again. There were now 23,000 Marines on Guadalcanal, for the 7th Regiment had come in. Becoming bold in the wake of the Torpedo Junction disaster, Kelly Turner had turned the 6 transports around while still at sea and started them for Guadalcanal again. Under cover of hazy skies, assisted by the plastering of Rabaul by Army bombers, the transports sailed through Torpedo Junction on the 16th and 17th and arrived off Lungo Roads at Guadalcanal before dawn of September 18th. A few minutes before 6, the men of the 7th began coming ashore. Now bolstered by 4,262 fresh men and more of his combat troops coming over from Tulagi, Major General Alexander Vandegrift changed his style of defense. The system of strong points, with artillery covering their gaps, was abandoned in favor of a ring around Henderson Field and the new fighter strip. It meant spreading a lot of men thin. It meant defending every point but weakly, as opposed to defending some vital points but strongly. And thus, it would also mean that wherever the enemy attacked, he would be hitting with the most against Vandegrift's least. It was an old-fashioned defense, as surely outdated by artillery as the longbow had made an anachronism of mounted knights. But the Japanese artillery had been as ineffectual as the Marines had been superb. So Vandegrift drew his ring around Henderson Field. With barbed wire, axes, shovels, sandbags, machetes, and bulldozers now in abundance, his men began building a tight, bristling defensive ring which would lead one Japanese officer to snort that U.S. Marines were actually not true jungle fighters because they always cut the jungle down. The cordon followed approximately the same oval-shaped dispositions as the old beachhead line, 3,500 yards deep and 7,500 yards wide, but all the gaps were plugged, especially the big ones to the south of the airfield. Coconut groves rang to the strokes of the axe. Big trees came crashing down, were chopped into sections and dragged over wide, sandbagged holes. More sandbags went atop the logs, and over this were planted clumps of grass. In that lush, growing, moist heat, the grass quickly took root, and the rough-hewn pillboxes took on the appearance of low hummocks. Fields of fire, that is, cleared lanes between the guns and the enemy, were burned out in the grass or hacked out in the jungle. Apron after apron of barbed wire was strung until many of the Marine fronts were as wicked laceworks of glittering black wire and tan, charred grass. Riflemen learned to dig Japanese spider holes, those vertical foxholes in which a man could stand to fight. Mortarmen sandbagged their heaps of shells. Booby traps were fashioned of hand grenades with partially loosened pins attached to tripwires. Machine gunners set up interlocking crossfires or registered their guns for night firing. Artillerymen plotted the fronts, registered the trails, marked the likely assembly areas. As the men worked, barely nourished by 2 daily meals of wormy rice, daily patrols went winding into the jungle. Patrols were the eyes and ears of that line of defense, the feelers that went out daily, east, south, and west, probing for the presence of the enemy. They went out in groups of a dozen men, occasionally in company strength. They were lightly armed. The men carried only a canteen of water. They fastened their gear tight to prevent telltale clinks. They daubed their faces with mud, adorned their blouses and helmets with branches, and moved out slowly, hugging the trails to right and left, with intervals of a dozen feet between them, listening for the sudden cry of birds that might betray a lurking enemy, moving at a crawling, crab-like rhythm, at a pace so maddeningly slow that tension became multiplied, all the sounds so magnified that the rustling of a lizard might echo in helmet-muffled ears like the movement of a human body. Patrols moved warily because ambushes were frequent during September. On one of them, a company scouting the Lunga south of the perimeter was struck by a sudden storm of fire. Men could hear Japanese calling from the jungle, "Come here, please! Come here, please!" Private Jack Morrison saw Marines slump to earth around him. He felt white-hot pain sear his arm and his chest. He shouted in agony and toppled into a bush, his body obscured by undergrowth, his feet sticking out over the trail. To his right, along the riverbank, a Marine had fallen behind a log. He was moaning aloud. Behind him, hidden in a foxhole, was another Marine. He was PFC Harry Dunn. He was not wounded. He was playing dead, for in the complete surprise and success of that assault, the ambushed company had pulled back down the trail. It was late afternoon, and Morrison lay in the bush, listening to the Japanese running about, jabbering to each other as they hunted down the wounded and bayoneted them. Great, retching waves of pain swept over his body, but he ground his teeth and kept silent. He had heard the Marine behind the log moan. He had seen the Jap jump over the log with upraised bayonet, had seen it slam down, once, twice, and had heard no more moaning. Sometimes a merciful blackness engulfed Morrison. He would pass out, returning to the agony of consciousness, pass out again. He could feel the blood oozing from his wounds, sensed the strength leaving him. His thirst was a torment. Still he dared not move, not even after night had fallen, for the enemy was still active. Toward midnight he felt a presence alongside him. A hand came over his mouth. He stiffened in terror, then relaxed to hear the voice whisper in his ear, "It's all right. It's me, Harry Dunn." Slowly, gently, Dunn pulled Morrison away from the trail and into a thicket. He took off the wounded youth's shirt and tried to bind his wounds, but there was so much blood the shirt became soaked and was useless. Dunn threw it away. Dunn crept out of the thicket in search of water, for both men's canteens were empty. He crawled to the dead Marine behind the log, but the body had been completely looted. Helmet, weapon, belt, canteen, all were gone. Dunn looked to his right. He could see the Lunga gleaming darkly. He could hear the wavelets lapping her shores, but he dared not break for it. He would have to cross a clearing in full view of the Japanese, still moving about the riverbank, still calling out loudly to one another. Dunn crawled back to Morrison in the thicket. They lay there through the night, through the entire next day, among the swarming mosquitoes and crawling ants, while the terrible sweet stench of decaying flesh rose from the lumps that had been their comrades, while their tongues swelled in their mouths, and while Morrison burned in the fire of his pain, and Dunn kept his hand clamped over his mouth to stifle his groans. At last it was night again, and the Japanese had moved upriver. Dunn dragged Morrison down to the river. He pulled him behind a log, caught in the shore underbrush, and lowered him gently into the water. Then he lay down and rolled over, opening his mouth, allowing the river water to caress his burning palate. Morrison drank too, for the first time in 2 days. Now Dunn had Morrison on his back. He was crawling down the riverbank toward the sea and the marine lines, keeping well inshore for fear of the crocodiles prowling the Lunga, yet shying clear of the enemy-infested jungle. He stopped frequently to rest and crawled on again. Sometimes Morrison mumbled wildly in his delirium. Sometimes he sank into unconsciousness. Occasionally Dunn would also lose his senses, but he would awaken and crawl on. At daybreak they reached the marine lines. Still bleeding, Morrison was rushed to the airfield and quickly evacuated to a base hospital. Dunn was taken to a field hospital, carried there, for he had passed out from exhaustion. It was no longer the Bastard Air Force, but Cactus Air Force, so called after the code word for Guadalcanal. It was under the command of a grizzled white bear of a brigadier general named Roy Geiger. He was a flying general, a pioneer of marine aviation who had flown as a captain in World War I. General Geiger was also a student of land warfare. On Guadalcanal, he consistently visited the front lines to study Vandegrift's dispositions. Geiger would one day become the only Marine to command an American army, but in those late September days on Guadalcanal, he was still bringing Marine air power to its maturity. Geiger came into Guadalcanal September 3rd on the first transport plane to reach Henderson Field. Shortly afterward, he was promoted to Major General. He took up headquarters in a wooden shack called the Pagoda and located only 200 yards from the main runway. He quickly became known as the Old Man to that youthful flying fraternity which made up his command. For Cactus Air Force was actually a band of brothers who looked so much alike on the ground, the faces of each obscured in the shadow of identical long-billed blue baseball caps, the left breast of each bulky with the same automatic pistol stuffed into the same shoulder holster, strapped over identical faded khaki shirts, that it was not surprising to see them fighting like wing-joined twins in the skies. Geiger's men had learned never to dogfight a Zero. The Japanese fighter planes were too fast, too maneuverable. They would be in on the Wildcat's tail and firing away. But the Wildcats had the armor and the firepower, and if one of them was no match for 1 Zero, Two of them fighting together could take on 5 enemy. They watched each other's tails, firing quick 6-gun bursts at the attacking Zeros, and because the Japanese planes had thin skins and no self-sealing gas tanks, they flamed easily. The Marines had learned other things, among them the necessity of wiping their guns free of oil, lest they freeze at altitudes above 25,000 feet, and the danger of coming in behind a bomber's tail guns. They contented themselves with making overhead passes at the bombers, flashing past protecting Zeros with quick bursts, then diving for safety in a pullout. And while the Wildcats were mastering the Zero, which had once been the scourge of the Pacific, slaughtering the Marine Buffaloes at Midway, Cactus Air Force's Dauntless dive bombers and Avenger torpedo bombers ranged up the slot to fulfill Vandegrift's requests for strikes on the Tokyo Express. On September 21st, Lieutenant Colonel Albert Cooley led the bombers against the destroyer Kajiro while she landed troops at Kamimbo Bay, a point roughly 30 miles west of the Marine perimeter. On September 22nd, the bombers hit the Japanese massing point of Isao, a few miles north of Kamimbo Bay. One of the dive bombers was flown by 57-year-old Roy Geiger. He had become angered when his men complained that the runway was so packed with bomb blasts they could not take off safely. He lumbered from the pagoda, squeezed his bulk into a Dauntless cockpit, and roared north to drop a 1,000-pounder on the enemy. That same date, more bombers went after destroyer transports in a night attack. On September 24th, Cooley's planes bombed and strafed destroyer transports Kawakaze and Umikaze in Kamimbo Bay. But the troops were getting ashore, and this, together with patrol reports of increasing buildups to the west, convinced General Vandegrift that before the Japanese could gather all their strength, he had better break them up. He attacked. Vandegrift had 2 reasons for striking the Japanese west of the Matanikau River. He wanted to break them up before they could cross to the east bank, from which they could punish Henderson Field with their artillery and prepare an assault on his line of Kukum. And he wanted to occupy the east of the inner bank of the river himself. On September 23rd, Vandegrift ordered his famous jungle fighter, Lieutenant Colonel Louis Puller, to take his 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, on reconnaissance in force into the hills south and west of the perimeter. The scouting expedition was to end by September 26th, on which date the Raider Battalion, now under Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Griffith, was to cross the Matanikau River at its mouth and march about 10 miles farther west to the village of Kukumbona. The idea was that the raiders could set up a patrolling base at Kukumbona. All this was to be preliminary to Vandegrift's attack. Nothing was heard from Puller until, on the night of September 24th, he reported meeting the enemy near Grassy Knoll, about 4 miles south of the western half of the perimeter, and losing 7 men killed and 25 wounded in the fight that followed. Because of the rugged terrain, it required 4 men to carry back each of the stretchers on which the 18 seriously wounded lay. Vandegrift sent Puller the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, and told him he was on his own as far as continuing his mission or withdrawing was concerned. The wounded were placed in the care of 2 companies from Puller's own battalion under Major Ortho Rogers. Then Puller led the rest of his force west of the Matanikau. The night of September 24th, Puller's force bivouacked just short of the Matanikau's east bank. Next morning, the Marines reached the river and turned right or north to work down its east bank to the sea. In early afternoon, still several hundred yards short of the river mouth, mortar shells fell on them from enemy positions across the river and near the coast. The Marines took cover and gradually crept down to the mouth of the Matanikau, but every attempt to cross the river was repulsed. And now the raiders, who were to cross the Matanikau on their march to Kukumbona that very same day, were obviously unable to do so. Vandegrift sent them up the east bank of the river. They were to move inland or south about 2,000 yards until they came to a log crossing just beneath a fork in the river. They would cross there and come down on the Japanese right flank. This action was to begin the following day, September 27th, with support from the air and from Marine artillery. It began, but as the raiders approached the log bridge, they were pinned to the ground by Japanese who had crossed the Matanikau at that point during the night and had occupied the east bank. The gallant Major Bailey was killed here, and the Japanese kept the raiders pinned down and cut them up with mortars. Back at his headquarters, Vandegrift was under the impression that the raiders had crossed the river and were now engaging the enemy on the west bank. He thought his planned strike at the Japanese right flank was taking place, so he sent the companies under Major Rogers on an amphibious thrust at the Japanese left. They were to go west of the Kukumbona vicinity by boat that same day. They were to land there and cut off the defeated enemy's retreat. The Marines, under Major Rogers, shoved off, just as the first of 3 waves of Zeros and bombers swept overhead. Destroyer Ballard, which was to deliver supporting fire, was forced to flee. Still the Marines went west, but when they came ashore, they were far short of Kukumbona. They were at Point Cruz, a small peninsula just west of the Matanikau and just north or behind the Japanese left. The Marines went in without radio, without naval gunfire, and before they had gone 500 yards, they were blasted by Japanese mortars, and Major Rogers was killed. An enemy column came from the Matanikau's west bank and struck them. The Marines took refuge on the top of a ridge, and the Japanese moved in between them and the sea and began pounding them with mortars. Now Vandegrift had 3 battalions in trouble, and the last one was out of contact. HELP. Lieutenant Dale Leslie could not be sure. He was flying his Dauntless west of the Matanikau on station for the aerial support planned against the Japanese there, and this could be another enemy trick. Leslie peered over the side of his plane. There it was, HELP, spelled out with something white, maybe T-shirts. Leslie passed the word to the 5th Marines, with whom he was in radio contact. The 5th contacted Vandegrift, and a rescue by sea was set in motion. Ballard went west along the coast again. She stood off Point Cruz. Her officers saw a Marine leap up on a ridge about 500 yards inland. He was waving his arms, making semaphore signals. The waving Marine was Sergeant Robert Raysbrook, standing erect amid Japanese bullets. His signals told Ballard's officers that the Japanese stood between the Marine ridge and the beach. Ballard's 5-inchers boomed, striking the Japanese, cutting a swath of safety for the Marines. One of the batteries of Marine artillery, which was to support the attack at the river mouth, raised sights and battered the nose of Point Cruz, which jutted into the water east of the besieged ridge and which could hold enemy gunners. The Marines came down the ridge, taking heavy enemy fire. The Japanese rushed close. Sergeant Tony Malinowski turned to cover his company's withdrawal. He took on the onrushing Japanese with his bar. He was never seen again. But his comrades got down the hill. Now they were at the beach. The Japanese set up an interlocking fire of machine guns. They swept the beach. Casualties mounted. The Marines threw up a defensive perimeter, while a Coast Guardsman named Donald Monroe led the first wave of boats through the surf. They got in, though Monroe was killed, winning a posthumous Medal of Honor. But the second wave hesitated. Lieutenant Leslie nosed his Dauntless down again. He came in with a roar, flying low, shepherding the faltering boats shoreward, spraying bullets as he banked to climb for the return swoop. The Marines got out, with all of their 23 wounded, but not all of their 24 dead. It was a daring rescue, compounded of ingenuity and courage, and it served to take some of the sting out of the Marines' defeat at the Matanikau. Defeat it was, for Vandegrift shortly afterward called all his forces back from the river. He had lost 60 dead and 100 wounded, and his repulse had been the result of bad intelligence and piecemeal commitment of forces, tactics that had heretofore characterized only the Japanese operations. But Cactus Air Force was still master of the aerial enemy. By the end of September, General Geiger's flyers had 171 Japanese kills to their credit. There were 19 little red bowls painted on Major Smith's Wildcat, and Smitty had won the Medal of Honor. So had Major Bob Gaylor, who shot down 13 enemy planes, who might have destroyed more if he had not been knocked down 3 times himself. Captain Marion Carl's string had been run up to 16 after the interruption of a jungle crash. So the second month on Guadalcanal ended with the Marines on the ground bruised, but still capable of more battle, and with those in the skies steadily whittling enemy air power. And then it was October. 11. October was the month of the dreadful rains, the month of decision and change, of unending battle between men and ships and airplanes, the month of the night of the battleships, of Dugout Sunday, of Pistol Pete, the month when Americans on Guadalcanal were still hanging on, while other Americans in Washington were backing off. By day, the Marines strengthened their lines, sent out patrols, rushed in supplies and troops, or flew from the airfield to break up those aerial attacks which the enemy launched by day to clear the way for his movement at night. At night, the Marines lay still in their holes, peering into the rain-swept darkness, knowing that destroyers were disgorging troops to the west, or that great dark shapes were gliding into the bay, and that at any moment the silence might be shattered by the thundering of guns and the yelling of a new attack. On each of these early October nights, the Tokyo Express brought an average of 900 troops to the island. On the night of October 4th, they landed Lieutenant General Masao Maruyama. Maruyama was a disciplinarian and was a proud man, with haughty chin and an aristocratic nose beneath which ran a thin line of mustache as supercilious as a raised eyebrow. He was easily irritated, and he was displeased with what he found on Guadalcanal. Colonel Akinosuke Oka should not have allowed the American Marines to get away so cheaply on September 27th. More, he should not have permitted the Ichiki and Kawaguchi survivors he commanded to mingle with the men of the Sendai's fresh 4th Regiment and spread their tales of horror among them. The 4th had arrived first from Rabaul. It had come ashore on Guadalcanal and reached Cucumbona, Maruyama's headquarters, with its men full of vigor and splendidly equipped. Apart from his weapon, each man was supplied 2 pairs of trousers, 2 shirts, gloves, camouflage helmet cover, and split-toed shoes. His pack bulged, not with uncooked rice, but with canned fish or beef, canned vegetables, even a ration of hard candy. None of the old whiskey looted from the Philippines had yet come down to Guadalcanal for the troops, but there would certainly be beer for them later and sake for the officers. But Oka had allowed these excellent men to mingle with the scarecrows bequeathed them by General Kawaguchi. Those who were not prostrate with malaria or malnutrition had been telling horrible stories of Guadalcanal to the men of the 4th. On October 5th, General Maruyama received a letter written by a soldier of the 4th and intercepted by his commanding officer. It said, "The news I hear worries me. It seems as if we have suffered considerable damage and casualties. They might be exaggerated, but it is pitiful. Far away from our home country, a fearful battle is raging. What these soldiers say is something of the supernatural and cannot be believed as human stories." Lieutenant General Masao Maruyama issued a general order which said, "From now on, the occupying of Guadalcanal Island is under the observation of the whole world. Do not expect to return, not even one man, if the occupation is not successful. Everyone must remember the honor of the Emperor. Fear no enemy, yield to no material matters, show the strong points as of steel or of rocks, and advance valiantly and ferociously. Hit the enemy opponents so hard they will not be able to get up again." Then, while awaiting the arrival of his other troops, the 16th and 29th Regiments, his heavy artillery and a few thousand men of a naval landing force brigade, General Maruyama went to work planning an advance across the Matanikau. He too had seized the importance of the east bank. He would need it to gain room for the jumping off of his main attack. He ordered Colonel Juro Nakugama to take the 4th across the river in the early morning dark of October 7th. Then Maruyama began searching his maps for that point most suitable to receive the surrender of the American General Vandegrift. Although the detail of a surrender point escaped him, Alexander Vandegrift also studied maps of the Matanikau that afternoon of October 5th. He still believed that he could not allow the Japanese west of the river to build their forces unmolested. His earlier setback had only impressed upon him the need of using a force large enough to destroy the enemy. He decided to use 5 full battalions, led by Red Mike Edson, now commander of the 5th, and Colonel Wild Bill Whaling of the Special Scout Snipers Group. They would attack on October 7th. On October 6th, the Japanese 4th Regiment's approach march from Cucumbona to the Matanikau was broken up by Marine aircraft. The men took cover. At night, Colonel Nakaguma ordered them forward to the west bank of the river. They dug in. They would cross in the early morning. Meanwhile, Nakaguma sent 3 of his companies downstream to the river mouth. They crossed there. On October 7th, Colonel Edson's force reached the east bank of the Matanikau mouth. The 3rd Battalion, 5th, joined the battle with Nakaguma's 3 companies which had crossed to the east bank. The Marines pressed the Japanese back, slowly containing them. Edson asked for reinforcements. Vandegrift sent the raiders into their last battle. Commanded by Major Silent Lou Wolfe of the 5th Marines, the raiders helped push the enemy into a pocket. During the night, the Japanese attempted to break out. They were destroyed. Upriver, on October 7th, Colonel Whaling's men were unable to cross until nightfall, at which time they turned right to face the sea themselves on the west bank, the Edson forces on the east bank. On October 8th it rained. Water poured from skies so dark that the jungle became a murk of gloom. Both sides were mired in a slop of mud. On October 9th, the coast watchers up north sent word of a great invasion force making up in Rabaul. Vandegrift was forced to shave his ambitions. Even though Whaling's men had begun to make good progress seaward that day, and Edson was across the Matanikau, Vandegrift decided that he would not strike at Cucumbona, but be content with battering the enemy in the Point Cruz Matanikau village area before withdrawing to the east bank of the river and fortifying it. It was then that the 1st Battalion, 7th, was ordered out on reconnaissance again. Louis Burwell Puller was the battalion commander's full name, but he was simply Chesty to his men. This was the famous Chesty Puller, who had already bloodied his battalion in the Matanikau defeat and who had chafed at the order to withdraw. He was a man of only 5 feet 6 inches in height, but with an enormous rib cage stuck on a pair of matchstick legs, the barrel chest crowned by a great commanding head with strong outthrust jaw. At 44, Puller was only a light colonel, for in him there was none of the guile that slips up the ladder of promotion. Chesty had become notorious among brother officers for insisting that regimental staffs were too large and the distance between command posts and front lines was too long. When he came to Guadalcanal leading the 1st Battalion, 7th, he was already legendary for battles which had won him 2 Navy Crosses and for a salty tongue which had won him the affection of his men. Asked why the Nicaragua patrols were slow, he had snapped, "Because of the officer bedroll." Shown his first flamethrower, he had growled, "Where do you fit the bayonet on it?" Flunked out of Pensacola Flying School, on the unique report glides too flat, skids on turns, climbs too fast, he had merely been relieved that he might return to the riflemen, where all the fightin's on foot. And now he was on foot again, during the afternoon of October 9th, leading his battalion over a series of grassy ridges west of the Matanikau River near the coast. Atop a high ridge, Puller saw that a ravine below him was swarming with Japanese. At the same moment, he received orders to scout the coastal road toward Cucumbona and to avoid combat. He asked and obtained permission to stay where he was, for he had found a whole battalion under his guns. The ravine became a slaughter pen. Marine mortar shells fell with dreadful accuracy. Death swept suddenly and invisibly among those Japanese, devastating them. They swarmed blindly up the hill against Puller's men. They were raked with small arms. They fled back down into the ravine, rolling down the slope, sprinting in terror through that hell of mortar fire and up the side of an opposing ridge, only to re-emerge on the crest in full view of Puller's Marines. They were riddled. Again they fled down into the ravine. Again they tried to come up through Puller's men again, were halted, turned, and sent through the reverse gauntlet once more. And now the carnage was multiplied by the aerial bombs and artillery shells which Chesty Puller had called down into the ravine. There were few Japanese who survived. 700 fell in that awful trap, and Lieutenant General Masao Moriyama's attempt to seize the east bank of the Matanikau met with disaster. For there were roughly 200 more casualties inflicted on the 4th Regiment as the converging Whaling and Edson forces drove briskly into Point Cruz, Matanikau village. The 4th was shattered, and now Nakaguma's men had terrifying tales of their own to spread among comrades sailing south to the place they would call Death Island. Marines withdrawing east from the river, bringing back their 65 dead and 125 wounded, heard the welcome roar of massed motors overhead. Major Leonard Duke Davis was leading Squadron 121 to the Cactus Charivari. Riding the cockpit of one of those 20 Wildcats was a cigar-smoking, blunt-featured, high-spirited Marine captain by the name of Joseph Jacob Foss. 12. It was clear that the Matanikau had eclipsed the Tanaru in importance. The Japanese no longer landed on eastern Guadalcanal, but came ashore in the west. It was vital that the Marines' western boundary be extended to the east bank of the Matanikau River to stop the inevitable thrust from the west. Because he had not enough men to hold all the river line, Vandegrift decided to defend the 2 main crossings, at the mouth of the river and at the upriver crossing, which the Marines called Nippon Bridge, from the Japanese characters Ipponbashi, meaning One Tree Bridge. This was about 2,000 yards inland, just below the fork in the stream. The river block became a shallow horseshoe. Fortifications at the mouth refused the right flank, that is, exposed it in a backward curve to the beach behind it. Then the line ran slightly more than 2,000 yards along the river, past Nippon Bridge, to refuse the left flank, which was drawn back across a ridge and down into the jungle and allowed to dangle there. Vandegrift knew it was possible to cross the river at other points farther inland than Nippon Bridge, but he was making shift with what he had. He could spare 2 battalions. The 3rd Battalion 7th went in line on the left, and the 3rd Battalion 1st on the right. They could be reinforced and supplied along the coastal road connecting them with the original perimeter still held intact a few miles back east. Artillery was placed in support. All this was done in the few days following the victory gained across the Matanikau, October 7th through 9th, done while that big invasion force, of which the coast watchers had sent warning, was sailing down the slot. The Japanese ships were bringing Pistol Pete to Guadalcanal. This was the collective nickname which the Marines were to bestow on those 150mm howitzers with which General Moriyama hoped to chew up the runway at Henderson Field, as well as to batter the American lines. On October 10th, 4 of these big guns went aboard a seaplane tender at Rabaul. Next day, they sailed south in that task force, which included destroyer transports, bringing more of the Sendai Division to Guadalcanal, cargo ships, a protecting screen of destroyers, and a division of cruisers to shell Henderson Field while guns, men, and supplies were being put ashore. Waiting for them off Cape Esperance was Rear Admiral Norman Scott, with 4 cruisers and 5 destroyers of his own. Again the island of Guadalcanal was quivering like a live thing. Once more the night glowed with the glare of burning ships, while concussions rolled unimpeded over blackly gleaming water. Marines ashore were throwing aside ponchos and blankets and rushing for their holes in frantic, jostling groups, and Alexander Vandergrift was entering his headquarters tent to sit in battle vigil beneath the light of a single blue electric bulb. The Battle of Cape Esperance had begun. Pistol Pete and the bombardment force coming down had collided with Rear Admiral Norman Scott's cruisers and destroyers coming up, and Scott crossed the T. He swung wide of western Guadalcanal to cover the Savo Island watergate, and at midnight his ships were standing broadside to the Japanese, all their guns swiveled and trained starboard upon the perpendicular of an enemy column now visible to the naked eye. Heavy Salt Lake City hurled 10 swift salvos into cruiser Furutaka, broke her in 2, sank her. Heavy San Francisco, the lights Boise and Helena, and the 5 destroyers shot off shell after shell into the others. Big Aoba, Rear Admiral Aritomo Goto's flagship, took 40 hits. She staggered out of the battle, Goto dying on his bridge, half the crew dead. The big destroyer Fubuki went down. Destroyer transports hit bottom. In the morning, planes from Henderson boiled out to finish the big destroyers Natsugumo and Murakamo. By then, the American destroyer Duncan was also gone, shot at by both sides, and Boise had 2 gun turrets burned out. But before morning, Alexander Vandergrift's vigil had ended in jubilation. Colonel Thomas had rushed into his tent to tell him that Norman Scott had squared accounts for the Battle of the 5 Sitting Ducks. Iron Bottom Bay was no longer a Japanese lagoon. The Navy would be coming back, and there would be reinforcements. But a dozen miles west to Kukumbona, General Moriyama gave orders for the emplacement of 4 big guns with their tractors. If many ships and men had not survived the crossing of the T, Pistol Pete had. We asked all the doggies to come to Tulagi, but General MacArthur said no. And as for his reason, it isn't the season. Besides, you have no USO. There was a refrain, beginning with the uncomplimentary and unjust sobriquet, Dugout Doug. The Marines knew that General Douglas MacArthur was a brave man, but this did not deter them from singing their derision of the Army dog faces who had still not arrived on Guadalcanal. The Marines had given up hope, not of victory but of help, and had turned to mocking the doggies. So they were astonished, almost resentful, to find on the morning of October 13th that the doggies had actually come to Tulagi. The Army's 164th Infantry Regiment had arrived from Noumea, just in time for a fiery baptism which not even the Marines had experienced. For the 13th was also the day on which Australian coast watchers in Bougainville were fleeing Japanese patrols and keeping radio silence. There were no advance warnings of the 3 Japanese aerial formations that struck so savagely at the island. At noon, 24 twin-engine bombers and escorting Zeros flew over Henderson Field before the Marine Wildcats could climb to intercepting stations. They let loose a rain of bombs and incendiary bullets that set stores of aviation gasoline blazing. 2 hours later, 15 more bombers pounced, multiplying destruction. Captain Joe Foss shot down one of the escorting Zeros, his first, took a bullet in the oil pump of his engine, and came rocketing down from 22,000 feet to a dead-stick landing while a trio of Zeros rode his tail. But the rest of the attackers escaped. And then the 3rd Japanese formation struck, bombing the coconut groves where the 164th was bivouacked. The doggies had been bloodied. It was dusk, and Sergeant Butch Morgan was preparing the evening meal for General Vandergrift. He was frying meat on a Japanese safe that had been upended and made into a griddle. Pistol Pete spoke. His first shell screamed over division headquarters and struck the airfield with a crash. Sergeant Morgan grabbed his helmet and raced for his air raid hole. Another shell screeched overhead. Sergeant Morgan held his helmet down tight and ducked. Crash! Alexander Vandergrift looked up in surprise. He glanced thoughtfully overhead. That wasn't a bomb, he called. That's artillery. Sergeant Butch Morgan was embarrassed. He glanced about him, shamefaced, hoping that no boot had seen his flight. For Sergeant Morgan was an old salt who'd fought in France and knew something of artillery. "Oh, hell," he muttered, taking off his helmet. "I mean, only artillery." If it was only artillery, it was the first with enough authority to reach the airfield. And now Pistol Pete was pumping them out, ripping up the big strip with a thoroughness that would make night flight impossible, shifting to hammer the perimeter, swinging to Kukum to blow up naval stores, and finally falling among the men of the 164th with such rending red terror that a sergeant crawled about begging his men to shoot him. And then the same terror came upon all the island. Red flares shot up from the jungle. Pistol Pete roared and roared. Enemy aircraft circled overhead, drifting in and out of the crisscrossing searchlight beams that sought them, eluding the flak and dropping bombs, and men stumbled into foxholes, climbed out of them, ran back to them, bracing in expectation of they knew not what. At 1:30 in the morning, Louis the Louse planted a green flare over the airfield, and the night of the battleships began. Mighty Haruna and Congo had steamed down from Rabaul. Cruisers and destroyers came with them, some to join the airfield bombardment, others to protect 7 transports, loaded with General Moriyama's remaining troops. They slid into the bay, screened by cruiser Isuzu and 8 destroyers. They awaited the flares of the ground troops, the patrol plane's green light, then commenced firing. Star shells rose, horrible and bright, scarlet, with the fat red beauty of hell, exploding like giant Ferris wheels to shower the night with streamers of light. And then the 14-inchers of the battleships, the 8-inchers of Isuzu, the 5-inchers of the destroyers. Pa-boom, 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 pa. Men in their hulls could hear the soft, hollow thumping of the salvos to seaward, see the flashes shimmering outside the gun ports, and then the great airy boxcars rumbling overhead, wailing and straining, hoo-wee, seeming to lose breath directly overhead, to pause, whisper, and go on. Then the triple tearing crash of the detonating shells and the bucking and rearing of the very ground beneath them. American troops had never before been exposed to such cannonading and would never be so again. Even the great naval shellings that would one day fall upon the Japanese would not be comparable, for the Japanese would be in coral caves or huge pillboxes of ferroconcrete, while these Americans crouched in dirt holes within shelters of mud and logs. Henderson Field's bombers were blown to bits, set afire, crushed beneath collapsed revetments. Shelters shivered, sighed, and came apart. Foxholes buried their occupants. Men were killed, 41 of them, among them many pilots, and many, many more men were wounded, but the overall effect upon men's souls was devastating. In that cataclysm, when every shell seemed to explode with the pent-up flame and fury of a full thunderstorm, some men might glance at their buddies and see in horror how their features had dissolved in a nerveless idiot mask. Men whimpered aloud, others burst into sobs and rushed from the pits rather than betray their weakness, if such it was, before comrades. There were Marines who put their weapons to their heads. Men prayed with lips moving silently across the backs of others, against whom they lay huddled, prayed in confusion, mentally murmuring grace or childhood refrain as though it were the Lord's Prayer, prayed for the strength to stay where they were, to suppress that nameless thing fluttering within them. The bombardment lasted an hour and 20 minutes, and then Haruna and Konga and their 9 sister Furies masked their guns and sailed north. The bombers remained until dawn, and at dawn Pistol Pete resumed action. But the Marines and soldiers came above ground anyway. There had been no attack, and who would fear a 6-incher after having felt the lash of 14-inch naval rifles? They were dull-eyed and dazed, but they were already pluming themselves on having really had it rough, already forgetting the fierce vows of the night and the profane oaths with which they asked God to take a look at the size of those 14-inch base plates and enormous shell fragments that were displayed to them by day. The airfield was a shambles. The main strip was unusable. Of 38 bombers, only 4 survived the shelling. But these four went roaring skyward, from Fighter Strip 1 to strike at the Japanese transports which had put Murayama's troops ashore during the night. They sank one and flew back to an airfield where Marine engineers and Seabees were already hauling fill to the big strip. Bulldozers were butting earth into yawning shell craters, and anxious squadron commanders were conferring with repair officers on the chances of getting airborne. "What's left, Lieutenant?" "You'd need a magnifying glass to find it, Colonel." "Well, start using one then. How about number 117? "Her, she's great, wasn't even scratched, except that she needs an engine change. Other than that, all she needs is both elevators, both stabilizers, the right auxiliary gas tank, right and center section flaps, right aileron, windshield, rudder, both wheels and the brake assembly. But she's still in one piece, sir, and I guess we can get her up in 6 days." 6 days? "Damn it, Colonel, back in the States it takes 6 months to do it." All right. But let's keep those junk pickers of yours busy." They patched together 10 more bombers that day. They filled gas tanks by hand, hauled bomb trailers by hand, and lifted the big eggs into the racks with straining, sweating bodies. They did this while Japanese bombers swept over Henderson Field again and again, for Cactus Air Force must be ready to go by the next day, when the remaining Japanese cargo ships would surely return to unload General Murayama's supplies. And then it was discovered that they were running out of gasoline. Not even the arrival of 6 more Dauntlesses that afternoon of October 14th raised the drooping spirits of men who heard that news. General Geiger began issuing orders. He sent a flight of Army B-17s back to Espiritu Santo, for the flying fortresses drank too much gasoline. He ordered the tanks of wrecked planes drained. He sent out a search party to find a cache of 400 drums of gasoline which had been buried outside the airfield in the early days. He instructed Marine air transports to fly in nothing but gasoline. He got fast destroyers headed toward Guadalcanal with more drums lashed to their decks. He called off individual fighter sallies to husband his strength, for he wanted to use all that he had at dawn the next day. But during the night, the big cruisers Chokai and Kinugasa sped down the slot to enter the bay and hurl 752 8-inch shells into Henderson and its defenders. At dawn, Marines standing atop the southern ridges looked westward to a place called Tasafaranga to contemplate the chilling spectacle of 6 squat Japanese ships calmly going about the business of unloading supplies. Behind them on the battered airfield there were but 3 Dauntless dive bombers able to fly. "Always pray, not that I shall come back, but that I will have the courage to do my duty," wrote Lieutenant Anthony Tortura to his parents on a day before his squadron came to Guadalcanal. In the daylight of October 15th, Lieutenant Tortura climbed into the cockpit of his patched-up Dauntless and flew down to Tasafaranga to do his duty. He did not come back, but he and many others of the same spirit did what they set out to do. By 10 in the morning, after a flurry of single-plane sallies, the patchwork, ragtag Cactus Air Force was rising to the attack. It was incredible. They had no right to be airborne. Departing Chokai and Kinugasa had assured the transports that American air power was now as defunct in fact as in the communiques of Imperial headquarters. But here they were, coming with the sun glinting off their wings. Wildcats, Dauntlesses, Avengers, Army P-39s and P-400s, and later flying forts from Espiritu. Henderson mechanics had not slept for 3 days, but they had made good their vow to salvage all but bullet holes. 1,000-pound and 500-pound bombs fell among the Japanese ships and beach supplies. Bullets flayed and scattered enemy shore parties, while Marines on the ridges wildly cheered the Tasafaranga parade. And then a great shout of delight broke from their throats to see a clumsy Catalina flying boat lumber into the air with 2 big torpedoes under her wings. It was the Blue Goose, General Geiger's personal plane. Mad Jack Cram was at the controls. Major Cram had never heard of a PBY making a daylight torpedo attack before, nor had he ever fired torpedoes. But he had flown into Guadalcanal at dusk of the preceding day and been told that there were no Avengers to use the big fish nestled beneath his wings. In that case, he replied testily, he would launch them himself. He had received 5 minutes' instruction from a fighter pilot whose brother flew a torpedo bomber, and then, gathering his crew, had climbed into the big cat. Now Cram was nursing his ship up. He made for a rendezvous with 8 fighters and a dozen Dauntlesses a few miles east of Henderson, far from 30 Zeros flying cover for the ships. Major Duke Davis Wildcats were roaring down the runway behind him, taking off even as Pistol Pete ripped at the field again. The Dauntlesses were at 9,000 feet. They were going over. The lead plane rolled over on its back, flashing down. The Zeros above them began peeling off, riding them down. Flak rose from Tassafaronga. The Blue Goose was going over. She was almost vertical, going for a Japanese transport a mile away. Cram rode the controls with his eyes devouring the speedometer needle. A Catalina was built for 160 miles an hour. Blue Goose was coming down at 270. Her great ungainly wings wailed and flapped in an agony of stress. She would surely come apart. Cram hauled back on the stick. Blue Goose began to level off at 1,000 feet. Cram went over again. Blue Goose came screaming in at 75 feet, flashing past two transports, shuddering at the anti-aircraft burst that knocked off her navigation hatch. Now Cram was sighting off his bow at a third transport. He jerked the toggle release. The first torpedo splashed in the water and began its run. Cram yanked again. The second fell, porpoised, righted, and followed the first into the transport side. 5 Zeros quit the dogfight to go after Blue Goose. Cram stood the plane on its wing and banked for Henderson Field. Behind him, the transport was sinking. But the Zeros were around him, taking turns at making passes at his tail. Cram roller-coasted his ship, diving and rising, while the Zeros raked him homeward. Blue Goose was over the Henderson main strip, but Cram was going too fast to get down. He made for Fighter 1, Blue Goose now wheezing through 100 holes. Still the Zeros struck at his tail. Cram began putting the Blue Goose down. A Zero climbed his tail, just as Lieutenant Roger Haberman was also bringing his smoking Wildcat into the landing circle with lowered wheels. Wheels still down, Haberman completed his turn, came in behind the Zero and shot it down. Blue Goose plowed up the strip in a glorious pancake landing. Mad Jack Cram and his crew emerged unharmed, though it would take much skill and patience to pull Blue Goose together again. She had accounted for one of the 3 lost Japanese transports and helped to drive the others away from Guadalcanal. The Tassafaronga Tally-Ho had struck a grievous blow at Lieutenant General Miseo Moriyama. He had 20,000 men ashore, but he had lost most of the shells for his big guns, much of his food, and nearly all his medical supplies. The last was the worst of all, for beriberi and malaria had already begun to sweep among Moriyama's earlier arrivals, and one of those inveterate Japanese diarists was already setting down his lament. The lack of sympathy by the headquarters is too extreme. Do they know we are left on the island? Where is the mighty power of the Imperial Navy? It was coming down the slot again. Once again the flares, the night aglow with muzzle blasting, the long, sleek shapes in the lagoon, American feet pelting madly in the darkness, and 1,500 shells raining in upon Henderson and the perimeter from the heavies Miyoko and Maya. It went on for an hour, and then there was silence. Fearfully at first, then with growing confidence, weary Marines climbed out of their pits and foxholes and stumbled to rearward sleeping holes that were only better in that they had ponchos drawn across them. Along the airfield the pilots dragged themselves to tents and cots. Among them was Major Gaylor. He looked around for his friend, Major Smith. He had been talking to him when the shelling began, and they had raced for the dugout together. Gaylor was worried. He went outside the tent and began calling, "Smitty! Smitty! Where are you, Smitty?" There was a momentary silence, and then faintly, from the airfield dugout came the infuriated voice, "Here I am, damn it! Somebody bring me my shoes, will you? I'll be damned if I'm going to walk barefooted over all those sharp-ass stones." There was another silence, and then snickering from Major Gaylor this time. "How the hell did you get out there, Smitty?" At daylight of October 16th, General Geiger calculated that he had lost 41 bombers and fighters to Japanese guns in the past 3 days, plus 16 more aircraft damaged. He had 25 bombers left in flyable condition once repairs were made to the victims of Miyoko and Maya, but he had only 9 fighters. Geiger signaled Efate and the New Hebrides for hurry-up help. In came 19 Wildcats and 7 more Dauntlesses, led by Lieutenant Colonel Harold Joe Bauer, rugged Joe Bauer, who had shot down 5 Japanese aircraft while visiting Guadalcanal. Bauer's Squadron 212 came in just as the Japanese launched a savage dive-bombing attack on the field and the American ships in the bay. Bauer's gas tanks were nearly empty, but there were 8 enemy Veils plummeting down on a wildly zigzagging destroyer. Bauer went after them alone. He pulled back on the stick and went slashing up through his own anti-aircraft fire, and then came snarling down again. He shot down 4 Veils before he landed, and he saved the destroyer. It was swift as aerial combat goes, but it was then, and has remained, the most extraordinary feat of individual heroism among the Henderson Airmen, men who already acclaimed Joe Bauer as the best fighter pilot the Marines had produced. Bauer got a Medal of Honor for it, and it boosted his individual score to 11. So ended the 6-day ordeal begun with the arrival of Pistol Pete. But Pistol Pete was losing his voice. The airmen had put his shells on the bottom, and this would matter greatly in the tide of battle, now flowing back to land. 13. By mid-October of 1942, the struggle for Guadalcanal had become the preoccupation of the Empire. It had long since overshadowed the offensive against Port Moresby in New Guinea, where in fact the Australians had not only held, but had pushed the Japanese 18th Army back, and had finally been joined by American soldiers in a drive on Bunagona. It was now the 17th Army of Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Hyakutake, which was receiving most of the men, munitions, airplanes, and ships. At the conference, which Fleet Admiral Isuroko Yamamoto had called a truck, General Hyakutake was assured that he would receive the support of the combined fleet. Yamamoto was giving him 4 aircraft carriers, 4 battleships, 8 cruisers, 28 destroyers, 4 oilers, and 3 cargo ships, under the divided command of Vice Admirals Chuichi Nagumo and Nobutake Kando. Hideyoshi Hyakutake was no longer displeased with the Southern Solomons assignment, when on the night of October 17th, a lighter brought him to Guadalcanal to take personal charge of the campaign. The general landed near Kukumbona and made straight for Moriyama's headquarters there. He asked Moriyama for his battle plan. He read it carefully. In the dim light, with his thin face and great round eyeglasses, Hyakutake looked something like a lemur. Moriyama's plan was a good one. It dovetailed with the truck strategy whereby the Army would capture the airfield while the combined fleet swept the waters clear of Americans and flew off aircraft to occupy Henderson Field. Moriyama planned 3 thrusts, 2 from the vicinity of the Matanikau and a surprise attack from the south. On October 20th, Colonel Oka's force was to cross the Matanikau far above Nippon Bridge and work down the east bank to be in position to drive behind the exposed American left flank on the night of October 21st. On that same night, the remainder of Colonel Nakaguma's 4th Regiment was to cross the sandbar at the mouth of the Matanikau behind 11 tanks. The armor, drawn from the 1st Independent Tank Company, was already hidden in a tunnel cut in the jungle on the edge of the sandbar. When the order came, the tanks would crash through the last few feet of underbrush like metal monsters, bursting paper hoops. On the following night, October 22nd, with the tanks safely across the river and firing at the Marines in the southern hills, with Oka sweeping around the American left to the airfield, General Moriyama would deliver the surprise crusher from the south. He had already assembled his main body, the 16th and 29th Regiments of his own Sendai Division, plus part of the 230th Regiment from the 38th Division, some dismounted cavalrymen, and a battery of mountain guns, and sent them to the headwaters of the Mamara River, which was about 10 miles south and a bit west of Kukumbona. From there they would march almost directly east, until they were opposite the Marines in the hills behind the airfield. Then they would slip left or north to steal up on the Americans undetected. Engineers had already gone ahead of the foot troops to hack out the 35-mile jungle passage, which the Sendai commander was already calling the Moriyama Road. The march was expected to take 5 days. Aerial photographs had shown no difficulties of terrain, and men as tough as the soldiers of the 29th, who had once marched 122 miles in 3 days, double timing at the end, should be able to cover the distance easily. General Moriyama not only counted on surprise, but also hoped to pierce the enemy line without a fight. The Sendai intelligence officer, a Lieutenant Colonel Matsumoto, having failed to obtain intelligence of the enemy by torturing a captured Marine, had beheaded the American in the honorable way and turned to searching enemy bodies. He had found an American operations map which showed many gaps in the enemy's southern line. The map had been reproduced for the Sendai's officers. Lieutenant General Hyakutake was pleased. He agreed also that the American, Vandergrift, should surrender his sword at the river mouth. Maruyama bowed and strode off to join his main body. The following day, October 18th, far to the southeast in New Caledonia, a stocky American admiral with a bulldog face led a force of carriers into the harbor of Noumea. The great ships dropped anchor. A whaleboat drew alongside the admiral's flagship. A naval officer came aboard and handed the admiral a manila envelope. Inside it was another marked secret. The admiral ripped it open. It was from Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the Pacific. It said, "You will take command of the South Pacific area and South Pacific forces immediately." "Jesus Christ and General Jackson," the admiral swore. "This is the hottest potato they ever handed me." William Frederick Halsey was taking over. Old Bull Halsey of the craggy, bristling jaw, the creed of attack, and the undying hatred of the enemy. The Marines on Guadalcanal now knew they had a fighting sailor behind them. The day after Halsey took command in the South Pacific, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox held a press conference in Washington to discuss the perilous situation on Guadalcanal. There was a direct question. Could the Marines hold? "I certainly hope so," the Secretary replied. "I expect so. I don't want to make any predictions, but every man out there, ashore or afloat, will give a good account of himself." Those Marines on Guadalcanal, who had been jubilant to hear that old Bull was taking over, received the Secretary's shy little pep talk with the wonderful bad grace which would always sustain them. "Did you hear about Knox? It was on the Frisco radio. He says he don't know, but we're sure going to give a good account of ourselves." "Yeah, I heard. Ain't he a tiger?" The Maruyama Road had run into unexpected roadblocks. Captain Oda's engineers had slashed easily through the foothills of the Lunga Mountains, but then, 3 days and about 20 miles out, they had blundered into a maze of steep cliffs and a clutter of jungle-tangled ravines and gorges. General Maruyama chafed at the delay, but there was nothing he could do. A patrol might have moved along the Maruyama Road, but not almost a division of troops loaded down with burdens of 50 pounds each. Each man carried an artillery shell in addition to his own equipment. They had to cut footholds in the cliffs, haul the guns up by ropes. Rain fell constantly. Advance troops churned the underfooting into a mush, which slowed the steps of following soldiers. Maruyama had to call repeated halts to close the gaps. His men were weakening, for Maruyama, having lost much food, had been forced to put them on 1/3 rations. By evening of October 20th, the Sendai was still far short of its intended position to the south. General Maruyama signaled his superiors by portable radio. Would the Navy hold off its sweep until October 26th? The photographs made by the naval flyers had been imperfect. There were difficulties of terrain. Also, had he remembered to point out to General Hayakutate that General Vandergrift's surrender offer must be accepted at once, that he must come from his headquarters alone, but for an interpreter. Alexander Vandergrift was not at his headquarters that evening. He was in Noumea, conferring aboard the USS Argonne with Bull Halsey. Major General Millard F. Harmon, the Army's South Pacific commander, and Major General Alexander M. Patch, who would one day relieve Vandergrift. Even the Commandant of the Marine Corps, Lieutenant General Thomas Holcomb, was present at this dramatic shipboard conference. Vandergrift told a story. The facts marched forth as gaunt and unpolished as his Marines. Halsey asked, "Are we going to evacuate or hold?" "I can hold," Vandergrift said, "but I've got to have more active support than I've been getting." Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner was stung. He commanded the amphibious forces Pacific, and Kelly Turner could not accept that Marine rebuke without reply. He spoke quickly in the Navy's defense. There were getting to be fewer transports and cargo ships, fewer warships to protect them. There were no sheltering bases at Guadalcanal, and the Solomons' landlocked waters were too narrow for maneuver. There were enemy submarines. Halsey heard him out, but he had made up his mind. "All right," he told Vandergrift, "go on back. I'll promise you everything I've got." Even as Vandergrift flew back to Guadalcanal, Lieutenant General Hayakutate had decided to press the attack on the Matanikau. His irritation had not been mollified by Maruyama's nice touch about the surrender. The Navy had grown churlish. Kondo and Nagumo were badgering him. Would soldiers never learn that ships sail on oil? The combined fleet could not remain much longer at sea. Hayakutate had better get on with it. He did. On the afternoon of October 21st, he ordered Pistol Pete to begin pounding the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, atop the ridges overlooking the sandbar at the river mouth. With night, the tanks would roll. But that afternoon, Pistol Pete found himself in a fight with the 5-inch rifles of the 3rd Marine Defense Battalion. 2 of the Japanese 150s were silenced, and the others were forced to change position. When Colonel Nakagama's 4th Regiment came at the Marines that night, with their tanks and their gobbling cries of death, the big howitzers joined the lighter ones to destroy the lead tank and send the remaining 10 rumbling back into the jungle with the 4th's infantrymen swarming after them. The Japanese repulse was so swift, the flare-up so brief, that General Vandergrift considered the entire engagement a patrol action. It had not been, of course. It had only been Colonel Oka again. Not 10 minutes after the tanks had rolled, Lieutenant General Hayakatate had learned that Oka was 24 hours behind schedule. He not only had not gotten into position east of the river upstream, he hadn't gotten over the river. Hayakatate quickly called off the attack. Next day, the commander of the 17th Army arrived at the Batanikau front in a rage of command. He signaled Oka and told him that he had better get across the Batanikau and be prepared to attack the exposed left flank of the Marine line by the night of October 23rd. Men who malingered were to be dealt with ruthlessly. The assault was going to be made the night of the 23rd no matter what, and with any luck, it might just happen that Murayama, from whom nothing had been heard since October 20th, would strike at the same time. But General Murayama had not yet reached his point of attack on that black night of October 23rd, and Colonel Oka was still dragging his feet. Only Colonel Nakaguma attacked, and it would have been better for the Japanese cause if he had not, for Nakaguma was another of those Japanese officers who pressed home attacks that were no better than massed death swarmings. They could not fight and run away, these commanders. They would not fight another day. They would look on death before defeat. The 4th Regiment rushed into the massed fire of 10 batteries of Marine artillery, into the murderous interlocking fire of machine guns, rifles, and automatic weapons. They were like moths, seeking to obliterate the light with their exploding bodies. They matched flesh against steel and were torn apart. Only one of Nakaguma's 10 medium tanks succeeded in crossing to the east, or Marine bank. It held the tank company leader, Captain Maeda. It raced over the sandbar, rolled over the barbed wire, crushed a pillbox, and swung right to come clinking down on a foxhole held by Private Joe Champagne. Champagne ducked. He fumbled for his grenade. The tank's underbelly blotted out the night. Champagne reached up, slipped the grenade into the tank's treads. He huddled down again. Wham! Captain Maeda's tank sloughed around out of control. A Marine half-track rolled out on the sandbar. Its 75mm rifle flashed. Maeda's tank lurched. The half-track fired again. A sheet of flame gushed from Maeda's tank. The half-track had hit the ammunition locker, and the tank was blown 20 yards into the sea, where it was finished off. Now, one by one, Marine half-tracks rolled down to the sandbar and destroyed the remaining tanks. The attack, which had begun with dark, was over by 10 o'clock in the night. Morning revealed a hideous spectacle on that sandbar. Nothing moved among jagged coconut stumps, twisted, blackened tanks, whole tops of trees lying in broken-headed ruin among the heaps of dead. Nothing moved but the bloated crocodiles swimming lazily downstream. 14. The day after the 4th Regiment met Zenmetsu, or annihilation, on the Matanikau, Colonel Akunosuke Oka explained his own unit's failure to attack with this report. The regiment endeavored to accomplish the objective of diverting the enemy, but they seemed to be planning a firm defense of this region. It was not true. There was no defense on the left of the Marines opposite Nippon Bridge, and Lieutenant General Hayakatate could not accept Oka's alibi. The colonel had again played the part of Ferdinand the Bull, but by late afternoon of October 24th, the general was at last able to goad Oka into getting across the river and moving down toward that exposed left. Oka did, and moved too far. Men of the 3rd Battalion, 7th Marines, on top of the ridge where the Marine left was refused, spotted Japanese soldiers moving across a lower ridge to their left. They reported it to headquarters. General Vandergrift acted quickly. The 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, was even then moving out of reserve to relieve the 3rd Battalion first, which had fought at the river mouth the night before. Vandergrift turned this battalion south and sent it up to the undefended high ground lying about 1,000 yards east of the refused left flank. The Marines of the reserve began moving south, just as the sun began to fade from the sky to their right. The dying sun of October 24th was on the left of Lieutenant General Murayama's main body as it at last moved north on its march to battle. Murayama's men had made their left turn, had quit the tortuous ravines, and were coming in undetected on the Marines, who held the hills between them and Henderson Field. They could hear their own bombs exploding within the Marine perimeter a few miles in front of them. Murayama was pleased that the radio contact was being renewed with Hyakutake, and that the naval liaison officer present at the Kukumbona headquarters would be able to relay news of the airfield's capture to Admiral Yamamoto, thus sending the combined fleet into action. General Murayama was confident of victory. Like Colonel Oka, he believed that he was moving on a weak point in the enemy lines. He trusted in the map provided by Matsumoto. There was no reason not to. How could Murayama know that the map taken from the dead Marine was an American copy of a map taken from a dead Japanese early in August? How could he suspect that the American lettering on it marked positions held by the Japanese prior to the Marine landing? Murayama, like Oka, was not moving against a gap. He was approaching the low-lying jungle to the east of Bloody Ridge, a point held by the battalion commanded by Chesty Puller. The sun was down. It was dusk of Saturday night, October 24th. A young Marine on patrol outside Puller's line in the southern hills stopped dreaming of the delights of Saturday night back home and hurried to catch up with comrades who had left him behind. He paused. Behind him, just silhouetted on a low ridge, he could see a Japanese officer studying the line through field glasses. The officer disappeared. The Marine rushed on to report to his patrol leader. Japanese south of the airfield? Vandergrift was uneasy. He had just strengthened the Matanikau left with all he could spare from his reserve. What would he do if Puller got hit hard back there? Probably, he thought, he would have to use the soldiers. There was a battalion of the 164th in bivouac behind the Tenaru. The men of the U.S. 164th Infantry Regiment were sulking. They were sick and tired of being an orphan outfit, being pushed around. They had been squeezed out of their own division, the 41st, when the old National Guard square divisions were made triangular, that is, cut from 4 to 3 infantry regiments. They had been tossed into another orphan outfit with the bastard name of a Miracle Division, not even a number, and been pushed around the Pacific. They landed in dismal Nemea, which was bad enough, being an oversized hat-track for Navy brass, but which was also worse with those snooty French colonials frosting the doughfoots in the fact that if there was so much as a single native girl to go skylarking with, she'd surely be found doing some shavetail's laundry. Then they were detached again and handed over to the Marines. They'd been bombed and shelled and shot at and put on the Tenaru, and then been made to suffer the indignity of having fresh-faced kids 5 and 6 years their junior tell them they should have been on Guadalcanal when it was really rough. Kids that couldn't grow beards, and they'd come around with their notched rifles and try to swap souvenir battle flags for the candy the 164th still possessed, or for wristwatches that had not yet rusted in the jungle. Japanese battle flags? Even the men of the 164th knew that the Marines made them by pounding red match tips onto the center of white handkerchiefs. The men of the 164th were sore, nor did they feel any better when they heard the rumor that they had been alerted to stand by for action in a battle expected that night. At 7 o'clock on that night of October 24th, Platoon Sergeant Mitchell Page crawled forward to the nose of the ridge position, which was then being occupied, to nail down the Mataniku left flank. Page's men had reached their position in darkness. Now the sergeant was feeling around him with his hands, searching for a good position for the guns. He felt the ridge fall away sharply to either side. "Here," he whispered to the men of his machine-gun platoon. "Put the guns here." They set them up, moving stealthily, careful not to stumble in the mud, careful to slip the gun pintles into tripod sockets without a telltale clink of metal. "Chow time," Page whispered. "Where's the chow?" They had 1 can of Spam and also a can of peaches borrowed from a rear echelon galley on their march south to the ridge. The man carrying the peaches mumbled that he had dropped the can and it had rolled down the ridge into the jungle. There were fierce, coarse things hissed in the dark, and it was well for the loser of the peaches that the night veiled his face. Page opened the Spam, tore the soft meat in pieces, and pressed them into outstretched hands. The men ate. They took up watches on their guns. It began to rain. Suddenly, after midnight, from far to their left, they heard the sound of battle. At midnight Sunday morning, October 25th, the rain was coming down in a torrent, and a torrent of Japanese soldiers was washing against the line held by Chesty Puller's Marines. Their attack came at a point perhaps 2,000 yards south of Henderson Field and a little less than 5 miles to the east or left of the newly fortified ridge where Sergeant Page and his men sat. The Japanese came by the thousands, so many of them rushing and shrieking that the soggy ground shook beneath their feet. They hit the barbed wire even as the Marine guns erupted, and some of them came through it, using the bodies of fallen comrades as ladders over and bridges through the wire. These were soldiers of the 29th Regiment, led by the shouts of their commander, Colonel Masajiro Furumiya, inspired by the dashing sight of the 7th Company, the Color Company, streaking through a rent in the barbed wire and charging toward the line of American pits and holes. A few feet behind that line, Chesty Puller bellowed at his men, directing counterfire. He found one Marine lying in the tall grass. He stooped, seized him, booted him in the behind, and snarled, "Get the hell up there, and don't let me see your shut tail touch your ass until you do." The Marine ran forward to fight, and lived to boast of how old Chesty gave him a good one right between the cheeks. Now that gap in the wire was being closed, as Marine riflemen and machine gunners opened up in concert. Colonel Furumiya and the men of the Color Company were cut off between the wire and the Marine foxholes. The two guns under Sergeant John Basilone, Manila John they called him, were firing full trigger, piling up bodies as the bullets streaked out at a rate of 250 rounds a minute. Soon Basilone's guns were out of ammunition. Manila John ducked out of his pit and ran to his left to get more belts. As he did, Furumiya's men, drifting to the west, overran the section of guns at Basilone's right. They stabbed 2 of the Marines to death and wounded 3 others, driving on farther to the rear after the American guns jammed when the Japanese tried to turn them on the Marines. Basilone returned to his own pit just as a runner came up gasping, "They've got the guys on the right." Basilone raced up on the rightward trail. He blundered into a barefoot private named Evans. Chicken, they called him because of his tender 18 years, and the chicken was firing his rifle and screaming at the enemy. "Come on, you yellow bastards!" Basilone ran on, jumped into the silent pit, and found that the guns were jammed. He ran back to get one of his own guns. At his own pit, Basilone seized a machine gun and spread-eagled it across his back. He shouted at half of his men to follow him and ran back up the trail to his right. The men ran after him, overtaking him just as he reached a bend in the trail. Around the bend were half a dozen Japanese infiltrators. The Marines killed them and ran on. Now they were in the fallen pit, and the men were firing the gun Basilone had brought, while Manila John himself lay in the mud, working to unblock the jammed guns. The Japanese were forming again outside the wire, gliding through the rain in bunches. Now Basilone had the guns fixed. They were set up. The men were frantically scraping mud from machine gun belts they had dragged up trail. Then they were firing again, and Basilone was rolling from gun to gun, shooting up each successive belt as soon as it was fed into the breech and snicked into place. Now it was 1:30 in the morning, and still the men of the Sendai were rushing, while their commanding general made a jubilant report of victory back to Hayakudate, and the Sendai were falling even as the naval liaison officer back at Kukumbona relayed the message to Admiral Yamamoto and the combined fleet in these words: "Banzai, occupied airfield." During the next half hour, the Japanese began to falter under rising American fire. They still rushed at the wire, but when they reached that point where the bullets crisscrossed with an angry, steady whispering, they began to peel off in groups, flitting through the rain-washed illumination of the shell flashes to throw themselves down in the darkness and crawl toward the Marine lines on their bellies. Sometimes Basilone and his men turned their pistols and rifles around to take on the infiltrators. In that half hour, it became clear to General Moriyama that his first 2 thrusts had failed, and he had better regroup and try again. The earlier optimism must be toned down, and he sent off a report to Hayakudate that the fighting was still going on. The naval officer transmitted the message to Yamamoto. It was now a little after 2 in the morning, and the firing had begun to die down. At shortly after 2 in the morning, Sergeant Mitchell Page and his men heard firing to their right. Unknown to them, a party of Colonel Oka's men had slipped through a draw between their right and the left of the 3rd Battalion, 7th, and had overwhelmed an observation post. Page crawled forward on the ridge. He heard low mumbling in the jungle below. There were Japanese down there. Page decided to force them to attack before they could discover his position. He pulled the pin from a hand grenade. His men, hearing that snick, pulled their own pins. Page threw. The men handed him their prime grenades, and he threw those too. There were explosions, flashes, screams. Page's men scuttled back to their guns, bracing. but no one came. At 3:30 in the morning, the Sendai came rushing again at Lieutenant Colonel Puller's line, and at that time also the men of the 164th Infantry went into battle with the Marines. Led by Lieutenant Colonel Robert Hole, the regiment's 3rd Battalion had marched from bivouac behind the Tanaru to Puller's battlefront to the southwest. They came sloshing in through the darkness, guided by the yelling and jabbering and hammering of the fight. Lieutenant Colonel Hole quickly found Lieutenant Colonel Puller, who was brief. "I'm in command here," Chesley snapped, "and I'm feeding yo' men in piecemeal whether you like it or not." Hall had heard of Puller, and this was obviously not the moment to quibble over seniority. "Go ahead," Hall said, and the 3rd Battalion, 164th, went into line. The soldiers went in squads, moving in alongside the squads of Marines, sometimes having to be led by hand. It was so dark, the ground was so slippery. They also held, helping to halt and shatter that third and final onslaught of the Japanese. By 7 o'clock in the morning, the Sendai stopped coming, and Admiral Yamamoto's aide had flashed the word that the airfield was still American. By then also the rain had stopped. The sun was out, falling with ghastly illumination on the sodden heaps of lifeless flesh lying sprawled before Puller's lines, warming the Marines and soldiers, setting the jungle steaming. It was Dugout Sunday. That thundering Sabbath of the 25th of October, during which only stretcher-bearers, ammunition carriers, or airfield crews dared stay long erect, was set in motion by that prematurely jubilant banzai which the naval officer at Kukumbona had flashed to Yamamoto at 1:30 in the morning. His subsequent messages were vague. Before he could send off the 7 o'clock admission that the airfield was still American, the Japanese combined fleet had begun its end of the coordinated land-sea air attack, which was to crush the Americans. Carriers flew off airplanes to obliterate remaining American air strength on Henderson Field and to sink whatever ships were found in Iron Bottom Bay. A cruiser-destroyer force made for a point behind Florida Island to enter the battle on coal. 3 big destroyers, Akatsuki, Ikazuki, and Shiratsuyo, sped down the slot to shell the Guadalcanal shore and to attack shipping. And then, as the liaison officer began tempering his original jubilation, Yamamoto kept the remainder of the combined fleet sailing a circle 300 miles north of Guadalcanal. The situation had not only become unclear, the Japanese admiral had received reports indicating that American carrier and surface forces were coming up to Guadalcanal from southern bases. Dugout Sunday services began at 10 in the morning, which was when Akatsuki, Ikazuki, and Shiratsuyo showed up. They steamed into the bay with all guns going and pounded marine coastal installations. They sank the tugboat Seminole and made wreckage of other little harbor craft. They looked hungrily about for other victims, and then, to their great surprise, geysers of water rose around them. Gunners of the 3rd Marine Defense Battalion were blasting at the Japanese destroyers with 5-inch rifles. They were scoring hits. Soon black clouds were boiling off the destroyers' sterns, sending up a screen of smoke. Akatsuki, Ikazuki, and Shiratsuyo straight for home. The airplanes arrived at 2:30. The Japanese pilots attacked, thinking the airfield had been knocked out. If they had come in the morning, their belief would have been correct, in effect, for the rains of the preceding night had made a mire of both runways. But General Geiger put his repair crews to work while placing a call for help with American air bases in the south, and the Seabees and engineers, aided by a hot, drying sun, had the runways operable by mid-afternoon. Then there began that day-long jolting rhythm of flying, fighting, landing, refueling, rearming, and flying again. Captain Joe Foss and Lieutenant Jack Conger were among those Marine fighter pilots who struck ferociously at the first Japanese flight of 16 heavy bombers, plus escorting Zeros. Foss had been on Guadalcanal only 16 days, and he was already a legend. He had shot down 11 enemy planes, had flamed 4 bombers on October 23rd alone, and now, on Dugout Sunday, riding his cockpit with a dead cigar stub clenched in his teeth, he was climbing aloft to duplicate that feat. In the first scramble, Foss and 3 others took on 6 Zeros. Foss got 2 of the 3 knocked down. But his Wildcat was so riddled by bullets he had to go down for another one, bringing his pilots down with him to refuel. They went back up to close with 9 of the dozens of Zeros, leading a fresh formation of bombers over the field. Foss shot down 2 more and dove for home again, just 1 plane shy of a kill for every day he had spent on the island. Lieutenant Jack Conger fought until he ran out of ammunition. He had escorted a crippled comrade back to Henderson, fighting off Zeros all the way. He shot one down, But now, as he turned and screamed up toward an enemy fighter, the pressure of his thumb on the gun button brought no response from his wing guns. Still he flew upward at the Zero. He brought his whirling propeller blades under its tail. The Zero turned frantically and broke in two. Conger's plane was also staggered. It was going over, falling. Conger couldn't bring it out. That huge, obliquely sliding mirror, which was the surface of the iron-bottom bay, seemed to flip up toward him. Conger strained at his escape hatch. He couldn't get out. He thought he would never get out, and that monster mirror was about to slap him. With a great wrench, Conger was free. He was barely 150 feet above the water when his parachute billowed, jerking him. He could see his plane plummet down among the coconuts. Then he was into the mirror, jolted and jarred as though it possessed the very density and opaqueness of glass. Conger surfaced, treading water. He slashed at the smothering shroud of his parachute. He glanced up to see another Zero falling in flames. He gaped in astonishment as its pilot floated down to water not 20 feet away from him. Now there was a rescue boat speeding toward Conger. It came alongside, its exhaust putt-putting hollowy in the swells. Conger was hauled aboard. The boat slewed around and made for the Japanese pilot. Conger called to him, made surrender motions. The flyer dived under. He came up beside the boat, kicked with both feet against its hull, and tried to swim away. The boat pursued. Conger grabbed a boathook and caught the flyer by his jacket. The man struggled. Conger leaned forward. They contemplated each other, warbirds of east and west, the one rescuing, the other refusing, and the Japanese pulled out a Mauser pistol, pressed it against Conger's face, and pulled the trigger. Click. Conger sprawled backward. I'm dead, he thought. But he was not, nor was the Japanese pilot, who, failing to return death for life, had placed the pistol to his own head and produced another click. Conger seized a water can and slammed it down on the flyer's head. Limp and unconscious, the Japanese was hauled into the boat. In all, 26 Japanese planes fell to Marine fighters and anti-aircraft gunners. Marine bombers went up too, and from the hilarious shouts of the returning pilots, even the imprisoned little flyer might have guessed that they had caught the Japanese ships behind Florida and left her cruiser sinking. And yet the flyer's confusion could never match the consternation of that naval liaison officer then composing a fourth report for Admiral Yamamoto. The Army's night attack had failed. There had been difficulty in handling the force in the complicated terrain, he reported, but General Hayakatate was going to try again that night. The Army was ready. The Army had better be ready, the Navy thundered. There was a naval battle making up northeast of the Solomons, and the Army must have possession of the airfield before it began. Down the chain of command went Hayakatate's frustration. Colonel Oka had better attack tonight. Maruyama Sendai had better keep faith with its motto, remember that death is lighter than a feather, but that duty is heavier than a mountain. But heavier than duty was that mountain of despair, weighing upon the men of the Sendai this night of October 25th. They munched their meager ration, stunned, dispirited, and wet, for the jungle continues to drip long after the sun comes out. Their officers were not sure of their position. Matsumoto's map had caused them to blunder into the Marines the preceding night. The men were still mindful of that hideous firepower which had nearly made Zemetsu of the 29th Regiment. What had happened to the 29th? Was it true that they had lost their colors? Where was Colonel Furumiya? He was trapped behind enemy lines. The 7th Company, which had carried the 29th's colors through the Marine wire, had been annihilated. Only Colonel Furumiya and a staff officer had survived. Throughout the night they had blundered through the dark, hoping to rejoin their regiment. They had become lost. With day they had gone into hiding, for the colors were wound around the waist of Colonel Furumiya. Loss of the regiment's colors to the enemy meant that the 29th would be struck from the lists in disgrace. Rather than risk exposing them to capture, Colonel Furumiya decided to lie low and await Murayama's inevitable night attack. The inevitability of an attack that night of October 25th was also evident to Sergeant Page's platoon of machine gunners. Men with names like Leipart, Stat, Pettyjohn, Gaston, Locke, McNabb, Swanwick, Riley, Topman, Kelly, Junjek, Grant, Payne, Hinson. They had found their can of peaches in the jungle and had opened it with a bayonet, Guadalcanal's all-purpose instrument, and eaten. Then they dug in, certain of an attack from the fact of the myriad winking lights they'd seen in the jungle. They knew these were not fireflies, but the colored flashlights which the enemy used for signaling. Lieutenant Colonel Chesty Puller was also ready. Though the fury of Dugout Sunday had not given his men much time to improve their positions, There had been time to resupply the 81mm mortars, those unlovely stovepipe killers of which their gunners sang. "We have a weapon that nobody loves. They say that our gun's a disgrace. You crank up 200 and 200 more, and it lands in the very same place. Oh, there's many a gunner who's blowing his top. Observers are all going mad. But our affection has lasted. This pig-iron bastard is the best gun this world ever had." Proof of the last line was to be given shortly. At 11 o'clock that night, the men of the Sendai Division came padding up the narrow jungle trails into assembly areas south of Puller's lines. Officers began to whip them into frenzy. Soon they were chanting, "U.S. Marine, you're going to die tonight! U.S. Marine, you're going to die tonight!" Marine mortars began falling among them. Shells flashed along the trails. The Japanese charged and the mortars stayed with them, whittling this heaviest of all Guadalcanal charges before it reached the wire. Soon the howitzers to the rear were booming, and the Sendai Division still charged. Colonel Oka's men had at last made a direct attack. They struck heaviest at the ridge nose held by Sergeant Page and his men. At 2 a.m, Page again heard low mumbling. It was much closer than the night before. The Japanese were floundering about in the bushes with less than Oriental stealth. Page passed the word. "Use grenades. Don't let them spot the guns. Fire only when you have to." They pulled pins and threw. They grasped grenades in both hands and tore out the pins with their teeth and rolled the yellow pineapple bombs down the slopes. Oka's men came bowling up at them. "Fire," Page bellowed, but he needn't have, nor could he have been heard above that sudden eruption of sound and light. All of his guns were hammering, spitting orange flame a foot beyond the flash hiders. But the enemy was swarming in. It was hand to hand. Page could see little Leipart, down on one knee, wounded, trying to fight off 3 charging shapes. Page shot 2 of them with his rifle. The third bayoneted Leipart, killed him, and Page killed his killer. Pettyjohn was shouting that his gun was out of action. Gaston was battling a Japanese officer, blocking with his rifle while the officer swung his saber, kicking wildly after the rifle had been cut to pieces. Now part of Gaston's leg was gone. He kicked again. His foot slammed up under the officer's chin and broke his neck. Now was fighting without memory of a blow struck, a shot fired, a wound received. Now it was mindless, instinctive, reflexive. The shapes struggling on the slopes, the voices hurling wordless atavistic battle shouts, "Ai!" The voices crying, "Kill, kill!" and "Banzai!" The voices hoarse with death, shrill with pain, and beneath it all ran the cracking, booming chorus of the guns. Then the attackers flowed back down the hill and vanished. The first wave had been shattered. Page knew they would come again, and ran quickly to Pettyjohn's disabled gun. He worked to dislodge a ruptured cartridge. He pried it free, slipped in a fresh belt of ammunition, and hot pains seared his hand. A Japanese light machine gunner had fired a burst into the gun and wrecked it. With that burst came the second wave. Oka's men flowed upward in a yelling mass. Grant, Payne, and Hinson held out on the left, although they were all wounded. In Page's center, Locke, Swanwick, and McNabb were hit and carried to the rear by corpsmen. The Japanese moved into the gap in the center. Page ran to his right, hunting for men to counterattack the Japanese, for another gun to put back in the center. He found the machine gun manned by Kelly and Totman. They were protected by a squad of riflemen. Page ordered the machine gunners to break down their gun, told the riflemen to fix bayonets, and then, with the cry, "Follow me," he led them back to drive the enemy out of the center. Page set the gun up. He fired it until dawn, while Kelly and Totman fitted ammunition. At dawn, Sergeant Page saw another of his platoon's machine guns standing unattended on the forward nose of the ridge. There were short men in khaki and mushroom helmets crawling toward it. Page got up and ran forward. To the left of Page's position, where the second wave of Oka's men had made a penetration, the fight had gone badly for F Company of the 2nd Battalion, 7th. Oka's men had forced F Company back and captured a ridge on the extreme left of the 2nd Battalion's line. They put 150 men in position. They set up 2 heavy machine guns. They began raking the Marines from the flank. In that early morning light in which Sergeant Page had spotted the machine gun, Major Odell Tex Connolly could see vapor rising from the Japanese machine guns as the hot steel condensed the jungle water on the barrels. Connolly realized that the Japanese now had a strong penetration which could be built up for a breakthrough. He was the battalion executive officer, and only a few of the men around him were riflemen. But there were also at hand a few bandsmen serving as litter bearers, a trio of wiremen, a couple of runners, and 3 or 4 messmen who had brought up hot food the night before and had stayed. There were 17 in all. Tex Connolly formed this bobtail band and charged. They went in hurling grenades. They knocked out the machine guns before the Japanese could fire at them, and they came in with such sudden force that they routed the startled defenders of the ridge crest. And then the mortarmen shortened range to draw a curtain of steel across the forward slope of the ridge while Connolly consolidated and received reinforcements. Daylight of October 26th lighted the destruction of the Japanese 2nd, or Sendai, Division. The assault against Puller's lines had gone on all night, but it had produced not a single penetration. It ended at dawn with Japanese losses in proportion to the fury of their charge. It was the most savage assault. It became the most stunning defeat. The Sendai could not fight again as a unit on Guadalcanal. Sergeant Page got to the gun first. He dove for the trigger, got it, squeezed it, and killed the crawling Japanese. A rain of enemy fire came down on Page. Bullets spattered off the rifle's shell, squirting, squealing away in ricochet. Page kept firing. 3 men ran to him with ammunition belts: Stat, Riley, and Janjek. Stat went down with a bullet in the belly. Riley reached the gun, took a bullet in the groin, and went down kicking, nearly knocking Page off balance. Janjek came in with a belt and a bullet in the shoulder. As he stooped to feed the gun, Page saw a piece of flesh go flying off Janjek's neck. "Get the hell back!" Page yelled. Janjek refused. Page hit him on the jaw. Janjek obeyed. It was full light now, and Page was scurrying back and forth, moving his gun to avoid the inevitable rain of grenades greeting each burst. In the tall grass below the ridge, some 30 Japanese sprang erect. One of them put field glasses to his eyes. He signaled a charge. Page triggered a long, searing, sweeping burst, and the Japanese vanished from sight like puppets pulled on a string. Then Sergeant Mitchell Page charged himself. He called to his riflemen. He slung 2 belts of ammunition crisscross over his shoulders. He unclamped the gun, yanked it from its cradle, and cradled the burning hot water jacket across his left arm. "Let's go," he yelled. Straight downhill they charged, screaming their rebel yells, "Yahoo! Yahoo!" firing from the hip as they went, obliterating all before them, while Page aimed a disemboweling burst at the enemy officer who had popped up out of the grass. And then they were in the jungle, and it was strangely quiet. It was the hush that comes upon the end of battle, as eerie as that long white snake-like blister that ran from the fingertips to the forearm of Platoon Sergeant Mitchell Page. 15. On October 26th, while land fighting sputtered out on Guadalcanal, the naval battle which Admiral Yamamoto expected was fought in waters roughly 300 miles to the east. Yamamoto, who had always sought a major engagement with the American fleet, hurled his forces into the fight as eagerly as Bull Halsey, who sent Rear Admiral Thomas Kincaid into action with the signal, "Attack! Repeat, attack!" But the air-sea engagement, known as the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, fell short of a clear-cut decision. The Americans lost the carrier Hornet and a destroyer to submarine attack, and 76 American planes went down. The unsinkable Enterprise was again hit. The Japanese suffered severe damage to 2 carriers and a heavy cruiser and lost 100 aircraft. Minor damage was about even. Santa Cruz was a disappointment to both sides, but neither side allowed the standoff to weaken its resolve to fight on for Guadalcanal. Already in the final days of October, while the surviving ships of both nations steamed north to Truk and south to Nemea, the Americans were sending more ships to the South Pacific area, and Marine and Army units were under orders for movement to the island. Up in Rabaul, Lieutenant General Hayakatate was taking the last shot from his locker. He was calling on the 17th Army's Reserve Division, the 38th. Hayakatate had already fed in the Ichiki Detachment, the Kawaguchi Brigade, and the Sendai Division, and a handful of lesser units. Now he would send roughly 15,000 troops down the slot, the bulk of that 38th, a Nagoya Division, commanded by Lieutenant General Tadayoshi Sano. On Guadalcanal itself, in the final days of October, the broken remnants of the Sendai Division, together with the survivors of all those other units which had come to the island since early August, were streaming westward through the jungle. They were disorganized, starving, wounded, and sick. Some 5,000 Japanese died beneath Marine guns in those attacks which began on October 21st, and which, after Maruyama's main thrust was shattered on October 24th through 26th, erupted sporadically in small local actions or jungle skirmishes until the month ended. Among these dead was Colonel Furumiya. He and his staff officer had not been able to find their way back to the jungle south of the American lines. They had not eaten for days. They had barely enough strength to tear the 29th's colors into bits and grind them into the mud with their feet. They had not burned the flag, because the smoke might give them away. Then Colonel Furumiya wrote a letter which the staff officer was to deliver to Murayama, although it would actually be taken from the officer's dead body by the Marines who killed him. Furumiya wrote, "I do not know what excuse to give. I am sorry I have lost many troops uselessly, and for this result, which has come unexpectedly. We must not overlook firepower. When there is firepower, the troops become active and full of spirit, but when firepower ceases, they become inactive. Spirit exists eternally. I feel sleepy because of exhaustion for several days. I am going to return my borrowed life today with short interest." Colonel Furumiya straightened. He placed a pistol to his head. He bowed in the direction of Tokyo and the Emperor, and the staff officer pulled the trigger. Chesty Puller was also writing a letter, composing it mentally while he lay on a hospital cot with 7 pieces of shrapnel in his legs. Puller had been helping wiremen repair communications wire in a patrol to the east of the Tenaru when an enemy shell burst among them, wounding Puller. A Navy corpsman quickly gave him aid and began to write out an evacuation tag. Chesty tore it from the corpsman's hand and flung it at him. "Go label a bottle with that goddamn tag," he roared. But Puller had been forced to accept hospital treatment. Now he lay on his cot thinking he had had a close call with the corpsman. He could have been evacuated and sent stateside, out of the war. Automatically the words of a request to headquarters began forming in his mind. "Therefore, I respectfully request duty overseas of the combat unit for the duration of the war." He would write it as soon as he returned to his men, with all but one of the shrapnel pieces pried from his legs, which would be at the end of that dreadful black month of November. 16. It was in November that the Marines of Major General Alexander Vandegrift came close to losing their minds. A bitter, aching fatigue had come upon them. They had met the enemy on the beaches, in caves, atop the hills, down in the jungle swamps, and they had defeated him. They had been battered by every weapon in the arsenal of modern war. They had been blown from their holes or been buried in them. They had not slept. They had been ravaged by malaria, weakened by dysentery, nagged by tropical ulcers and jungle rot, scorched by the sun or drenched by the rain. They had met each ordeal with hope of victory, and had survived, only to prepare for greater trial. They had come to Guadalcanal lean and muscular young men, and now there was not one of them who had not lost 20 pounds, and there were some who had lost 50. They had come here with high, unquenchable spirit, but now that blaze of ardor was flickering low, and there was a darkness gathering within them, and their minds were retreating into it. All the world was circumscribed by their perimeter. Guadalcanal had become Thermopylae, multiplied by 90 days. There might be 90 more, for all they knew, for there seemed to be no way out, around, or through. This was that feeling of expendability of which so much has been written, but which, like a toothache, can never be understood but only felt. It was a long, shuddering sigh of weariness with which men rehearsed in their minds what had gone before, wondering dully, not that it had been sustained, but in what new hideous shape it would reappear. It was a sense of utter loneliness, made poignant by their longing for encouragement from home, which never seemed to be forthcoming, by their hope of help, which was always being shattered. It seemed to these men that their country had set them down in the midst of the enemy and left them there to go it alone. They could not understand, had no wish to understand, that high strategy which might assign a flood of men and munitions to another theater of war, a trickle to their own. They reasoned only as they fought, that a man in trouble should get help, and here they were alone. So they turned in upon themselves. They developed that vacant 1,000-yard stare, lustreless and unblinking eyes gazing out of sunken, red-rimmed sockets. They drew in upon themselves in little squad groups, speaking constantly in low voices to each other, rarely to men of other units. They avoided those top NCOs and officers who might put them on working parties unloading ships. They were not shirking duty, they were saving strength, for the daily patrols, for the ordeal of the night watch, with its terrors of the imagination, terrors fancied but real. Some of these men had not the strength to go to the galley to eat, for galleys usually lay in the lowlands behind the lines. Weakened men might get down to the galley, but they could not get back up. Their friends brought them food, just as men brought food to buddies sickened by malaria, but not sick enough to occupy a precious cot in the regimental sick bays. Men with temperatures a few points above 100 were not regarded as bona fide malaria cases. There had been only 239 of these in September. There had been 1,941 of them in October, and before November ended, there would be 3,200 more. So these men faced the month of November, forgetting the outside world, forgetting even that they were Americans, mindful only that they were Marines, and trying always for those flashes of rough comedy which could nourish their spirit. Sometimes men stood on the hills and shouted insults at an unseen or non-existent enemy in the darkened jungle. They called Emperor Hirohito a buck-toothed bastard. They dwelt at loving length on the purity of his lineage. They yelled unprintables at Premier Tojo while ascribing to him every vice in the book of human depravity. And there came an astonishing night when a thin, reedy voice shrilled up at them in outraged retaliation, "Fuck Babe Ruth!" So went November on Guadalcanal, the month which General Vandergrift began with another offensive west and a counter-invasion move east. On November 1st, a force of roughly 5,000 Marines moved across the Matanikau. Vandergrift was again hoping to prevent an enemy build-up to the west, as well as to destroy the disorganized survivors of the October battles. He hoped also to raise morale with a successful offensive and to knock out Pistol Pete, now firing again, and all other enemy artillery to the west. The western force moved cautiously at first, striking along the coast toward Cucumbona. The same day, another force of Marines was trucked to the Tenaru preparatory to crossing the river next day. Admiral Halsey had already notified Vandergrift that Coley Point, about a dozen miles east of the Tenaru, was probably going to be the next enemy landing place. Halsey was also worried about the security of Aola Bay, 18 miles east of Coley Point, where he hoped to build another airstrip and where engineers and the newly arrived 2nd Raider Battalion were to land on November 3rd. An enemy unit at Coley Point could cut communications between the perimeter and the Aola Bay force, so Vandergrift was sending troops east to prevent a Coley Point landing. The eastern force was the same 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, which had stopped Oka. It was led by Lieutenant Colonel Herman Henry Hanneken, the king of the Banana Wars, who had fought as a sergeant at Haiti, meeting the Keiko leader King Charlemagne in personal combat and killing him. The next morning, November 2nd, Hanneken's battalion crossed the Tenaru and began a forced march to Coley Point. They reached it before dusk, crossed the Nalimbio River, which cuts through it, and then also crossed the Metapona River another few miles east. They set up a coastal defensive perimeter on the east bank of the Metapona, and then in the fading light of day, they saw 3 Japanese ships slip into the lee of the coast another mile east and begin unloading troops. Hanneken watched helplessly. Rain had put his radios out of commission, and he had strung communications wire no farther east than the Nalimbio. In 3 hours, the 230th Infantry Regiment, vanguard of the 38th Nagoya Division, came ashore with supplies and guns, and the cruiser, destroyer, and transport which had brought them sailed away. Next morning, Hanneken decided to attack. His mortars opened up. The Japanese replied with an artillery barrage, and themselves began attacking. They came down the beach in superior force, and Hanneken withdrew. He got back behind the Metapona, set up, and was attacked again. A destroyer had put a Japanese landing party ashore in front of Hanneken's Marines. At about the same time west of the Matanikau, the 5th Marines closed in on a few hundred Japanese caught in a trap around Point Cruz and destroyed them with bayonets. The next day, the 5th was to sweep on to Cucumbona. But they would not. That night, they were under orders to return to the perimeter next day, for Lieutenant Colonel Hanneken's radios had at last begun to function, and the beleaguered commander had asked for reinforcements. Vandergrift was calling off his western offensive again and planning a trap for the Japanese 230th Infantry. The Marine General ordered the 1st Battalion, 7th, east by boat to reinforce Hanneken, who was even then successfully forcing his way west of the Nalimbio River. The unit which landed in front of him was not large enough to contain him. Hanneken set up a beachhead 400 yards wide and 300 yards inland, and at midnight the reinforcing battalion arrived and joined his defense line. Next, Vandergrift ordered his air to strike everything the Japanese had in the east, especially with an eye toward protecting the Aola Bay Airfield Construction Force, which had also landed November 3rd. Finally, he sent the 164th Infantry Regiment on a march southeast. This was begun November 4th, even as Hanneken's force attacked eastward again and recrossed the Nalimbio. When the 164th was far enough southeast, or behind the Japanese, it would wheel and face north to the sea. Hanneken, meanwhile, would turn the enemy inland. Thus the soldiers of the 164th Infantry would become the anvil on which the hammer blows of the 7th Marines would shatter the enemy. As a final touch, to cut off and annihilate any Japanese who might burst out of the trap, Vandergrift was going to place another force still farther south. He had just the outfit to do it. Carlson's Raiders. They specialized in private wars, these men of Carlson's. They had made the hit-and-run raid on Macon Island on August 25th, and though they had been widely acclaimed in the States, their score of roughly 100 enemy dead had failed to impress the dogged, sardonic defenders of Guadalcanal. For the gung-ho boys of Evans Carlson were not popular with brother Marines. They had regarded themselves as an elite of an elite. They had volunteered for the Raiders' special mission of staging commando-style raids. They had all answered yes to their commander's unique question, could you cut a Jap's throat without flinching? And because of this, because of Macon, because they could march and fight on an unchanging ration of rice, tea, and bacon, they thought themselves tougher than the ordinary Marine. But the ordinary Marine, if such exists, could not agree. They now knew to the last cruel degree of adversity the difference between the unromantic foot-slogger who hits and holds and the dashing beach leaper who hits and runs. Even the Raiders' motto of gung-ho, the Chinese phrase for work together, which Carlson had learned during his pre-war service with the Chinese 8th Route Army, was not likely to thrill or awe these ordinary Marines. It was more likely to call forth sarcasm. If the Marine Corps' own slogan of Semper Fidelis was often interpreted to mean, I got mine, how'd you make out? The Raiders' flamboyant gung-ho could receive the sneering twist, which way's the photographers? Carlson's Raiders were now at Aola Bay. On November 5th, they moved west toward the Japanese who had attacked Hannigan. They sloshed up the trails following that tall, lean, long-nosed, passionate man who had given them their individuality and their battle cry, unaware, as he was unaware, that gung-ho now must prove itself beneath the eyes of the most critical audience they knew, the ordinary Marines of Guadalcanal. On November 8th, while Vandergrift's eastward forces were still maneuvering to spring their trap, Vice Admiral Halsey came to Guadalcanal. He came in without fanfare. He put on Marine dungarees and boondockers and rode in a jeep around the perimeter. His staff officers begged him to stand up, to wave, to do anything that would let the men know that Bull Halsey was there. He refused. It would be too damn theatrical, he said. It would be an affront to the weary men who had held this island for 3 months. At noon, Halsey went to Vandergrift's headquarters for lunch. It was a surprisingly good meal. There was even apple pie. Admiral Halsey was so impressed that he wished to compliment Vandergrift's cook. "Sergeant," Vandergrift called, "the Admiral would like to speak to you." Butch Morgan came out of his tent galley. He drew a tattooed forearm across glistening handlebar mustache and grimy stubble of beard. He carefully wiped his hands on his T-shirt. "Sergeant," Admiral Halsey said grandly, "I want to compliment you on your cooking, especially the apple pie. It was terrific." Sergeant Morgan shifted his feet sheepishly, while that awful thing called a blush colored his wrinkled, weather-leathered face. He looked at his general in agony, and then he burst out, "Ah, bullshit, Admiral! You don't have to say that." The Admiral and the General exchanged glances, and the sergeant was mercifully dismissed. The next day, Bull Halsey flew back to Noumea, heartened to hear that Archie Vandergrift still thought he could hold, convinced that men fed by such cooks could never be defeated. One day later, November 10th, those men of Alexander Vandergrift had pulled the string on the Japanese to the east. They killed 350 of them, against their own losses of 40 dead, 120 wounded. They captured 15 tons of rice, 55 boats, and much of the enemy's artillery. But most of the 230th escaped, pouring through a gap blasted in the inland line held by the 2nd Battalion, 164th. They fled westward toward Hayakutate's reorganizing remnants, moving over the trail which the Kawaguchi Brigade had cut around the Marine perimeter in September. Following them like a scourge came Carlson's Raiders. Another private war had begun, with only an occasional airdrop of ammunition and rice, disdainful of help or the barest report which might acknowledge the fact of the larger war raging seaward. Carlson's Raiders began to whittle the retreating 230th Regiment. They struck the Japanese column 12 times, falling savagely on the flanks and rear, vanishing almost as suddenly as they had appeared, employing that simple guerrilla tactic which Carlson had learned from the Chinese. The Raider main body marched in a line parallel to the retreat of the Japanese main body, sometimes on the right side, sometimes on the left. Directly behind the Japanese came raider patrols. Each time the patrols ran into large numbers of Japanese, they opened fire, whereupon the enemy would begin to rush reinforcements to his rear. As he did, Carlson's main body struck from the flank with concentrated firepower. Carlson's raiders killed 500 men of the 230th Regiment with this tactic, and when they returned to the Marine lines 30 days after they had set out from Aola Bay, with only 17 of their comrades fallen, they found that gung-ho was no longer a cry of derision among their brother Marines. They also found that their private war had run concurrently with the general war they had left, for the tide of battle on Guadalcanal had at last turned, and it turned at sea. 17. "Commence firing!" Rear Admiral Daniel Callahan shouted. "Give 'em hell, boys!" Callahan's little stopgap fleet drove ahead. His ships plunged straight into the flaming guns of the mighty Japanese fleet, which had come south to pulverize Henderson Field. Guns roaring, sterns down, keels carving hard white wakes in the glittering obsidian waters of Iron Bottom Bay, they rushed on to destruction, to the fiercest surface battle of the war. Callahan's fleet had come north to escort the Army's 182nd Infantry Regiment to Guadalcanal. There were his own flagship, the cruiser San Francisco, the other cruisers Atlanta, with Rear Admiral Norman Scott aboard her, Portland, Helena, and Juneau, and the destroyers Laffey, Cushing, Sterrett, O'Bannon, Aaron Ward, Barton, Monson, and Fletcher. They covered the 182nd's landing November 11th, and when 32 Japanese torpedo bombers and fighters came winging over the slot the afternoon of November 12th, their anti-aircraft guns joined Henderson's fighters in knocking all but one of them from the skies. In the afternoon succeeding that 15-minute flurry came word of the Japanese bombardment fleet sweeping down from the shortlands, the battleships Hiei and Kirishina, the cruiser Nagara, and 14 of those big Nipponese destroyers. To stop them, Admiral Turner had only Uncle Dan Callahan and his 5 cruisers and 8 destroyers. He ordered Callahan to attack. Admiral Kondo had to be held off for at least one night, for mighty Enterprise had been repaired and was tearing north with a load of warplanes to hunt out the Japanese transports bringing the rest of the Nagoya Division to Guadalcanal. The planes would need to land at Henderson Field, therefore Henderson must not be bombarded. Turner's decision was made after the twilight in which Callahan's ship stood out to sea. They returned at midnight. At 1:45 in the morning on November 13th, Callahan stood on San Francisco's bridge and shouted his rallying cry, and the battle was joined. It was as though the world were being remade. It was cataclysm ripping matter apart like paper. Searchlights slashed the star-shelled showered night. Gun flashes flitted like bolts of summer lightning. The wakes of speeding ships were crisscrossed by the thin foaming lines of racing torpedoes, blotted out by the flaming geysers of their collision. And above the smoking roar of battle, Admiral Callahan was crying over the talk between ships, "We want the big ones, boys, we want the big ones." Little Laffey took on a big one. She ran in under the Grey Hiei's mighty 14-inch turrets and peppered her bridge. She was so close that Hiei's pagoda silhouette seemed to sway above her. Hiei thundered and Laffey lurched and began to burn. San Francisco was dueling Hiei, hurling salvo after salvo into her superstructure. Hiei thundered again. A full salvo of 14-inchers tore into San Francisco's bridge, killing Callahan and every other man there. San Francisco's gun turrets began firing on local control, and her salvos were rocking crippled Atlanta. Admiral Norman Scott was dead. The commander who had won the Battle of Cape Esperance had fallen from our own fire. Silhouettes plunging in and out of smoke were difficult to determine. American fired on American, Japanese on Japanese, and every ship but Fletcher was hit. Barton blew up, Monson sank, so did Cushing, Laffey, and the cruisers Juneau and Atlanta. But the Japanese were running. Every one of them had been staggered. Destroyer Udachi was going down. So had Akatsuki. Admiral Kondo's ships were streaking north and limping behind them, rudderless, her hull rent with jagged holes from the twin torpedoes of Little Sterrett, her superstructure a mass of wreckage from 85 shell hits, came great Hiei. After her came the fighters and bombers from Henderson Field. Though Callahan and Scott and many of their men had died, though the Americans had lost 6 ships, Henderson had not been scratched. The battle which Fleet Admiral King called the fiercest naval battle ever fought had served its purpose, the preservation of the airborne marine fighters and bombers that were now coming to kill Hiei. They slashed down on the 8 Zeros sent south to cover her and shot them down. Major Joe Saylor planted a bomb on Hiei's remaining anti-aircraft turrets and knocked them out. Captain George Dooley's quartet of Avengers sent another torpedo flashing into the great ship's hull. 7 Dauntlesses fell upon her with 1,000-pounders. 9 Avengers from Enterprise joined the assault, and full 5 more attacks were being made on EA that day. Still the great sea monster wallowed in the swells, glowing cherry red, sailing in aimless circle, now making for Guadalcanal, now drifting north again, refusing to go under. At night the Japanese scuttled her. By morning only a shining oil slick 2 miles long marked the sun-dappled seas off Savo, marking the place where Great Hiei sank. But before that morning, the Japanese Navy again came to Henderson Field. Gunichi Mikawa, who had won the Battle of the 5 Sitting Ducks 3 months before, led 6 cruisers and 6 destroyers down to Savo again. They arrived at midnight. Standing off the island's cone, Mikawa sent in Suzuya and Maya, while his flagship Chokai and the others covered for them. The 2 heavies hurled 1,000 shells into the island. They would have hurled more, but 6 little torpedo boats crept from the creeks and coves of Tulagi Harbor and came within a roar of the big ships. They loosed a spread of torpedoes, hit cruiser Kinugasa, and drove the rest away. Gunichi Mikawa, who had passed up the chance to sink the American transports 3 months ago, sinking their escorts like a wolf killing the dogs and letting the sheep go, was once again departing Savo Island with that high speed which the exultant torpedo boaters described as the act of hauling ass. Then it was full morning, and in the daylight of November 14th, the Wildcats and Dauntlesses and Avengers were up early to hunt out Mikawa's force. The Japanese shelling had destroyed only 2 planes and damaged 16 others, and Fighter 1 had been manhandled swiftly into shape. The Marine flyers found Mikawa's ships under a cover of fleecy clouds. They put torpedoes into crippled Kinugasa, planted bombs on 2 more cruisers and a destroyer, and then, calling for Enterprise's flyers to come north to finish Kinugasa and batter the others, they flew back to Guadalcanal in time to launch the slaughter of the Nagoya Division, known as the Buzzard Patrol. Commander Tadashi Yamamoto stood on the bridge of his destroyer Hoyaisho as it plunged south under empty blue skies. It looked as though the convoy was going to make it undetected. There were no enemies aloft, and none over the horizon. 11 transports stuffed with about 12,000 men, plus 12 escorting destroyers, seemed destined to arrive safely off western Guadalcanal that night. It had been so predicted. Admiral Mikawa had radioed the utter destruction of Henderson Field and reported the absence of enemy surface ships. This was well. Even Commander Yamamoto, accustomed to his nation's indifference to the comfort of its soldiers, felt uneasy at the sight of those troopships looking like drifting logs aswarm with ants. It was a little after noon. There were less than 6 more hours to go. And then Yamamoto heard the motors. The Americans came hurtling down from the skies, every last precious airplane which Henderson Field could put aloft. Major Joe Saylor, Major Bob Richard, and the Navy's Lieutenant Al Coffin were among the first to strike. 1,000-pound eggs tucked beneath their dauntless bellies fell away, described that dreadful yawning parabola, and exploded on crowded decks in leaping sheets of flame and flying steel. 2 such bombs gave one of the transports its mortal wounds. 6 more left another troopship dead in the water. 2 others crippled a destroyer. Flights now came from everywhere, from Enterprise, from Espiritu Santo, from the Fijis. They flew in, dropped their bombs, launched their torpedoes, strafed and flew away, sometimes to their own base, sometimes to Henderson for rearming. Zeros roared down from Rabaul to intercept them, but there were Marine fighters, such as Captain Joe Foss and Lieutenant Colonel Joe Bauer, flashing among them, shooting them down or driving them away from the diving Dauntlesses or skimming Avengers. Nor could the Zeros tarry long. The range was now in the Americans' favor. When they left Marine and Navy pilots, the Army Lightning fighters lately come to Guadalcanal swooped down at masthead level to rake decks already slippery and running red with blood. Even the sea about those listing, settling, burning transports was incarnadine with Japanese blood. The water was dotted with thousands of bobbing heads, men blown overboard, men who had jumped to flee the fires, only to feel the bullets sting and sear among them. It was merciless. It had to be merciless. Every Japanese safely ashore in Guadalcanal was another soldier a Marine must kill. Men vomited in their cockpits to see the slaughter they were spreading. They dove and saw with horror how the decks and bunks and bulkheads visible through jagged gaping holes were glowing red with heat. It went on until nightfall, until 7 of the transports were sunk or sinking. The remaining 4 staggered shoreward in flames to beach themselves near Cucumbona, putting a few hundred leaderless soldiers ashore before they were destroyed by Marine flyers. The destroyer Meade and the 5-inch batteries of the Marine 3rd Defense Battalion. Of the 12,000 men of the Nagoya Division who sailed south, something less than 5,000 survived the scourging of the Buzzard Patrol. Most of these were taken aboard the destroyers and carried north. Some reached Guadalcanal by boat. Others were scattered in ragged, dispirited groups throughout the central Solomons. And of all the supplies which General Hayukutate sent south, only 5 tons got ashore. It was a stunning victory, almost absolute, but for the loss of the incomparable Joe Bauer, who was shot down and never seen again. To Vanagriff's Marines it seemed that they had been saved. The great enemy convoy had been destroyed at sea. They would be reinforced. They would be relieved. They would sling their rotted field packs on their shoulders, seize their rusted rifles, and sail away from this horrible island forever. But not yet. If the virtue of the Japanese warrior was his tenacity, as it was, then the defect of that virtue was his inflexibility. Among those admirals whom the great Admiral Yamamoto had sent to reinforce Guadalcanal or to knock out Henderson Field, none was more tenacious than Vice Admiral Nobutake Kondo, nor more inflexible. Kondo's plan had called for the shelling of Henderson on 3 successive nights. The first night, November 12th, had been a failure, ending in disaster, the loss of Hiei. The second night had been better, but no success when balanced against the daylight bombing of Admiral Mikawa's bombardment group and the calamity befalling the ships and men of the Nagoya Division. Now it was the third night, that of November 14th. Nobutake Kondo kept to his plan. He was headed for Henderson Field with battleship Kirishima, heavy cruisers Atago and Takeo, 2 light cruisers, and a flock of 9 destroyers. He was loaded for bombardment, and he was not expecting a fight. Only those tiny torpedo boats which had buzzed Mikawa the night before might stand in his way, and the destroyers would make sukiyaki of these. Even if the Americans had capital ships available, he was sure they would not dare risk them in the narrow waters of Iron Bottom Bay. It was getting on to midnight as a trio of torpedo boats slipped out of Tulagi Harbor. They took up station at Savo's North Gate. They believed themselves to be all that was left to defend Henderson Field against the great fleet coming down. The sea was calm, the night air soft and fragrant. A first-quarter moon had set behind Cape Esperance. The pale gold gleaming beneath the violet vault of the heavens had vanished from the surface of the sea, and the lookouts peered anxiously into the dark. They stiffened. 2 great shapes came gliding toward them. The Americans did have big ships, and they were risking them in the narrow waters of Iron Bottom Bay. Bull Halsey had sent Rear Admiral Willis Augustus Lee charging north from Noumea with the new 16-inch gunned South Dakota and Washington and a hastily assigned screen of 4 destroyers. Lee had no battle plan or radio call signal, and he had very little information other than that the Japanese heavies were coming down. Admiral Lee was hungering for intelligence as his ships swept west of Savo, turned north, swung east, and put the hulking island off to the right, unaware that he had also put 2 little torpedo boats to his left. Admiral Lee signaled Guadalcanal using the code word Cactus. Back came the exasperating reply, "We do not recognize you." Admiral Lee decided to play it by ear. Archie Vandergrift was his personal friend. He would remember Lee's Annapolis nickname. "Cactus, this is Lee. Tell your big boss Ching Lee is here and wants the latest information." Silence. And then, over the talk between ships, from the softly chatting torpedo boat skippers came this: "There go 2 big ones, but I don't know whose they are." Unrecognized to his right, suspected to his left, Admiral Lee quickly called Guadalcanal. "Cactus, refer your big boss about Ching Lee. Chinese catchy. Call off your boys." Guadalcanal replied, "The boss has no additional information," and Admiral Lee took his battleships into the bay. He about-faced and sailed west again. It was close to midnight when he addressed the startled PT boat skippers. "This is Ching Lee. Get out of my way. I'm coming through." The little boats scurried aside, and the battleships went through. At 16 minutes past 1 in the morning, Lee's radar screens were covered with approaching pips, and there was a babble of Japanese voices on the radio telephone. It went hard at first for the Americans. Preston, Benham, and Walk took the full brunt of shoals of Japanese torpedoes and were sunk. South Dakota was pinioned like a big bug on the cold white shafts of enemy searchlights and was shuddering under the impact of their shells. But Lee's flagship Washington had tracked mighty Kirishima, and her terrible 16-inchers were tearing her apart. Kirishima was a mass of flames topside, and would soon join her sister, Hiei, in the bottom of the sea. And now South Dakota was helping Washington batter the heavy cruisers Otago and Takeo. Her great guns flashed and smoked above the litter of dead and wreckage topside. The Japanese heavies dragged themselves out of the fight. They would not see action again for many, many months. The destroyers and lights fled after them. It was quiet on the bay. Chingley sailed back to Noumea with triumphant Washington, with valiant South Dakota, with lucky little Gwyn. Never again would Japanese battleships come out to fight until they sailed to their fiery Götterdämmerung in the narrow seas of Surrey Strait 2 years hence. The 3-day naval battle of Guadalcanal was over. The Marines had held, and now they were truly saved. 18. It was December 9th, and command of Guadalcanal was passing from the Marines to the Army. Major General Vandergrift had again put together an offensive to the west, and had finally seized the high ground he wished to hold. The Army would direct the cleanup of the island. The last weeks of November and early days of December were relatively quiet, though the enemy continued to sneak in a few thousand troops by barge. On November 30th, Japan sent down the last supplies by sea and won the Battle of Tassafaronga when the torpedoes of 8 of her destroyers drove off the American force trying to intercept them. Aerial battles sputtered sporadically. There were infrequent bombings, but Henderson Field was gradually shaping up as the great forward bastion of American air power in the Pacific. From the 31 Marine aircraft, which Cactus Air Force was launched on August 20th, Henderson's strength had slowly risen through September, had sunk to that disastrous low of 14 after the night of the battleships, and was now climbing toward 150. Troop strength had increased concurrently. Vandergrift now commanded his own 1st Marine Division, as well as all but one infantry regiment of the 2nd Marine Division and the Army's Americal Division. With these went supporting troops and specialists. As Major General Alexander Vandergrift handed over command to Major General Alexander Patch on this day of December 9th, the men who had done so much to make the rising sun stand still, the men of Vandergrift's 1st Marine Division, were coming down from the hills. Some of these Marines had spent as many as 122 consecutive days on the lines without relief. They gaped in astonishment at the mountains of food heaped within supply dumps behind their perimeter, for they had only dreamed of this while their sodden bellies growled with rice and Argentine corned beef. They saw big trucks raising clouds of dust along the coastal road, great 4-engine bombers roaring off the airfield, ships of all sizes in the bay. They saw the new cemetery, serried ranks of white crosses broken here and again with stars of David. They were astounded to hear that there was an open-air movie near the airfield, and most of them refused to go, for they wanted nothing of a luxury that belittled their own hard memories of this island. They marched down to the beach to take ship. The 5th Regiment left first on December 9th, the 1st Marines by December 22nd, the 7th Marines before January. But they could not really march. They stumbled. They were ragged, bearded, sick, emaciated. They had not the strength to climb the cargo nets. Sailors had to pull them over the gunwales, fish them out of the water where they had fallen, doing it gladly and with open tears. They were sticks of men, and their sunken eyes stared wonderingly at that island they were leaving, with General Vandergrift, Manila John Vassalone, Red Mike Edson, Mitchell Page, and the fallen Major Bailey had won medals of honor, where 621 of the division's men died, where 1,517 more were wounded, and another 5,600 had been stricken with malaria. It seemed such a small cost to balance against the 30,000 soldiers Japan lost at Guadalcanal. But who would count that other cost, that toll of suffering and sacrifice, told in shrunken necks and knobby joints, in stark rib cages, in faces made of bone and parchment flesh? They couldn't tell. They could only go below to the Marines' reward of a hot meal and a clean bunk, while the great ship shuddered and made for the open sea. Behind them, General Patch's soldiers and Marines were already moving against General Hayukatate's remnant, men now scourged beyond belief by malaria and beriberi, men who were now clinging, as the Marines had clung, to the hope of reinforcement. It had been often promised in propaganda leaflets tucked inside those pitiful few sacks of rice or cases of bullets airdropped to them from the skies. The enemy is collapsing before your eyes. We are convinced of help from heaven and divine grace. Respect yourself and by no means run away from the encampment. We too will stick to it. But they did not. Though there had been bitter conferences between the Army High Command and the War Ministry, those staff officers came to blows in the quarrel over whether Guadalcanal should be reinforced or evacuated, it was the War Ministry's resolve to evacuate that carried. Once again, swift destroyers swept down the slot. On 3 February nights, 20 destroyers skillfully took off Haruyushi Hayakudate and most of the 13,000 men remaining in his 17th Army. On the afternoon of February 9, 1943, at a village west of the Tanamba River, a patrol of soldiers from the 132nd Infantry joined with another patrol from the 161st Infantry. They had reached the island's west coast and found no enemy. Guadalcanal was secured. But not until October 27, 1947, did the last of these most tenacious Japanese soldiers surrender. He came out of his cave, his hair long and matted, his uniform in tatters, a broken Australian bayonet stuck in his belt, a shovel in one hand, a water bottle in the other. His feet were bound in rags and wire, and as he approached a member of the British Constabulary, he bowed deeply from the waist. He inquired about the war and about the Americans, those ferocious Marines whom Tokyo Rose always called the butchers of Guadalcanal. He was told that they had sailed away nearly 5 years ago and gone charging on to westward. 2. All Their Blood. Song for a Pilot. Who plows the sky, said a wise man, shows himself a fool, but he went out to plow it, taught in a different school. Who sows the wind, says Scripture, must reap and reap again, but he went out to sow the wind and reaped the bitter grain. He took his death like charity, like nothing understood. He freshened all the oldest words with all his blood. Captain Richard G. Hubler. 1. Once a jolly swagging man can buy a billy bong under the shade of a coolibah tree, and he sang as he watched and he waited till his billy boiled, "You'll come a waltzin' Matilda with me." It was a great tune to march to, a rollicking one to bellow at top voice while rolling merrily home through the quiet, broad streets of Melbourne, that spacious, airy Australian city where the 1st Marine Division had begun to recuperate from Guadalcanal. The Marines arrived in Melbourne in early January 1943, and were at once clasped to the hearts of its people. They were looked upon as the saviors of Australia, for they had preserved the country's lifeline to America. They were treated as saviors, in spite of their being men of another nation, as well as mere human beings inclined to take advantage of the savior status. But there seemed to be nothing that these Marines could do to outrage their hosts, and gradually, after the Marines' inevitably exuberant response to the delights of civilization became contained, there developed between host city and guest army a friendship so warm and understanding as to be unique. Australian soldiers or diggers, who might have been miffed at first to find the pubs closing early a few times weekly because the Yankee Marines had again drunk the town dry, also found that they were perpetually welcome at the wet canteens or slop shoots of the Marine camps. Complaints that the Americans' voracious appetite for steak and eggs was making beef hard to come by were tempered by the realization that the Yanks were generous with their coveted cigarettes, and that they frequently arrived at Australian homes bringing a pound of precious butter. Soon the Aussies were saying, "Okay" for Goodow, and their movie theaters played the Marines' hymn as often as God Save the King, while over in the Marine camps, where the band often played Waltzin' Matilda on ceremonial parade, the Yanks called their friends "Cobber" and spoke of riding a tram to keep a date with some Sheila. Before the division departed Melbourne, there was many a Yankee ring on an Australian finger, and during the 9 months of that truly remarkable rest, the Marines thought less and less of the alternating hell of fear and fire which they had left behind them, remembering it only when a comrade looked up from a Melbourne newspaper account of the war in North Africa or New Guinea and exclaimed, "I wonder what it's like back on the canal." Back on the canal in that early January of 1943, the war had lost its spectacular quality. Over Tulagi there was a sign which, in letters 2 feet high, proclaimed Bull Halsey's battle creed, "Kill Japs, kill Japs, kill more Japs." But most of the killing would have to be done farther north, for Hayakutate's men had already pulled back preparatory to their evacuation, and Japanese naval strength no longer ventured south. The coast watchers, who occupied the lonely high peaks of Guadalcanal, were being called in. Among them was the erstwhile planter K.D. Hay, a veteran of World War I and easily the fattest man in the South Pacific. Yet he had hung on to his station at the mountain mining camp known as Gold Ridge. But now in January he was coming down, bringing with him the aged nun who was the sole survivor of a Japanese mission massacre and whom Hay had cared for. Melanesian bearers brought the nun down. Hay made his own panting descent. By the time he had reached the coastal road, he was near collapse. He sent word to the Americans requesting a jeep. He explained that he was knocked up, innocently unaware that the Australian slang for being exhausted was also American slang for being pregnant. A puzzled U.S. Army officer drove up the road. He saw Hay. He saw his belly. He clapped his hand to his forehead and swore, "My God, it's true." In mid-January, Japanese aerial attacks on Henderson Field began to increase, giving Captain Joe Foss his chance to break Captain Eddie Rickenbacker's record. Foss was back on Guadalcanal. He had recovered from the malaria which had stricken him November 24th, the day after he had shot down his 23rd plane. He had been evacuated to Sydney, but now he was back with Squadron 121 with only a few weeks to go on his tour of duty, and all the talk was whether or not Joe would equal the 26 kills which had made Rickenbacker the American ace of aces in World War I. On January 15th, Captain Joe Foss became the ace of aces in the new war. On that day, he tore into a formation of zeros and shot down 3 of them. Foss's score stayed at 26, while the squadron went on to record 164 kills against 20 of its own pilots lost. At the end of January, Joe Foss's tour of duty was over. He went home to receive the Medal of Honor, the path of his homegoing convoy crossing that of those carriers and convoys coming out with a new weapon and a new outfit for the Marines' war against Japan, the Peerless Corsair Fighter and the 3rd Marine Division. The first of the Corsairs arrived at Guadalcanal on February 12th. They came to Henderson Field with a bad reputation, for many Navy pilots swore that they were full of bugs, and at least one carrier commander refused to permit them aboard his ship. But the Marines made the Corsair their own, forgetting the stubborn wildcat which had won the air battle of Guadalcanal in their jubilation at the range and staying power of this gull-winged, paddle-bladed killer. The big Corsairs could fly faster than anything Japan had, could climb nearly 3,000 feet a second, and range twice as far as the Wildcats. If they were difficult aboard ship, they were not so ashore, and the Marine flyers would be landlocked for most of the rest of the war. The 3rd Marine Division, which entered the Pacific Theater almost simultaneously with the Corsair, was not only new but also novel. It was a weld of raw recruit and battle-blooded veteran. It made manifest the fact that the rewards of the Solomons offensive were not all strategic. Unlike Guam, Wake, or the Philippines, Guadalcanal had ended in a victory that produced thousands of veteran warriors to drill and lead America's cadres. Even the lowest ranks of the 3rd Division included men who had fought the Japanese on Guadalcanal. Having recovered from the wounds or malaria which had brought them home, they had been assigned to the 3rd. Many of the new division's officers and top NCOs were also veterans. They had been promoted and detached from the 1st to command in the 3rd. Never again would a Marine division go into battle as green as the 1st had been at Guadalcanal. Every outfit would have its heavy quota of officers and men who knew the difference between the myth of the Superman of the jungle and the fact of the tenacious enemy who fought so much with his heart, so little with his head. They could tell the boots and 90-day wonders of the 3rd that though the enemy was indeed a tricky little bastard, his tactics were so tied to trickery that he sometimes confused his means for his ends. By April, all of the division's units, the 3rd, 9th, and 21st Marines, the 12th Marine Regiment of Artillery, the 19th of Engineers, had been assembled in New Zealand. They began training at 22 separate camps in the vicinity of Auckland. South of them, down at the capital of Wellington, was that older brother division, the angriest and most stridently warlike of all Marine divisions, the 2nd. The 2nd Marine Division had come to Wellington from Guadalcanal with a chip on its shoulder. The chip was there for the 1st Marine Division to knock off, for the 2nd was sore. Its 2nd Regiment had been at Tulagi, Guadalcanal, since the August 7th landings, had in fact been the first unit to take enemy soil in World War II, and though it had not been in the thick of it thereafter, it had been forced to stay on Guadalcanal for more than a month after the glory hounds of the 1st Division shoved off. The 8th Marines and 10th Marine Artillery had come onto the island in November. The 6th had arrived in January. All had joined General Patch's offensive without benefit of publicity, for no newspaper in the States seemed to have heard of the 2nd Marine Division. It was always the 1st that got the headlines. So the 2nd Marine Division was sore, and it was going into training to prove its superiority to those headline hunters up in Australia. Its men were also determined to pitch a liberty that would even outdo what was already being called the Battle of Melbourne. What Melbourne already was to the first, Wellington was becoming to the second. It was another love affair, the only variations being Maori music supplanting Waltz and Matilda, and the steep hills and canyons of North Island substituting for the featureless Victorian plain. In Wellington, there were also steak and eggs and long-haired girls learning to jitterbug to an American beat, and there were also marriages. And though both New Zealander and American would exchange monuments and plaques on Aotearoa after the war, the bond that now existed would be manifested by that odd tradition with which the United States Marines would henceforth memorialize the people of the Antipodes. Hereafter they would go into battle on a breakfast of steak and eggs. So the Marine Corps took a deep breath in the first quarter of 1943 while the war rolled elsewhere, while Australian and American soldiers drove the Japanese invaders north and west up the New Guinea coast, while the Allies in North Africa began the offensive which doomed Germany's Africa Corps, while the Third Reich caught its mortal cold in the Russian snows, and while Fleet Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto plotted a flaming revenge for the loss of Guadalcanal. 2. It was called the I Operation. It was intended to blast American bases to rubble, to sink American shipping, to set the American land forces back on their heels while the Japanese strengthened their defenses in the Upper Solomons, New Guinea, and New Britain, and it was meant to console Emperor Hirohito for the loss of Guadalcanal. At the end of March, about a month after the 3rd Marine Raiders and Army units had moved into the undefended Russell Islands, about 60 miles northwest of Guadalcanal, Admiral Yamamoto came down to Rabaul to put I into effect. He assembled 96 fighters, 65 dive bombers and a few torpedo bombers aboard 4 carriers, and to this he added a land-based force of 86 fighters, 27 dive bombers, 72 twin-engine bombers, and a few more torpedo bombers. That was roughly 350 planes, a big force even by the standards of 1945. By those of 1943, enormous. Yamamoto was going to hurl this thunderbolt at Guadalcanal, where his scout planes reported growing naval strength, and later at New Guinea. During the first week of April, the land-based forces were built up at Rabaul, and the carrier planes fleeted down to Buka, Yahili, and Balali in the Bougainville area. On April 7th, with an early morning report that 4 American cruisers, 7 destroyers, and 14 transports were in Iron Bottom Bay, Yamamoto let fly. The first of 4 waves of Veils and Zeros roared aloft from Rabaul. Coast watchers spotted them and flashed the word. At noon, the task force standing out of Tulagi heard the warning and went streaking for the open sea at full steam ahead, but more than 30 smaller vessels were still in the bay. By 1 o'clock, the planes from Rabaul had been augmented by 3 other waves, and there were now 67 Veils and 100 Zeros roaring over the slot. On Seggy Point in New Georgia, the coast watcher Kennedy, the man who had rescued Joe Foss and many others, gasped in astonishment at their numbers. He couldn't count them all. He could only signal hundreds headed yours. By 2 o'clock, the massive Japanese aerial armada was thundering over the Russells, turning the radar screens milky with pips, changing the earlier warning of condition red to an alert never made before or since. Condition very red. And then the Japanese swept over Tulagi, the dive bombers making for the ships in the harbor, the fighters taking on the 76 Marine, Army, and Navy planes that had been scrambled aloft in readiness. Among them was a Marine boot pilot named Jimmy Sweat, the most amazing greenhorn of World War II. 22-year-old Lieutenant Sweat had never been in combat before. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, he and 3 comrades flew their Wildcats toward Tulagi, their own yelps and rebel yells contributing to that crackling cacophony of "Hi-O Silver" or "Tally-Ho," then drowning out the fighter director's frantic plea of "Protect your shipping, protect your shipping." 15 minutes later, Jimmy Sweat had shot down 7 enemy bombers. He flamed them so fast he had no recollection of their destruction. He shoved his Wildcat over and dove into the storm of anti-aircraft fire flowing up from Tulagi and shot down 3 Veils at 3 separate levels of his dive. He cut down to pick up speed, climbed and roared after 4 more Veils, and blasted them into the treetops of Florida Island. Then, with his cooling system destroyed, his face bloodied by flying bits of glass from his shattered windshield, he crash-landed in the bay. Sweat was rescued. He received the Medal of Honor and the nickname Zeke, for this is what Zeros were now being called since the cataloging of enemy fighters with male nicknames, bombers with female ones. He would fly again, but in the cockpit of a Corsair, and he would shoot down 7 more planes before he was through. But on that afternoon, he had done more than anyone else to stagger Fleet Admiral Yamamoto's eye operation, and henceforth all boot Marine pilots would fly out to maiden combat determined to do a Jimmy Sweat. In all, 39 Japanese planes were shot down that wild afternoon of April 7th, and 28 of these were destroyed by Marine flyers at a cost of 7 of their own aircraft, with no pilots lost. In their elation, pilots of all services claimed kills all over the Lower Solomons, and many of the anti-aircraft gunners on those little merchant ships were already proudly painting red balls on their gun mounts, their prows, their sterns, so that all claims taken together would surely have meant the destruction of more planes than Yamamoto possessed. The Americans were not the only Munchausens abroad in the Solomons that day and the next, when the I Armada thundered over New Guinea. Japanese pilots, having sunk only a destroyer, a tanker, and a corvette at Guadalcanal, and a small Netherlands transport in New Guinea, returned to base with such glowing reports of success that Yamamoto put an end to I and sent the carrier pilots back to their ships. The Marine Air Arm thereupon countered with an offensive of its own, striking at Munda Airfield on New Georgia, about 190 miles up the Solomons ladder. The field had been cleverly hidden beneath a fake forest. The Japanese had cut away trees, but had kept the treetops in place with wires. Beneath them, they had built the base which became a thorn in the side of the Americans. On April 13th, 16 Corsairs left Guadalcanal to escort 12 Avengers on a strike at Munda Airfield. Young Bill Coffin flew one of the Corsairs. He was that rarity in air combat, a flying staff sergeant. He was also a veteran, and when he took off that early morning, nearly blinded by a guide light at the end of the runway, narrowly missing the trees at the edge of the airfield, he guessed that he had begun a bad day. By the time he had passed over Munda and the Avengers had flashed down, Coffin's engine was smoking and his oil line leaking. He was losing altitude rapidly, coming down very fast over the slot between Choiseul and Columbangara. At 3,000 feet his motor was so hot he feared it would explode. Coffin jumped, his parachute opened. A few seconds later he had slammed into the water. He surfaced and pulled the cord on his life jacket, his Mae West. It had a hole in it and could not be inflated. He pulled out his rubber raft and inflated that. The paddle was missing. Then a storm broke over the slot and a wave capsized Coffin's rubber boat, carrying off his shoes, his medical supplies, his food. Coffin now had his rubber raft, the clothes he wore, a hunting knife, and a pistol. But he also had hope, for he had heard the sound of approaching motors. It was his flight returning to Guadalcanal. Coffin waved the raft's white sail happily. The planes flew on. He fired his pistol. 2 Corsairs came in low. Coffin fired again and waved the sail. The Corsairs flew on. They had not seen him. There were shark fins sliding by, and it was getting dark on the waters of the slot. The Americans had broken the Japanese code, and they had discovered that Fleet Admiral Yamamoto was preparing to visit bases on Bougainville. Intelligence was queried. Would it be wise to kill Yamamoto? Would his death hurt Japan, or would it make room for a commander better than he? The answer was that Isoroku Yamamoto was the best military mind in Japan, and so his doom was sealed. On Henderson Field, Rear Admiral Mark Mitcher, Air Commander for the Solomons, rounded up a squadron of triggermen. He chose the Army Air Corps for the job, for their twin-tailed Lightnings were the longest-ranging things aloft. 16 pilots of the 339th Squadron, under Major John Mitchell, were alerted for the day of Yamamoto's departure from Rabaul on April 18th. On April 18th, Sergeant Bill Coffin decided that if he stayed where he was, he would die. He had spent 2 days paddling by hand, burned by sun and salt. He had spent 2 nights sleeping upright for fear of falling, for fear of sharks. At last he paddled to a tiny island. It was uninhabited. It had no fresh food, no water, only coconuts. After 3 days of eating coconuts, with the growling of approaching dysentery already audible within his stomach, Coffin looked at a larger island in the distance and made up his mind to try for it. He floated his boat, he got in, pulled out his automatic pistol, found it rusted beyond use, and threw it away. With a stick for a paddle, he moved out on the slot. He paddled and rested, judging the time and his progress from the position of the sun. At somewhere around 9 o'clock he rested and heard the sound of motors. He glanced up eagerly. They were too high, much too high to see him. They looked like lightnings. There were 16 of them. At 35 minutes after 9 o'clock on the morning of April 18th, two twin-engine Betty bombers arrived over Kahili Airdrome. They carried Fleet Admiral Yamamoto, his chief of staff, Vice Admiral Ugaki, and the most important officers of his staff. It was as though Admiral Chester Nimitz had flown up to Guadalcanal from Pearl Harbor, collecting Bull Halsey and other top aides along the way. A cover of 9 Zeke fighters patrolled the skies above the Bettys, watching them drop down to land. Just as the Zekes turned for home, 12 white-starred, twin-tailed killers struck at them from above. 4 more lightnings went flashing down on the helpless Bettys. Captain Tom Lamphere shot one of the bombers down in the jungle. Lieutenant Rex Barber sent the others spiraling into the sea. Up above, Major Mitchell's covering lightnings shot down 3 of the horrified Zekes who had wheeled to slam the door left so helplessly open. Only Lieutenant Raymond Hine was lost. The remaining 15 triggermen flew back to Guadalcanal to make the report, which would send wild but highly secret elation sweeping eastward over the Pacific until it spread through the offices of the Pentagon. But the jubilation had to remain guarded. It would be foolish to let the enemy suspect that a cipher had been cracked. Thus, such cryptic vaunts as Bull Halsey's message to Mark Mitcher, "Congratulations to you and Major Mitchell and his hunters," sounds as though one of the ducks in their bag might be a peacock. It was. On May 21st, Tokyo announced that the great Yamamoto was gone. He had been in the plane which Lamphere sent crashing into the jungle, and he had been killed with a half-dozen staff officers. Admiral Ugaki had been badly hurt, but he had survived. That brilliant, proud leader, who had arrogantly told the world of his intention to dictate peace terms in the White House, the Emperor's one and only Yamamoto, was now dead. Bill Coffeen knew that he was dying. He had reached that larger island 2 days after he had seen the returning lightnings flying high above him and had noticed there were only 15. But the larger island had no food or water either, nor did a third island to which he had made a laborious 3-day voyage. A mosquito bite on his left hand had become infected. A red streak ran from the hand to his shoulder. On the morning after he had reached the third island, Coffeen's arm was twice its normal size. He seized his knife and cut open the festering sore which was poisoning his blood. He bathed the wound in seawater and discovered that his right foot was also infected. He moved on to another island. He paddled on, coming ashore on another lifeless rock, eating coconuts, sleeping on beaches, scratching in the sand for anything edible, moving on repeatedly while the weeks turned 2 and moved toward 3. Around the 20th day, he saw a red-roofed house a mile or more ahead of him on the shore of the island he was coasting. But Coffeen was too weak to paddle farther. He went ashore to rest through the night, hoping to reach the house the next day. Beaching his raft, he found that he had stumbled on an abandoned copra plantation. There were outbuildings, but he saw no sign of life or food. Then he heard the cackling of a hen. He staggered toward a rotting henhouse. He found an aged hen nesting inside. He poked her with a stick. She clucked in outrage and scampered away, exposing 12 beautiful white eggs to the starving eyes of Bill Coffeen. He broke them open and gulped them down. He found some little tropical limes and squeezed the tart juice into his mouth. He felt certain that he would live, and he refloated his boat and made it to the plantation house in another day. He lay on the floor that night and prayed to God for the strength to keep him going. In the morning he was paddling again, keeping carefully close to the shoreline. At dusk, 4 days later, a storm broke over the slot and swept his raft out to the open sea. Night fell. Black water swept over Coffeen's burning flesh, and it was then that he began to scream. It was mid-May. The campaign in North Africa had ended in victory. The new-style landing boats that had brought the soldiers ashore at Casablanca and Oran were now coming to the Pacific in great numbers. The old wooden Higgins boats from which the Marines were accustomed to leap into boiling surf were now discarded. Replacing them were the new LCVPs, landing craft vehicle personnel, which the Marines would simply call landing boats. They were 36 feet long, could move at 9 knots, and could carry 36 Marines, or a 3-ton vehicle, or 8,000 pounds of cargo. They had ramps which were lowered at the moment of impact with the beach, enabling the Marines to run ashore and make one of those ladylike dry landings, for which they were forever ribbing the dog faces. Many months later, when the Marines saw the famous pictures of General MacArthur wading ashore on his return to the Philippines, they hooted in wild derision, for they knew nobody need wade with a landing boat around. There was also the landing boat's big sister, the LCM, landing craft medium, which would always be called that. It was 50 feet long and 14 feet wide, and could carry a Sherman tank or 30 tons of cargo or 69 men. The LCMs were ideal for small forays. They mounted a pair of 50 caliber machine guns, and the ramp could be lowered just enough to allow the Sherman's cannon to fire. Roaring inland, with this armament blazing, the LCMs were a terrifying sight for enemy riflemen to behold, and they could provide excellent supporting fire for those Marines swarming down the ramp. And the old Amtrak was coming into its own. The Marine had the LVT, landing vehicle, tracked at Guadalcanal and called it the Alligator. Excellent though it was for crossing swamps or sailing up navigable jungle rivers, it had been erratic in salt water. The tracks corroded and became stuck. Now there was an improved Amtrak coming out to the Pacific, and soon there would be Amtraks with ramps to the rear, Amtrak tanks or Amtanks, and even Amtraks mounting flamethrowers, which could spew tongues of liquid fire 100 feet long. There were bigger boats, such as the barge-like LCT, landing craft tank, which was 122 by 32 feet and could carry 4 Shermans or 150 tons of cargo. There was also the LCI, landing craft infantry, a sleek, swift little ocean-going troop carrier. The diesel-powered LCIs were 148 feet long and could hit 16 knots and cruise for 8,000 miles. They had quarters for 9 officers and 196 men, with cargo capacity of 32 tons. When the boat beached, twin ramps to either side of the bow could be lowered for the Marines to run ashore. The LCIs were eventually converted into rocket ships, for which purpose they were admirably suited, and the Marines were not sorry to see them go. They were hot, airless, and crowded, with the most rudimentary provision for washing and eating, and they were far from stable. The LST, landing ship tank, was stable. Many Marines said that LST stood for Large Stationary Target, for these pin-headed monsters were indeed slow and indeed large. The LST was 328 feet long and could carry 2,100 tons. Her most unusual feature was the enormous high bow composed of 2 huge doors which swung open the moment the shallow draft LSTs ran up on the beach, or which could be opened at sea to allow Amtraks to roll down a ramp into the water. Through these great yawning jaws rode and rolled all the men and munitions of Mars. To sit in the cavernous belly of an LST on the morning of battle was to be sailing to war within the Lincoln Tunnel. Trucks, jeeps, tanks, field guns, ambulances, Amtraks, everything wheeled or tracked was lined up nose to end behind hundreds of combat-loaded Marines crouching forward for the moment when the doors swung open to reveal the forts of the enemy. The Marines hated their LSTs with a flippant, fierce hatred. Very few men enjoyed the luxury of sleeping in the bunks provided for them below. Most of them slept on deck, usually on field cots placed underneath LCTs lashed to the deck on blocks so they could be launched over the side on D-Day. Being 9-knot cows, LSTs had to leave for combat earliest, for they took the longest, and this meant that the chances of their being bombed, torpedoed, or shelled were more prolonged, and that their food supply would inevitably give out, along with the fresh water, forcing the troops to live off the rations in their packs and to wash in salt water. No, the LSTs were not popular, any more than had been the M1, or Garand, semi-automatic rifle when it was first issued. The Marines had fought with the bolt-action 5-shot Springfield rifle on Guadalcanal. This was the famous .03, which had made the United States Marines the sharpest shooters in the world. They hated to exchange it for the less accurate M1, even though the Garand fired an 8-round clip as fast as a man could pull the trigger. Burning powder gases operated the M1's loading mechanism, thus providing the greater firepower, to which the Marines reluctantly yielded. But at least they had gotten rid of the Riesling gun, that slovenly substitute for a Thompson submachine gun which they had taken onto Guadalcanal. The Riesling gun was useless, and the Marines swore that the only Japanese hurt by them were those hit by the ones being thrown away. In the Riesling's place came the Tommy gun, firing 20 or 30-round clips. For officers and machine gunners and other Marines assigned to crew-served weapons, there was a new M1 carbine. It was light, firing a clip of 15 30-caliber bullets at semi-automatic. It provided firepower, but it wasn't tough enough to withstand the corrosion of the jungle. It would break down when fired too long, and then anyone who carried a carbine would search frantically for a rifle, still the best gun to have around when things were getting sticky. There was also the bazooka, that long-tubed rocket launcher which a man rested on his shoulder and fired like a rifle, and there was the flamethrower. Both were new and untried. They would soon be tested, however, as would all those other weapons and ships now flowing to the 3 Marine divisions training in the Antipodes and to the Raider battalions on Noumea in mid-May of 1943. It was May 15th. and Bill Coffeen had the foolish notion that someone was cradling him like a baby. He opened his eyes. He was being carried. He was in the arms of a husky Melanesian, and he was being lifted from his raft. "You all Sami American?" the man asked. "Or you all Sami Jap?" "I'm American," Coffeen gasped. The Melanesian's white teeth flashed in his dark face. "American good fella," he said, and gathered Coffeen in his powerful arms and took him to a village inland from the beach. Coffeen was puzzled at first over how the Melanesian could mistake a tall Westerner for a short Japanese, but then he understood. He had shrunk to a hank of bone and shriveled skin. His flesh was like burnished copper. His head was a mop almost as fuzzy as his rescuer's, but plastered down with dried salt, as was the heavy beard covering half his face. At the village, Coffeen ate. He was saved. Next day his infected foot was lanced, and the ulcers covering his body were bathed in an antiseptic, and then Coffeen fell ill with malaria. There are now 4 airfields on Guadalcanal, and Fleet Admiral Miniature Koga was determined to succeed where his predecessor Yamamoto had failed. He was going to destroy Guadalcanal air power. In mid-May he shifted his aerial strength from truck to rabow, and in early June the Zeeks and Vals and Bettys swept south again. On June 7th, 112 of them collided with American and New Zealand planes, high above the Russell Islands, in one of the Solomons campaign's biggest dogfights. At 22,000 feet, Lieutenant Sam Logan's Corsair was turned into a torch by the 20mm cannon of a Zeke. Logan bailed out. His parachute opened, and he began to float seaward. The Zeke returned. Its pilot made pass after pass at the helpless Logan, and then, failing to hit him, drove at him with whirling propeller blades in an attempt to chop him to pieces. He had cut off part of Logan's right foot and left heel, and was coming again to finish the job when a New Zealand pilot drove him off. Logan hit the water and was rescued, but his right foot had to be amputated. Even so, Logan flew again, for this indomitable Marine was the first American to receive permission to continue to fight and fly with what the Marines called a store leg. So also would Lieutenant Gil Percy live to fight again, even though in that same afternoon of June 7th he had fallen into the sea from a height of 2,000 feet. Percy's elevator control and wing tanks were shot out when he was flying at that altitude. He leaped from his cockpit and pulled the parachute cord. The chute didn't open. It merely trailed after him to mark his plunge. Percy was certain he was dead in that obliterating instant when life seemed to be blotted out, but then he tasted salt water. He opened his eyes. There were bubbles all around him, and then his head had burst into the light of day, and the only things he had to worry about now were sharks and how to swim to a nearby island with a broken back, 2 sprained ankles, and cannon wounds in one arm and both legs. He began backstroking toward an island a mile distant. 3 hours later he reached an offshore reef. He dragged himself up on it and lost consciousness. At dawn the tide floated him into shore, and he crawled up on the sand to be found by 3 Melanesians. One of them stood guard over Percy while the others went for help. Soon a motor launch with 2 doctors aboard came to the island. Percy went back to Guadalcanal, and then to a hospital in Auckland. 1 year later he was back in action. Admiral Koga lost 23 pilots that day of June 7th, and he lost 107 more when he sent 120 planes south on June 16th. After the 16th, Guadalcanal was never again attacked by daylight. The Japanese had had enough of Captain Donald Kennedy. Among the most daring of all the coast watchers, Captain Kennedy had kept most of the Melanesians on New Georgia hostile to the Japanese, using them to hide downed American flyers while he signaled for small boats or the big flying ships called Dumbos to come get them. Kennedy had also harried the Japanese and New Georgia incessantly, bursting from his mysterious jungle lair to strike swift blows, then melting back into the green tangle again, and he had repeatedly waylaid barges loaded with Japanese soldiers and massacred them. Kennedy had only attacked when it became likely that Japanese patrols or barge movements might stumble on his Segi Point hideout and thus reveal the entire coast-watching apparatus, of which the Japanese still had no suspicion. Though he had only killed to keep his secret, he had done so with customary vigor and efficiency. Now Colonel Chinchiro Harata was going to use the entire 1st Battalion of his 229th Regiment to get rid of him. Kennedy ambushed the first force sent against him and captured the inevitable diary describing Colonel Hirata's plans for Captain Kennedy. Kennedy called for help. At dusk of June 20th, 2 companies of the 4th Raiders boarded the destroyer transport's Dent and Waters and sped from Guadalcanal to New Georgia. By dark, the 2 ships were gingerly picking their way through the shoal-filled channel to Segi Point. Kennedy lighted bonfires ashore to guide them in and cheerfully radioed, Okay here. It was not quite okay in the channel, for both ships had scraped bottom. But they worked free, and in the morning the Marines came ashore to seize the beachhead which opened the campaign in the Central Solomons. The long breathing spell between the end of fighting on Guadalcanal and the resumption of the American offensive was ending. It was June 25th, and a Dumbo had come for Staff Sergeant Bill Coffeen. The big PBY landed offshore from the native village, and Coffeen went out by canoe to climb aboard. The Melanesians had saved his life. They had nursed him through malaria. Their food had restored half of the roughly 40 pounds Coffeen had lost during the 32 days he had paddled about the slot on his raft. They had even given the young American a pet parrot to take back to Guadalcanal with him. Coffeen waved his farewell, and they waved back, gaily, smiling warmly. Then Bill Coffeen flew back to Guadalcanal, only to start beating his gums not 10 minutes after his return. It was not that Bill Coffeen was not grateful for his life, not that he minded the hunger, or ulcers, or sunburn, or malaria so much. It was only that, while he had been 72 days missing in action, his buddies of Squadron 213 had finished their tour of duty, had pitched one hell of a liberty in Sydney, and were now back on the canal, ready to start their second tour with good old Bill Coffeen back aboard. "We told the Aussie gals all about you, Bill," his buddies said solemnly, usually while we were walking down to the pub. 3. Take me somewhere east of Iwa, where the best ain't like the worst, where there ain't no Doug MacArthur, and a man can drown his thirst, where the Army gets the medals and the Navy gets the queens, but the boys who get the rookin' are the United States Marines. It was a song of the Solomons, and it had a chorus descriptive of the changed character of the aerial war against Japan. It went, "Hit the road to Jizo Bay, where the Jap fleet spends the day. You can hear the duds a-clunkin' from Rabaul to Lunga Bay. Pack your load up to Regatta, where the float planes Zeros play, and bombs come down like thunder on the natives cross the way." For it was now the American bombers which went sweeping up the slot. Marine airmen who roared that sardonic ditty while gathered at the Hotel de Gink for a convivial canteen cup of medical alcohol cut with grapefruit juice were bellowing their displeasure with the daily bombing missions aimed at knocking out the Bougainville airfields while the new Georgia offensive slugged ahead. That the de Gink, Guadalcanal's famous shack for itinerant pilots, now resounded to the singing of a bombardier's ballad was indicative of the change. Even the de Gink was new, for the old one had been destroyed in one of those shellings during the days when the fighter pilot was the photographer's darling. By the end of June, the hot pilot was in demand again. The Army's 43rd Division landed at Rendezvous, while Marines and soldiers landed at Vanguno, east of Munda, and the enemy's attempts to get at the transports brought 170 Allied fighters swarming aloft to intercept 130 Japanese invaders. Dogfights swirled all over the Central Solomons in a wild, far-ranging struggle during which 100 enemy aircraft were shot down, as opposed to 14 American, and a new brood of Marine Corsair aces was born. Among them were Lieutenant Ken Walsh and Lieutenant Alvin Jensen, and a wisecracking, cigar-smoking flyboy with the fanciful name of Murderous Manny Siegel. Like Walsh and Jensen, Lieutenant Siegel had been a former enlisted naval pilot. Now he was a Marine officer, flying wing off the famous Zeke Sweat as the Fighting Falcon Squadron helped to cover the Rendezvous landing. At noon, Murderous Manny Siegel heard someone yip, "There's a big fight going on downstairs." "This I gotta see," Siegel murmured, and went nosing over as Sweat led the division down. Siegel was momentarily startled. Sweat was leading the Corsairs around and beneath the dogfight. Then he saw the bombers with their big angry meatballs on the fuselage, and he understood. Murderous Manny Siegel worked up on one of the Bettys in a high side run. He fired. He could see his tracers flowing into the bomber's starboard engine. It burst into flames. Hypnotized by his first taste of combat, Siegel nearly flew into the wreckage. He was awakened by the blasting of anti-aircraft shells from an American destroyer. His Corsair was all but thrown back on its tail, and his cigar flew from his mouth. Groggy, he pulled back on the stick and climbed to safety. Up high again, Siegel saw Zero riding the tail of a smoking wildcat. He chased the Zero all the way up to the next island, Columbangada, where a single sharp burst blew it up. He had 2 planes to his credit on his first flight, and within another 2 weeks he was an ace. On July 11th, with Siegel again flying wing for Sweat, 8 of the Flying Falcons took off for patrol over Rendezvous. 6 turned back because of engine trouble. Sweat and Siegel were alone. They heard from the fighter director that there was a big bogey coming down the slot, 30 Bettys with a cover of 20 Zeros flying at 18,000 feet. Sweat and Siegel nosed over from 26,000 feet and went slashing among them. They broke up the formation. Sweat missed on his first pass, but Manny Siegel shot down the Zero that went for Sweat's tail. 3 more eased in behind Siegel, and Sweat obliged by shooting one of them down. Then the 2 Marine flyers became separated. They were no longer able to protect one another, but Siegel shot down 2 more planes, and Sweat sent a bomber plunging into the ocean with such impact that water swept skyward in a plume so high it doused his Corsair. And then Siegel and Sweat were shot down. Sweat's Corsair smacked the water in a dead stick glide. It remained surfaced for some time, giving Sweat protection from the pair of Zeros which strafed him. He was finally rescued by Captain Donald Kennedy's smoothly functioning organization at Seggy Point. Murderous Manny Siegel also survived. His face smashed and bloodied from the impact of his watery crash, Siegel paddled about the slot for 23 hours until an American destroyer spotted him and threw him a line. He was hauled aboard. The sailors rushed forward to help him, and Siegel waved them weakly away. "Don't worry, boys," he gasped. "Things are bad all over." On July 28th, soldiers of the 14th Corps, spearheaded by Marine flamethrowers mounted on tanks, struck at the Munda airfield's labyrinthine defense. They pushed through a gaunt no-man's land where not a tree had been left intact. By August 5th, they had taken the airfield. 10 days later, the Strip was in use, and Lieutenant Ken Walsh was fireballing a Corsair down the Strip. He rode up to Vella La Vella, shot down a fighter, and then launched a lone attack on a formation of 9 Vales. He shot down 2 of them and came into Munda with 2 cannon holes in his right wing, his hydraulic line cut, his horizontal stabilizer punctured, and his right tire blown. But he made a perfect landing and was actually cheered by the ground crews. 15 days later, Walsh was again demonstrating his superb flying skill. He flew to Kahili, developed engine trouble, and returned to get another Corsair. He took off again and tore north to take on 50 Japanese fighters by himself. He shot down 4. Walsh was awarded the Medal of Honor for both these actions, and before he left combat, he had shot down 21 planes. During that same period of fighting in the Central Solomons, Lieutenant Jensen destroyed 24 parked enemy planes in one of the Pacific's freak feats of combat. During a storm which burst suddenly over Kahili on August 28th, Jensen found himself separated from his comrades. He flew down through the storm. To his great surprise, he emerged from it upside down and directly over the enemy airfield. Jensen twisted his Corsair right side up while roaring to one end of the airport. He banked around and came skimming over the runway with all guns hammering, turning 8 parked Zeeks, 4 Vals, and 12 Bettys into flaming heaps before the stunned Japanese had a chance to raise a hand against him. Such was the heat of the aerial warfare, matching the bitter savagery of the Central Solomons ground fighting during that August when the armed forces of both nations seemed to be marking time. But August also marked the end of that seeming lull, for in Quebec, the Quadrant Conference between President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill had already marked out the specific routes for the march on Japan. General MacArthur would still strike through the Bismarcks to the Philippines, and the Marines would fight twice more in the South Pacific. But Quadrant was also shifting emphasis to the Central Pacific, to the chain of island fortresses that ran like steel-sheathed stepping stones to the very heart of Japan. In that same month of August, a Japanese rear admiral named Keiji Shibasaki came out from Japan to the Central Pacific to direct the defense of the Gilbert and Marshall groups, which were the foremost of these islands, the outer glacis of Fortress Nippon. Shibasaki was particularly anxious to fortify an island shaped like an upside-down parrot. The Gilbert Islanders called it Beisho. The Japanese renamed it Bititu, and the world would know it as Tarawa. 4. Major Gregory Boyington was called Pappy because he was already a venerable 31 years of age when he burst upon the South Pacific with all the ungentle force of his brash, boisterous, belligerent character. His men called themselves Black Sheep because they were a collection of replacements, rejects, and loners turned over to Boyington as much to squelch his demands for a squadron as in hopes that he would put one together. He did put together a squadron, a unique one, and he did it in hardly a month of training on Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides, for the captain had found the men, and the men their captain. It was as though mavericks had actually gathered to elect a leader, and then, having asked themselves who among them could shoot fastest, drink most, care less, fly highest, and make more enemies in high places, had chosen Boyington. Boyington was a veteran long before World War II broke. He had left the Marines to join Claire Chennault's Flying Tigers in China and Burma. He had shot down 6 Japanese planes there. After Pearl Harbor, he returned home and requested a reinstatement in the Marines. but Boyington was considered to be in disgrace for having left the Corps in a time of national emergency. After 3 months of rebuff, he at last sent off a desperation telegram to the Under-Secretary of the Navy and was returned to duty. He left off parking cars in a Seattle garage and came out to Guadalcanal. With prompt perverseness, he broke his ankle playing a sort of nocturnal leapfrog. It seemed that much that had been said about Boyington's off-duty habits might be true, and it was after this episode that Boyington was given his last chance to deliver. By September, he had trained his black sheep to fly the big Corsairs and had brought them to a base in the Russells. By September 16th, they roared aloft on their first mission. They were assigned to cover a formation of bombers headed for Balale Airfield off the southern tip of Bougainville. The clouds over Bougainville were thick. Boyington and his 19 comrades didn't anticipate interception from that direction while the Dauntlesses and Avengers dove and slashed at tiny Balale, raising puffs of dirt and smoke. The black sheep started down. They flew right into a formation of 40 Zeros coming up. One of them tore past Boyington's right wing and wobbled his wings as though to say, "Join up." The American pilot pressed his gun button and found he had been so absorbed in the bombing display he had forgotten to turn on his electric gun sight or his gun switches. He had not even charged his guns, but Boyington quickly corrected the oversight and joined up with the Japanese, firing into the unsuspecting Zero's tail and sending it spiraling down in flames. Streaking down to the water, where the bombers were reforming for the homeward flight, Boyington flashed by another Zero. He aimed a burst at the cockpit, and the plane gushed flame and smoke and vanished, some of its parts striking Boyington's plane. Boyington was alone. The American bombers had gone home. Boyington turned to wolfing among the remaining Zeros. He struck down on a Zero, flying low over the water, sensed a trap, eased up, and caught the bait Zero's triggerman coming at him head-on. Boyington's bullets tore apart the Zero's underbelly. It fell into the sea, smoking. Now Boyington pointed his Corsair in the direction of the retreating American planes and found himself above a Zero racing homeward. It was low over the water. A single burst sent it in. It had been an impressive first mission. Boyington was satisfied to call it a day and head for Munda, for he had not enough gas to reach the Russells. Nearing the new airstrip, he came upon an oil-smeared, shell-riddled Corsair flying low over the water while a pair of Zeros harried its tail. Boyington roared down behind the closest Zero, his guns chattering. The Zero stood on its tail. Boyington hauled back on the stick and fell into a spin just as the Zero burst apart in flames. The other Zero fled and the Corsair vanished. Boyington never saw it again, and there was no time to search. He came into Munda with his tanks dry and but 30 rounds of ammunition left for his guns. He had shot down an ace's portion on his squadron's first mission, and his men had added a half-dozen kills of their own to the score. Soon the baaing of the Black Sheep would be heard all over the South Pacific. Kennedy, the coast watcher, had at last been persuaded to come to Guadalcanal. New Georgia had been secured. The entire Central Solomons campaign had been victoriously concluded on September 25th, and now in the final days of September, the Americans were insistent that Captain Kennedy come south to his just reward. "Captain Kennedy," the general said, "we would like to present you with a medal." "Thanks, no. Give the medals to the chaps doing the flying." "Captain Kennedy," the general continued, "there must be something you want." "If you really insist on wanting to know, then I guess I'd better tell you." "Captain Kennedy," the general said gladly, "what would you like?" "After 36 months in the bush, I'd like to have 36 beautiful chorus girls arguing over my drunken carcass." The Black Sheep were coming up to Kahili, the formidable air base on the southern tip of Bougainville. This was the base which had to be smashed to make way for 2 of the 3 marine offensives preparing for that October. It had been struck repeatedly by marine aircraft from the Russells and from Munda, where the Black Sheep were now based. On this flight, the Black Sheep were escorting bombers, but the weather was bad for bombing, and the Avengers flew home. The Black Sheep hung around. Suddenly, in a voice with no trace of accent but too precise to be true, the radio crackled with the question, "Major Boyington, what is your position?" Boyington grinned. It was the Japanese ground control director pretending to be an American pilot. "Over Treasury Island," Boyington lied, immediately beginning to climb, for the next question would concern his angels or altitude. It came. "What are your angels, Major Boyington?" 20 angels, repeating 20 angels." "I receive you 5 by 5, the Japanese concluded with prim efficiency, and by then the Black Sheep were already up to 21,000 feet, and streaming up below them, coming out of a white cloud, was a formation of 30 Zeros. It was over in less than a minute. The Black Sheep struck out of nowhere, with the bright sun at their back to blind their enemies, and they continued their downward flight, through the exploding wreckage of a dozen downed planes. Boyington got 3 of them himself. A few days later, he and his Black Sheep again beguiled the enemy by flying high over Kahili in a V-bomber formation, luring the Japanese into the swift onslaught and massed firepower of fighters. For such exuberance in aerial combat, and for off-duty exuberance, which was the inevitable consequence of Boyington's unrivaled ability to draw large issues of medical brandy, the Black Sheep became the toast of the Marine Air Arm, and they had taken to toasting their leader in a serenade adapted to the Yale Whiffenpoof song. It went, "To the one-armed joint at Munda, to the foxholes where we dwelt, to the pre-dawn take-offs that we loved so well, sing the Black Sheep all assembled, with their canteens raised on high, and the magic of their singing casts a spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, and the songs we love so well. Old Man Riley, Mrs. Murphy, and the rest, we shall serenade our Gregory, while life and voice shall last, then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest." They were indeed poor little lambs off on a spree, for in a single month of combat they had damned 57 enemy pilots from here to eternity, while losing but 2 of their own. 5. In mid-October of 1943, the 1st Marine Division had said farewell to Melbourne, and its units were sailing to staging areas in New Guinea and Goodenough Island. The 3rd Marine Division was on Guadalcanal, completing jungle training, and the staff of the 2nd Marine Division was busy on plans for the seizure of Tarawa. In that same month, General MacArthur and Admiral Halsey agreed on the first step in the drive to reduce Rabaul. Rabaul was at the center of things in the South Pacific. So long as Japan possessed this great air-sea troop base on the northeastern tip of New Britain, she could move south to the Solomons or strike west to New Guinea. She could send her bombers northeast to the Gilberts and Marshalls. Deny Japan the use of Rabaul, and General MacArthur could drive up the New Guinea coast with his seaward flank secure, and the assault into the Central Pacific could begin without fear of Rabaul's bombers. But to get at Rabaul required an air base closer to it than Munda on New Georgia. Such a base could be on any one of a number of islands in the northern Solomons. General MacArthur and Admiral Halsey agreed that it should be Bougainville. Bougainville was assaulted by the 3rd Marine Division, with the Army's 37th Infantry Division in reserve. Both units were part of the 1st Marine Amphibious Corps, commanded by Alexander Vandergrift, now a lieutenant general. With 3 stars on his shoulder, Vandergrift now outranked his old opponent, Hideyoshi Hayakatate. Lieutenant General Hayakatate still commanded the 17th Army. He had been placed in charge of the northern Solomons by General Hitoshi Imamura, whose 8th Area Army command included the Bismarcks, New Britain and surrounding islands, New Guinea, and the northern Solomons. Hayakatate expected the Americans to strike at Bougainville, probably at Kahili Airfield on the southern tip. Guessing that the Japanese strength was concentrated at Kahili, Vandergrift had to pretend that he was going there while he was actually going somewhere else. He was going to land at Empress Augusta Bay, halfway up Bougainville's 130-mile west coast. The landing place would be immediately west or left of Cape Torquena, which formed the bay's upper hook. Cape Torquena's beaches were known to be lightly defended. Its central location suggested that it would take the Japanese months to mount a massive counterattack against it. But the 20,000 men of the 3rd, with the attached 2nd Raider Regiment, would not sail straight for Torquena. Their convoy would rather make straight for Kahili. After having been seen, the convoy would sneak west and north under cover of night to effect the dawn landing in Torquena. This ruse would also be preceded by a hard jab to the left of Kahili and a feint to the right. On October 26th, the brigade of New Zealanders were to occupy the Treasury Islands just below and left of Bougainville. This would strengthen Japanese suspicion of an impending assault on Kahili, while providing a forward staging base for Torquena. The following night, Lieutenant Colonel Victor Krulak, 2nd Marine Parachute Battalion, was to land at Choiseul, below and to the right of Bougainville. They would come ashore loudly, rattling sabers and making very much smoke from very little fire. For though there were only 725 of them, Vandergrift had told Krulak on October 25th, "I want an immediate and credible appearance of a large force." By that time, Hayakatate was ready with new troops and an old plan. The remnants of those 17th Army units cut up at Guadalcanal had been sloughed off on Major General Noboru Sasaki in the Central Solomons. While Hayakatate had been up in Rabaul, raking in the fresh 6th and 17th Divisions to replace them, the luckless but able Sasaki had been down in New Georgia, conducting a brilliant delaying campaign with such men as those Nagoya unfortunates who had arrived in his command swimming. By the time of Sasaki's defeat in early October, Hayakatate's 17th Army was again up to 50,000 men. Some 40,000 of them were in the Bougainville area, and most of them belonged to the 6th Division. the infamous 6th, which had raped Nanking, commanded by Lieutenant General Masatani Kanda. Again, as much because of the inflexible Hayakutate's notions of how to defend against amphibious attacks as because of Bougainville's extensive coastline, these troops were strung out. There were some 5,000 in the north, another 5,000 on the east coast, and about 25,000 around Kahili to the south in those island airfields off the southern shore. There were only 300 at Cape Torquemada, but Hayakatate was confident of his ability to repulse the enemy no matter where he landed. He still believed that counterattacks or counter-landings with reinforcements from Rabaul would destroy the enemy, despite the fact of what had happened to such attempts at Guadalcanal. He still relied on the sea and air power of the Japanese Navy to make such troop movements possible, despite the fact of what had been happening to that Navy since Ching Li took the battleships through. He still regarded the jungle as an excellent cover for the maneuvering of troops, despite the fact of how cruelly the jungle had scourged the Kawaguchis and the Sendai. By October 26, the day the New Zealanders occupied the treasuries, Hayakatate was more certain than ever that the invasion would be at Kahili. But next day he was startled to receive reports of large forces landing at Choiseul. The treasuries had held down Bougainville's eastern flank. Choiseul still guarded the west. Should he join the battle at Choiseul? Victor Krulak was called Brute, as all the coxswains of Annapolis crews are called. In the Marine Corps, the nickname stuck for other reasons. The short, blond Krulak could take it. He could also move with great speed. Hardly 6 days after Lieutenant General Vandergrift had told him, "Take immediate action, get ashore where there are no Japs," Krulak had brought his second parachutist ashore on Choiseul at a place called Vosa. They boarded the destroyer transports Kilty, Ward, Crosby, and McKean late in the afternoon of October 27th, sped up the slot through inaccurate bombing of Japanese night prowlers, and began landing a half hour before midnight. Next day they hid themselves. They set up a dummy beach far away from the point at which they had actually landed. After they dispersed in the jungle, some 80 Melanesian bearers carefully brushed out all their footprints in the sand. They spent the day marking time until Admiral Halsey's announcement that strong American forces had landed on Choiseul. At dawn the next day, Krulak's men went out to raise deliberate hell on Choiseul's southwest coast. One patrol moved noisily into the mountains. Another, led by Krulak, moved right or southeast toward the Japanese base at Sangingai. The Marines spotted about 15 Japanese soldiers unloading a Daihatsu landing barge. Krulak gave orders to fire, but to be sure not to kill more than half of them, so that word of the enemy would get back to Sangingai. 3 light machine guns were set up on a rock cliff overlooking the beach, and the Japanese 150 yards away. They fired. They killed 3 Japanese instantly and shot down 4 more of those who ran down the beach. They let the rest of them go, destroyed the barge, and while word of the appearance of the Americans was signaled to Hayakatate and Rabaul, Krulak's patrol began sketching the enemy's position at Sangingai in preparation for an attack next day. On that day, Krulak split his forces. One half moved down coast to assault Sangingai from the west. The other half, under Krulak, marched up the Vagara River, crossed and came down on Sangingai from the northeast. It was a toilsome march, for the Japanese rarely cut roads into the interior of the jungle, and they slashed out trails to their own scale. The Marines moved through swamps, fording the snake-like Vagara at 12 different points. And when most men moved through water up to their chest, the Brute was immersed up to his neck. There was no time to rest. The coastal force had been instructed to attack 2 hours after Krulak's men marched off. Shortly after 2 that afternoon, the coastal force pounded Sangingai with rockets and mortars. The men of Company E charged into the town and found it deserted. The Japanese had taken Admiral Halsey at his word and had already retreated into the hills, where they were already colliding with Krulak. About a half hour after the beach barrage began, the Marines in the mountains heard jabbering in the jungle not 20 yards ahead. They dropped to the ground and began hastily building up a front just as the Japanese popped into view 10 yards off. The fight lasted an hour. First the Japanese closed with yells and rifle shots, and the Marines repulsed them. One machine gunner, unable to wait for his buddy to bring up the gun's tripod, fired with the butt braced against his right leg and the barrel clasped in his left hand. By the time the tripod arrived and he withdrew his hand, much of its flesh was left on the barrel. Another gunner fired while a rifleman dueled a sniper in the foliage of a huge banyan tree. The sniper fell alongside the machine gunner. He was wounded in the hip. The gunner pulled out his knife, killing the sniper with his right hand while continuing to fire with his left. The enemy pulled back to a system of burrows and bunkers dug underneath those enormous banyans, while snipers left behind in the treetops raked the Marines, wounding Krulak in the face. Marine demolition men crawled forward toward the bunkers. One of them reached into his kit for a 6-block charge. It wouldn't come free. He tore at it, and the entire kit of 24 blocks came loose. The Marine shrugged, stuck in a fuse, lighted it, and hurled it beneath the banyan. There was a rocking explosion. The great tree jumped in the air, toppled, and crashed against another forest giant. The fight ended with a customary banzai. The Japanese crawled out of their holes and came rushing at Krulak's Marines. They got among them, but were killed in hand-to-hand fighting. Immediately, Krulak ordered a platoon forward in a counterattack. The Marines rushed at the shrieking Japanese with wild yells of their own, and as they broke them and sent them fleeing into the jungle, an outraged barman raised his head above the edge of his foxhole and bellowed, "For God's sake, shut up! Us bastards are mad enough already!" In a few more moments all was quiet but for the muffled explosions coastward, where E Company was methodically blowing up the Japanese headquarters, turning ammunition dumps into miniature volcanoes, and cheering with delight to see the explosive gala provided by the detonated medical supply dump, where the sky was filled with flaming fragments of wood and metal crisscrossed by long white ribbons of the bandages unrolling in flight. Krulak's men made more smoke for General Vandergrift before they were withdrawn by LCI at midnight of November 3rd. By that time, they had accomplished their mission. General Ayakutate had already begun to move Bougainville troops south to Choiseul by barge. On November 1st, he sent 60 bombers and escorting fighters against the force of 20,000 men, which Radio Tokyo said was then ashore on Choiseul. The Japanese aircraft were bombing the bait, even as the 3rd Marine Division, commanded by Major General Alan Turnage, hit the narrow beaches of Cape Torquena. 6. November 1st, 1943, was clear and bright, a tropic day when the air is soft and aromatic, when the sea is all silvery and glittery in the light of the rising sun. At 6:15, Marines, crowding the rails of the transports, could see the sun standing clearly above the bleak blue line of the Bougainville Mountains, a thread of smoke from the crater of Mount Bagana trailing across its face. The Marines also saw the shell smoke rising from Cape Torquena and from the island of Purata, 1,000 yards offshore and about the same distance to the left or west of the Cape. American cruisers and destroyers had begun a bombardment. In another hour, the landing boats churned shoreward and the naval gunfire lifted. At that point, 270 soldiers of the 2nd Company, 1st Battalion, 23rd Japanese Infantry began fighting to hold the landing beaches west of the Cape. Snipers in Purata poured rifle fire into the boats rounding the island, and from 18 big pillboxes on the right or east flank came the bullets of automatic weapons and the shells of a 75mm field piece. The Japanese gun wanged from within a concealed emplacement of coconut logs and sandbags. Before it fired 50 shells, it had sunk 4 landing boats and damaged 10 others, carrying the men of Major Leonard Spike Mason's 1st Battalion, 3rd. Sergeant Robert Owens, among the first men to land safely, spotted the emplacement from which the gun poured its terrible fire. He crawled toward it. He posted 4 men to pin down the 2 rifle bunkers which covered the approach to the gun. Then he jumped to his feet and charged. He was hit repeatedly on his way in, but he kept on. He dove straight through the gun port. He killed the gunner and drove the other crewmen out the rear entrance, where they were cut down by his companions. Then Owens sank to the ground, dying. His charge had won the Medal of Honor, and also had destroyed the most formidable obstacle on the Torquena beaches. With the gun knocked out, Major Spike Mason could continue his reorganization of the assault on the pillboxes. One by one they fell, while Mason's Marines and the 2nd Raider Battalion of Lieutenant Colonel Joseph McCaffrey darted low through enemy small arms fire, running in close to the hulking pillboxes to hurl their grenades that flushed the enemy into the open. At one pillbox, Platoon Sergeant Bill Wilson began firing at 15 enemy soldiers, dashing from an exposed trench for the security of a pillbox. He was joined by another Marine. They killed them all and advanced on another bunker. As a terrified Japanese burst from its entry, Wilson leaped on his shoulders and finished him with a knife thrust. It was that kind of fighting, savage, close, primitive. For the first time, the Marines were meeting an organized beach defense, and they were taking casualties. McCaffrey fell, mortally stricken. Mason was wounded. He refused evacuation, for he feared a counterattack and had no wish to be the living commander of a lost battalion. He turned command over to his executive. "Get the hell in there and fight," he swore, and the assault swept on until the smoke and yells and roar of battle had faded by noon, and most of the 270 Japanese who had fought so hard to hold the Cape were dead. On the west or left flank, it was not the Japanese but the sea that was the enemy. The 9th Marines came in unopposed, but their beaches were too steep for the landing boats to ground along the full length of their keel. They were upended. They were swamped or they filled at the stern and slid off the beach to sink in deep water. 64 landing boats and 22 LCMs were broached before the troops came ashore. But by noon, more than half the 3rd Marine Division had been landed, and destroyers were heading south for Guadalcanal to escort the 2nd Echelon north. Over at Puruata, the 3rd Raider Battalion was mopping up the Japanese snipers, and the 30 Japanese fighters and bombers, which had been gulled down Schwassel Way, had at last found the true target and were roaring in to strike it. The red-balled planes arrived at 40 minutes past noon, making for the troops ashore and the transports out in Empress Augusta Bay. Dropping down from the clouds to take on 8 of them came 5 Marine Corsairs, led by Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Williamson. Among them was Butcher Bob Hansen, the youthful India-born lieutenant who was to have one of the most brilliant and meteoric careers of all American flyers. While his comrades knocked down 2 of the enemy aircraft, Hansen made 3 quick high-side passes at a trio of low-flying Kates and shot down all of them. But the bullets of a Kate rear gunner shot down Hansen. He crashed safely, got out, inflated his rubber boat until he sighted the destroyer Sigourney in the bay. He paddled toward it, hopefully singing, "You'd be so nice to come home to," and Sigourney obligingly came about and picked him up. Except for slight damage to destroyer Wadsworth, where 2 sailors were killed and 5 wounded, the Japanese attackers caused little damage. They lost 22 planes while shooting down 4 Americans, and they had not killed a single Marine. It had not been thought possible that the swamps and steaming jungle of Guadalcanal could be anywhere exceeded. These men had trained on Guadalcanal and had learned how to live in the rainforest. After Guadalcanal, they thought of themselves as jungle fighters, but they had not been on Guadalcanal during the rainy season. Before dusk, the rain began to fall. Marines sloshing inland discovered that the difference between Guadalcanal and Bougainville was that Bougainville was all jungle. There were no lovely white beaches, only a streak of sand separating sea from forest. There were no pleasant groves of coconuts, for dark and wild Bougainville had never attracted planters. In the rains falling that dusk of November 1st, wiremen found that it was taking them an hour to move 100 yards. It was hard to move supplies except by hand or Amtrak. Anything wheeled was useless. Because of this, it was not until nightfall that Major General Turnage had established his beachhead perimeter. This was an area about 5,000 yards in width on an east-west axis and 1,000 yards at its deepest. Protecting it against the Japanese 23rd Regiment, then assembling inland, was a roadblock which a battalion of raiders had set up along the Mission Trail. The trail ran into the jungle from roughly the center of the perimeter, slanting right or east. The raider roadblock was placed across it at a point about 2,000 yards outside the perimeter. This was to stop or at least check the night's inevitable Japanese counterattack. But it never came. Marines sitting up to their waists in water heard nothing but the blundering of an occasional wild pig, or, more infrequently, the thrashing of one of those Japanese soldiers who had infiltrated with no notion of what he would do once he had pierced the line. One of these fell into a water-filled hole occupied by a Marine rifleman. "I'm too young to die," he cried in impeccable English. "So am I," the Marine yelled, and killed him with his knife. Otherwise, the lines were quiet. There was only the steady drumming of the rain. Back in division headquarters, it seemed strange that the enemy did not strike. Then, at half-hour or so after 2 a.m, there was a flashing and a thundering to seaward, and a sudden buzzing of CP telephones, and the word was passed. "Condition black. You may expect shelling from enemy ships, followed by counter-invasion." In Rabaul on November 1st, a counter-invasion had been ordered for the Cape Torquena area and then cancelled. Rear Admiral Sentaro Omori had been told to take 1,000 soldiers aboard 5 destroyer transports to the American beachhead in Bougainville. Omori assembled his fleet, 6 big destroyers, the heavy cruisers Miyoko and Agoro, the lights Sendai and Agano, and took them down to St. George Channel between New Britain and New Ireland. They waited there for the destroyer transports, which did not show up until 10:30 that night. Already chafing at the delay, disturbed at having been sighted by an American submarine, Omori was further upset to hear that the transports could not make more than 26 knots. Then an American plane dropped a bomb close aboard Sendai at 11 o'clock, and Omori asked Rabaul for permission to send back the transports so that he might speed down to Empress Augusta Bay unencumbered and attack the American transports. Permission was granted. Bending on 32 knots, Omori took his warship south. Waiting below to meet him, knowing he was coming, was Rear Admiral A. Stanton Tip Merrill, commanding Task Force 39. Admiral Merrill had already set minesweepers to work sealing off Torquemada with a field of mines. He, too, had sent his transports away and had taken station about 19 miles off the Cape, at the mouth of Empress Augusta Bay, determined to prevent the entry therein of a single enemy ship. Merrill had more ships, but not as much firepower as the enemy. He had 8 destroyers, including the 4 Little Beavers of Captain Arley 31-knot Burke, and the light cruisers Montpelier, Cleveland, Columbia, and Denver. At about 2:30 in the morning of November 2nd, the pips of the approaching Japanese warships were clearly visible on American radar screens. "Believe this is what we want," Montpelier's Combat Information Center reported, and 10 minutes later the battle was joined. It quickly broke up into 3 fights, one between the cruisers and 2 separate destroyer battles. Almost immediately the savage, concerted shell fire of Merrill's cruisers struck Sendai. It was radar-controlled firing at its best. Sendai began to burn brightly, exploding as she burned. Destroyers Shimidare and Shiratsuyu swung violently around to escape the fire that was sinking Sendai and collided with one another with a screech of rending steel. They limped home to Rabaul. Zigzagging violently, making smoke, the American cruiser commanders shifted fire to the Japanese columns centered around Miyoko and Aguro. Again their aim was unerring. The 3rd salvos walked right into them. Destroyer Hatsukaze tried to dodge. She swerved between the 2 big cruisers and shuddered as Miyoko plowed into her, shearing off 2 of her tubes, mangling her starboard bow, leaving her to be torn apart and sunk by the American destroyers. But now Omori's heavies were opening up with 8-inch star shells, and patrol planes were dropping white and colored flares. The American cruisers, unscratched for half an hour, began to receive hits. 8-inch salvos straddled them. Denver received 3 8-inch hits forward and began to take in water, but she stayed afloat while the battle became a thing of terrible beauty. Clouds drifting overhead had become suffused with the light of flare and gun flash. They illuminated the battle as though it were being fought upon a theatrically lighted black pond, and all that flashed and glittered and shone seemed to be magnified by the encircling darkness. There was that quality of slow majesty attendant upon night surface action when great ships move at great speed over great bodies of water. Salvos striking the sea threw up great geysers. They seemed not to leap, but to gather themselves upward, to rise in slow, pluming fountains, to catch the red light of burning ships, the green gold of flame-streaming guns, the jagged orange glinting off swirling black water, to catch it, to make it dazzling with its own phosphorescence, and then to burst apart in a million vanishing sparkles. It would have been an unreal world, a ghostly one, fantastical, but for the pungent smell of smoke, the constant thundering of the guns, and the real crashing of the shells and crying of the stricken. As the battle continued, Admiral Omori came to believe that he had destroyed 3 American cruisers. He thought that near misses straddling them and raising geysers in the air had been torpedo hits. When the American cruisers vanished beneath their own smoke, he believed they had sunk, and he sailed home. Like Mikawa at Savo, Omori had not gotten in on the American transports. Unlike him, he had not sunk an American ship. It was dawn of November 2nd, but the Marines inland on Bougainville saw only the murky light of the swamp as they hurried to expand their beachhead. The 21st Marines, held in Division Reserve by Major General Turnage, were to be brought in from Guadalcanal, followed by the Army's 37th Infantry Division, representing the Corps Reserve. In the meantime, the Marine combat battalions pushed deeper into the rainforest and expanded the perimeter wide enough to contain the airfield which the Seabees were building. The new line's left rested on the Coromokina swamp in the west, and its right at a point about 2,000 yards east of Cape Torquemada. Its overall width was about 5,500 yards. It was about 2,000 yards at its deepest, and something more than 1,000 yards at the norm. Outside it was the rainforest to the north, and behind it the waters of Empress Augusta Bay. The Laruma River lay 10,000 yards to the west of it on the left, and the crooked Piva River about the same distance east on the right. Major General Turnage still had the raiders holding the Mission Trail roadblock, but now only about 400 yards outside the perimeter. Puerto was becoming a supply dump, and little Torquemada Island, midway between Puerto and the Cape, had also been occupied. Turnage also reshuffled his units to place the fresh ones in position to receive the counterthrust he still believed to be impending, either from sea or jungle. In this movement, the left flank had been shortened, and the Coromokina swamp positions held by 2 battalions had been abandoned, and this would help the enemy in the counter-invasion that was to come. Lieutenant General Hayakatate had not given up on the idea of counter-invasion by sea. After Admiral Amori sent back the transports the night of November 1st, Hyakutake collected 3,000 men from the 17th Division's 53rd and 54th Regiments. They were to go south, escorted by another powerful cruiser force, which was to sweep the waters clear of Americans and bombard the marine beachhead while the soldiers went ashore. The cruisers came down from Truk, Takeo, Maya, Atago, Suzuya, Mogami, Chikuma, Chukai, the old pros, the big and veteran sluggers of Admiral Kondo's Second Fleet. With them came light cruiser Noshiro, 4 destroyers, and a sizable fleet train. They came into Rabaul on November 5th to refuel. They considered themselves safe. There were 150 planes on Rabaul's fields. American bases were too far off. There were no American carriers at sea. But Princeton and Saratoga had already raced up to Bougainville under cover of darkness. At 9 in the morning of November 5th, they began to fly off their planes, 97 fighters and bombers, and 3 hours later a torrent of American aircraft thundered up St. George Channel, roared straight through the flak of the flat-footed enemy ships without breaking formation, and then broke off into small groups to begin their work. The 70 Japanese fighters already airborne to oppose them could not knock down more than 10 of them, and the damage to Kondo's cruisers was enormous. Not one ship was sunk, but few were left in fighting trim. Takeo was torn apart at the waterline. Mogami was sent staggering back to Japan for repairs. Atago took 3 near misses, and a bomb fell down one of Maya's stacks and exploded in her engine room. Meanwhile, the lights, Hagano and Noshiro, were also hit, and destroyer Fujinami was holed by a dud torpedo, and Wakatsuki ripped open by near misses. Then, as the Navy planes flew back to their motherships, 24 Army Liberators and 67 Lightnings came winging over from New Guinea, and the Woodlarks to pound the city itself and tear up the docks. Yet, with the cruiser force out of action and the naval phase of the counterattack now almost impossible, a portion of Hyakutate's soldiers was still going to be sent down the slot on the first run of the Tokyo Express in nearly a year. Why? Because the Rabaul planes, sent out to hunt Princeton and Saratoga and their escorting warships, thought they had found their quarry between Cape Torquina and the treasuries. What they had actually found was one damaged LCT under the care of an LCI gunboat and a PT boat. The Japanese planes struck. The 3 little American ships not only beat them off, but also shot a few of them down. Next day the world heard this from Radio Tokyo. 1 large carrier blown up and sunk, 1 medium carrier set ablaze and later sunk, and 2 heavy cruisers and 1 cruiser and destroyer sunk. It was the biggest lie of the Pacific War, the ultimate result of the Japanese custom of making reports wearing rose-colored glasses. Because of it, the Tokyo Express sped down to Bougainville the night of November 6th. 4 destroyers took 475 soldiers down to Kotomokina Swamp, the place which would give its name to the brief, bitter battle in which they died. The men of the 3rd Battalion 9th Marines rose from their watery sleeping places at dawn of November 7th and saw 21 Japanese barges plodding toward beaches just west of Kotomokina Swamp. The boats beached and Japanese soldiers jumped ashore and ran into the jungle. Some of them struck up the Laruma River, still farther west of these Marines, on the left or western flank. The Japanese planned to get upriver and then turn right or east to work down against the American perimeter. The main body struck at the Marine left held by the 3rd Battalion 9th. They were stopped. They withdrew into the swamp, and at 20 minutes after 8, the Marines attacked. They too were stopped, for the Japanese had occupied those foxholes and entrenchments abandoned only a few days before, when Turnage shortened his lines. They had had more than an hour to improve them, and the Japanese had no equals at digging in. Now it was a stalemate, and during it a Laruma River patrol, led by Lieutenant Orville Freeman, opened battle with those Japanese who had marched upriver. Outnumbered, Freeman withdrew. He retreated to the perimeter, setting up frequent rear guards to ambush the pursuing Japs. It would take him 30 hours to get back to his lines, during which 1 Marine would be killed and Freeman himself would be wounded. But they would make it. In the meantime, on that morning of November 7th, Major General Turnage called for his reserve. The men of the 1st Battalion, 3rd Marines, had gone into reserve to rest after doing most of the fighting during the Cape Torquina landings. They had been pleased, but now, like the raiders of Guadalcanal, they were learning that it is often safer to be on the lines than to be behind them, where the general can put you to use. At 1:15, these men passed through the bogged-down 3rd Battalion 9th. They attacked into a tangle of fern and creeper and giant trees, with a mire for underfooting and 5 yards for visibility. Men shot at movement, and when concealed Japanese machine guns spat at them, they hurled grenades at the sound. Sergeant Herbert Thomas threw a grenade in this way, but it was caught by rope-like lianas overhead and dropped back among Thomas and his men. The sergeant threw himself on it and was killed. The men he had saved moved on. Then a Marine tank came churning through the muck. It swayed as it burst through the undergrowth like a great blind amphibian, the sharp branches of the undergrowth clawing harmlessly at its metal hide, its cannon jerking and spouting flame. Captain Gordon Warner ran alongside the tank. He carried a helmet full of hand grenades, hurling them at Japanese machine gun nests to spot them for the tank gunner. "Fix bayonets," he roared, in the Japanese he had learned years ago. "Charge!" Betrayed by their own virtues, ardor, and obedience, the Japanese leaped erect and charged, coming in a swarm to be obliterated by Marine rifle fire or the hosing of the tank's machine gun. 6 enemy guns were knocked out by Warner and the tank until the Japanese were gradually thrust from the swamp and a solid Marine firing line had been built up. Captain Warner lost a leg as a result of wounds received in his attack, but he had put the battle on the way to being won. Artillery observers were soon up front, calling for the fire, which held the line until morning. Then 5 batteries of field guns began firing. Machine guns swept the swamp, mortars lobbed in shells, anti-tank guns blasted away with canister shot, and the screams of the enemy were audible to the Marines. When the guns fell silent, the men of the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, moved through the 1st Battalion, 3rd, into the swamp, and found it as still and silent as a morgue. Koromukina contained the bodies of 377 Japanese soldiers who had died to kill 17 U.S. Marines. It was November 9th, and Technical Sergeant Frank Devine was desperate for a story. He was a Marine combat correspondent, one of that corps of professional newsmen who had given up their jobs to march with the Marines and write about them. They were assigned one to a regiment and given the mission of reporting the battle at the cannon's mouth. Their stories went by mail to Marine headquarters in Washington and were passed on to the press from there. On that morning of November 9th, Devine was soaking wet, and he did not have a story in sight. True, there had been the Battle of the Koromukina Swamp, but that hadn't happened in his sector. True, Major General Roy Geiger had relieved Lieutenant General Vandegrift as commander of the 1st Marine Amphibious Corps on Bougainville and the Treasuries, but that was a story for the civilian war correspondents. It was a big one, however, for Vandegrift of Guadalcanal was going home to his 4th Star and command of the Marine Corps. True again, the first elements of the Army's 37th Division had begun to arrive, but that was the Army combat reporter's beat, and who wanted to write about dog faces anyway? Sergeant Devine looked sourly at the sodden sheet of paper and the little typewriter cradled on his knees. He noticed that the machine had already begun to rust and wondered how many days before it would become useless. He wondered what it would be like to wear dry socks and sleep on dry ground. He listened to the rain. He stared and tried to think of something that the folks at home might find interesting. And then he wrote, Bougainville, November 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It rained today. The fighting on Bougainville had shifted to the Marines' right or eastern flank. Since November 5th, the men of the 23rd Infantry Regiment, commanded by Colonel Kawano, had been striking hard at the raiders blocking the Mission Trail. The trail block held. More, the Marines came out of it to push farther toward a fork about 2,000 yards outside the new perimeter, where the Mission Trail joined the Piva Trail, becoming thereafter the Piva Trail. This force, commanded by Colonel Edward Craig, had left the raiders holding the trail block behind them, and by November 8th had pushed up to a point just below the Mission-Piva confluence. The next morning they would attack past it. On the morning of November 9th, the 12th Marines opened up with howitzers. When the barrage lifted, the Marine riflemen attacked, and were struck by Japanese who had waited out the artillery in foxholes. Again it was grenade for grenade, shot for shot. Tanks were useless. The trail was too narrow and the swamp on either side too deep. The Marines had to attack straight ahead, blindly. A platoon led by Lieutenant John Sabini was pinned down by an unseen machine gun. Sabini jumped up shouting, "When they open up on me, fire back." The Japanese did open up and Sabini was hit. He fell. He jumped up again, still shouting, and was hit again. By then his Marines had spotted the hidden gun and had charged it and destroyed it. The attack slogged forward, 40 or 50 yards an hour. Down trail, the Japanese came stealthily at the raiders' roadblock, searching out its defenses. When they located 2 foxhole outposts, each manned by a pair of Marines with a bar and rifle, they opened up with heavy machine gun fire. They filled the air with grenades. The Marines in one of the holes were killed. There was a lull. In the other hole, PFC Henry Gerke said to PFC Donald Probst, Look, you got the bar and you're more important." "So?" Probst whispered, his eyes fastened on the green tangle to his front. "They're using a lot of grenades," Gerke explained. "One of them might land in the hole." Probst nodded in anticipation, and Gerke concluded, "So if one should land in here, I'll take it." It was not the time to argue. The enemy was rushing in again, and Probst's automatic rifle was chattering and spreading death among them. Then came the somersaulting grenades, and the thud as one of them plopped between them. It lay there, a dirty, hissing container, packed with death, and Gerke threw Probst aside and dropped upon it. PFC Probst never knew whether or not he heard the muffled explosion, for his finger was squeezing the trigger of the bar his friend had found important enough to die for. The charging enemy was falling back. They returned again and again, sweeping in on other fronts, but the roadblock still held. The attack up the Piva Trail went forward, until, on the morning of November 10th, with a brief, sharp artillery shoot and the support of 12 low-flying Avengers, the 2nd Battalion 9th moved out to find that the enemy was gone. Colonel Kawano had left 550 of his soldiers along the Mission Piva Trail in fighting that began November 5th and ended November 11th, and there were only 19 Marines killed and 32 wounded. And there was also a posthumous Medal of Honor for PFC Henry Gerke. Life on Puruata was like living on a bullseye. This tiny islet, 700 yards long and 400 wide, was now the warehouse of the Bougainville campaign. The mainland beaches were too narrow, and there was no dry coastal plain on which to place food and ammunition dumps. LSTs running up to Bougainville had to come to Puruata to unload. So did the Japanese bombers from Rabaul. It was such an easy trip they could make it regularly. Torokina was only 230 miles from Rabaul, in comparison to the 640 miles which had separated Rabaul and Guadalcanal a year ago. Japanese bombers plastered Puruata endlessly and made a sleepless hell of the lives of the marine pioneers and depot companies who were stationed there. By day, the bombers were not so bad, for there was always marine air to intercept them and drive them off. But at night, little Puruata lay like a moonstone embedded in the dark ocean. Moonlight bathed her coconuts and washed the water breaking on her seaward reef to silver. Moonlight marked her clearly for the enemy bombers, and men who had worked all day ran to man anti-aircraft guns or to form stretcher parties to make the inevitable search for the dead and wounded once the bombers had flown away. Their ears were filled with the wailing and crashing of the bombs and the whamming of the anti-aircraft guns, and when the fuel dump was set afire or the ammunition depot blew up, they rolled the gas drums out of the inferno or darted among the exploding shells to lug ammunition cases to safety. Even so, Puruata never lost its sense of humor, that self-mockery which could make men laugh, even while the air around them was whizzing with disintegrating steel, as they did the night Puruata had its third straight raid, and a little Marine ran for his foxhole, shouting, "Hang on to your false teeth, girls, they may be dropping sandwiches." Colonel Kawano had decided to withdraw. He was going to move off the Piva Trail, which ran north-south over Bougainville's towering mountains, and retreat east over the east-west trail. He was going to await the arrival of reinforcements. To gain time to make his withdrawal, Kawano arranged a delaying action at a position he had fortified beforehand. It was in a coconut grove, just below the junction where the Piva Trail going north met the east-west going east. It was about 5 miles outside General Turnage's perimeter. Something less than a company was assigned to hold it. It was a sturdy defense line, well underground, for the men of the 23rd Regiment respected the Marine artillery. But on the morning of November 13th, when Lieutenant Colonel Eustace Smoke's 2nd Battalion, 21st, attacked through the coconut grove, they came on without their artillery. They were immediately pinned down. E Company, led by Captain Sidney Altman, was unable to move. Word was sent back to Smoke. He rushed up reinforcing companies and called for the artillery. Lieutenant Bob Rennie went up the trail to join Major Glenn Fissel, the battalion's executive officer. He set up his telephone behind a mangrove tree about 50 yards away from the source of all that banging and chattering. He gave his position to the artillery operations officer and said, "Put around about 500 yards in front of me." It went whistling over, but its crash was muffled by the jungle. "Bring it down 200 yards, Rennie said. The whistle was louder, the crash of the shell distinct and reverberating, but it seemed to the left of the battle. "Another 100 down, and you'd better bring it right 100 yards. The shell's passage was a scream now, its crash echoing. Rennie glanced at Major Fissel. "That deflection seem all right, Major?" Fissel nodded, and Rennie spoke again into the telephone. "Down 100, deflection correct." There's hardly an instant separating the scream and the wham. Rennie glanced again at Fissel. The shells were landing only 100 yards from the Marine front. It could be dangerous to lower the range, but Fissel nodded, and Rennie's voice was tinged with apprehension as he said, "Down 50. Deflection correct." Now the scream of the shells seemed to begin sooner and stay around longer. The crash shook water from the foliage. "How was that?" Rennie asked. Fissel ignored him and shouted up trail, "Pass the word for someone up there to come back and tell us how those shells are going." A Marine came back. His face was gaunt and streaked with slime. He shouted, for his ears were still full of the clamor of battle. "If you come back another 25 yards, you'll be right on top of those lousy Japs." Lieutenant Rennie's face blanched. His lips tightened. 25 yards. It was too risky. But he gave the order. "Down 25. And now the screams were those of wounded and dying men, hoarse and trailing in their agony, and making no words, but only the atavistic sounds of stricken animals. "Cease fire!" Rennie shouted frantically into the telephone. "Cease fire!" He knew it. He should never have brought it in that close, and he cursed that Marine for misleading him into bringing death down on his own men. Then another Marine appeared, an officer, and he was angry. "What the hell's the matter with the artillery? Why'd you cease firing?" "Aren't we hitting our own men?" "Like hell you are," the officer bellowed. "Those are the Japs screaming. Make them scream some more, plenty more. My men like to hear it." So the tension left the lips of Lieutenant Rennie, and he smiled as he picked up the telephone and said, "Belay the last. Fire for effect." The shells continued to crash into the coconut grove, and when the barrage was lifted, E Company had pulled out of the enemy trap and was able to reform for the attack, which went forward that day and the next until the coconut grove was cleaned out. The mouth of the east-west trail had been cleared, and the way was now open to pursuit. 7. When Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki came out to the Gilbert Islands in August 1943 to direct the defense of this Central Pacific group about 2,400 miles southwest of Pearl Harbor, he set up headquarters on the islet of Beisho. This was the coral speck, which the Japanese had renamed Bititu, and which the world now knows as Tarawa, from the chain of which it is only a part. For Tarawa is not an island but an atoll, one of those chains of islets created by a great sawtooth saucer of coral rising from the ocean floor. The broken teeth sticking above the water are the islets. Within them, in the hollow of the saucers, enclosed or half-closed by surrounding reef, are lagoons. They are excellent anchorages. Some of the islets are broad enough to support airports. Tarawa Atoll, a triangle with its sides running about 30 miles north and south, and its base about 25 miles east-west, formed one of these anchorages. It was accessible through a western channel about 6 miles above Beisho, which was the westernmost islet and the left-hand angle of the triangle. Beisho was also just big enough to support an airfield while being too small for enemy maneuver. It became the heart of the defense of Tarawa Atoll, which was itself the key to the Gilberts, and it was fortified by the Japanese as had been no island in history. Such defenses were the result of the raid on Macon Atoll, 105 miles north by Carlson's raiders in August 1942. The Macon incursion had had a rich yield of headlines in America, but it had warned Japan of the necessity of defending the Gilberts and of the futility of attempting it on Macon. In September of 1942, an industrious rear admiral named Tomonari Saichiro began fortifying Beisho. He built an airfield on the western half of the parrot-shaped islet, on the bird's body, and he made each of Beisho's 291 acres bristle with every gun in the Japanese arsenal, all mounted within pillboxes, blockhouses, and huge bomb-proofs of ferroconcrete 2 stories high. Beisho's beaches were girdled by a seawall made of coconut logs, clamped and stapled together. It was from 3 to 5 feet in height and stood about 20 feet inland from the water. An American helmet reared above this seawall would be as clear and helpless as a fly walking down a window pane. And if the Americans crouched beneath it, Beisho's mortars would dye the sands with their blood. The mortars had the beaches registered, and they were behind a formidable array of machine guns and light artillery interlocked to sweep the lip of the seawall, and after that the airfield. There were 62 heavy machine guns and 44 light machine guns, many of them twin mounts, 9 37mm anti-tank guns, and the 37s of 14 light tanks dug into the coral sand and camouflaged with palm fronds, to say nothing of the rifles, pistols, grenades, and bayonets of the defending troops, to say nothing of the heavier artillery. Of this there were 6 70mm battalion guns, 8 more 75mm dual-purpose guns, 10 75mm mountain guns, 4 5-inch dual-purpose guns, 6 80mm guns, 4 coast defense guns, 5.5 inches in diameter, and 4 8-inch coastal guns brought to Beisho from Singapore. Most of these guns were mounted to fire anti-boat along pre-selected fields of fire. They were sighted from concrete and coral pillboxes. The 5 and 8-inch guns could duel the invading ships. The 8-inchers were placed at each end of the island, 2 to an end, and served from enormous concrete ammunition rooms. To either end of the airfield, east and west, there were tank traps. The field itself was protected by rifle pits and pillboxes, dug in deeply and covered with coconut logs and coral sand, and sometimes also with concrete. These firing holes were also interlocked, often served by networks of trenches. Only the water defenses needed improvement when, 11 months later, Admiral Shibasaki arrived on Beisho to relieve Saichiro. The new commander completed these on the south or ocean side by erecting a wicked offshore maze of horned concrete tetrahedrons. They were wired together, mines were sprinkled among them, and they were so placed as to channel all incoming boats into the point-blank fire of the 70, 75, and 80 millimeter guns. This was done by mid-September 1943. Admiral Shibasaki next set his men to placing the same sort of obstacles between the northern or lagoon beaches and the lagoon reef, about 500 to 1,000 yards offshore. When this was done, the admiral would have fulfilled his assignment in the Imperial General Headquarters plan called Yogaki, or waylaying attack. Yogaki's purpose was to teach the Americans the prohibitive costs of invading fortified islands. Under it, Shibasaki was to make Beisho impregnable while long-range aircraft flew down from Rabaul and Kavieng to bomb the invaders and then land on Gilbert's Marshall's Fields. Short-range aircraft flew down from Truk by stages to these same airfields to provide aerial defense. Admiral Kondo's powerful Second Fleet arrived to attack American shipping, and a heavy force of submarines converged from all directions. This was the plan, but on September 19th the Americans began hacking away at it. On that night and the succeeding day, the new American carriers Lexington and the smaller Princeton and Belleau Wood made their fighting debut at Beisho's expense. Their airplanes shot up the boats needed to carry the tetrahedrons out into the lagoon, and they also destroyed much of the cement. Still, Shibasaki was not dismayed. His gun emplacements had not been harmed. He had had time to make Beisho's ocean side impregnable, and Tarawa was now on the neap, that seasonal tide when waters are lowest. Shibasaki doubted very much if the Americans would be able to cross the lagoon reef. So did the Americans. So did a couple of generals named Smith. The first was Holland M. Smith, and he was a major general in command of the 5th Amphibious Corps. He was 6'1", graying, a man with a dandified white mustache and professorial eyeglasses, juxtaposed against a big, aggressive nose and a tongue that could be blistering and irreverent whenever Marines were being slighted. The Marines called him Howlin' Mad. In legend, it was because of what he had said to the men he led on a record-breaking hike through the Philippine jungle in 1906. In fact, it was because it fitted his first name and middle initial as much as his temperament. The second Smith was Major General Julian Smith, the commander of the 2nd Marine Division. He was soft-spoken, gentle-eyed, fatherly. He rarely lost his temper. But if Julian Smith was not angry on October 2, 1943, he was at least concerned. General Julian Smith had come to Pearl Harbor with his chief of staff, Red Mike Edson of Guadalcanal, and had begun to confer with General Holland Smith on the 2nd Division's assignment to capture Beisho. He was worried about the reef and the tides. Even though his men would make their assault from the lagoon side, entering by boat from the western channel, there was a reef there too. And with the attack occurring during the neap tide, Julian Smith could not be certain of much water over that reef. Tarawa was also visited by dodging tides, which were sometimes irregularly high, sometimes irregularly low, but Julian Smith did not share Rear Admiral Richard Kelly Turner's confidence that there would be a high dodger on invasion day. There could be a low one. If there was, Julian Smith's Marines would never get over the reef in their landing boats. They would have to wade inshore, from 500 to 1,000 yards out, into a murderous fire. Julian Smith wanted Amtracs. Amtracs could climb the reefs and churn ashore, but he had only 75 operable Amtracs, which was not enough to get his first waves ashore. He needed at least 100 more. "All right," said Howlin' Mad Smith. "I'll get 'em for you." So Julian Smith and Red Mike Edson flew back to Wellington. But when Howlin' Mad Smith spoke to Kelly Turner said no. The admiral who commanded the 5th Amphibious Force said he would not have the Amtracs aboard his ships. There was going to be a high-dodging tide off Beisho on November 20th, and Amtracs would not be needed. Howlin' Mad said, "Kelly, it's like this. I've got to have those Amtracs. We'll take a hell of a licking without him. No Amtrak's, no operation." It was not customary to hand Kelly Turner ultimatums, but this one had the virtue of suggesting Smith's determination, and it was finally arranged that of 100 Amtraks then in California, 50 would be rushed to Samoa, where the second could pick them up after they departed Wellington. Meanwhile, what about Macon? Macon would be taken by another general named Smith, the Army's Major General Ralph Smith, who led the 27th Infantry Division. Intelligence estimated Macon's garrison at a little better than 500 men, though there were actually 900. To take Macon, Ralph Smith was going to use but one of his 3 regiments, the 165th Infantry. A third, much smaller operation was planned. This was the seizure of Apamama, a beautiful and historic atoll about 85 miles south of Tarawa. Apamama would not be attacked until November 26th, but it would be scouted on November 21st by the 5th Corps Reconnaissance Company of Captain Jim Jones. These Marines were to sail by submarine from Tarawa the night of November 20th, going ashore by rubber boat in early morning to learn the extent of Apamama's defenses. Intelligence believed the atoll to be defended in company strength or more, though actually it was much less. Intelligence was more accurate in its estimate of 4,500 men on Bayshore. They had used a unique yardstick to measure it. An aerial photograph had shown numerous latrines built out over the lagoon. Intelligence officers carefully marked the number of holes, and then, knowing that Japanese doctrine was also inflexible in such matters as the ratio of holes to occupants, they made an estimate not very far from the exact figure of 4,836 Imperial Japanese Marines and construction troops. An assault against them would be only 2/3 of the 2nd Marine Division strength, the 2nd and 8th Marines, with attached troops. The 6th Marines would be in Corps Reserve, on call for either operation. But all of the 2nd Division's 18,600 Marines were together when they began boarding ship in Wellington in late October, under the delusion that they were merely going to run up Hawke's Bay on maneuvers. Julian Smith had not forgotten how the 1st Division sailed from Wellington 15 months ago, with newspapers talking of an attack on Tulagi, and he took his own 2nd out of New Zealand under an elaborate smokescreen. Orders for the Hawke's Bay maneuvers were drawn up. The Royal New Zealand Air Force was solemnly briefed on coverage for these practice landings. Men were told they would be back in camp within a week, and of course they told their girls. The final touch was to arrange with New Zealand firms for the movement of equipment from Hawke's Bay back to the Wellington base. It was not until the 2nd sailed from Wellington in late October that the Governor-General of New Zealand was told the Marines were leaving his country for good. They were going to Efate and the New Hebrides. It was at Efate that the 2nd Division made its practice landings, using those 50 new Amtraks picked up in Samoa. It was in Efate that a bull-chested, bull-necked, profane colonel named David Shoup was placed in charge of that 2nd Regiment which was going to lead the way into Bayshore. The 2nd's commanding officer, Colonel William Marshall, became ill in Efate, and Major General Julian Smith named his operations officer, Shoup, to take his place. And it was at Efate, during a meeting attended by Britishers who had lived in the Gilberts, that someone spoke of the difficulty of crossing Bayshore's lagoon reef on the neap tide. "Neap tide?" exclaimed Major Frank Holland. "My God! When I told you there would be 5 feet of water on the reef, I never dreamed anyone would try to land at neap tide. There won't be 3 feet of water on the reef." The Americans were shocked, and a meeting of captains and pilots who had sailed the Gilberts was called. In spite of what Holland had said, it was concluded that there would probably be enough water to float both landing boats and LCMs over the reef. Which was not true. But by then all the plans had been made. It was argued that to wait until after November 22nd, when the spring tides would appear, would also be to risk a coincident west wind which whips up a steep, short sea off Bayshore. Also, the flood of the spring tide would cover Bayshore's beaches right up to the barricades, and there might not be any place to land. Again, each day's delay would mean the arrival of the flood an hour later, and because invasions normally must come at the flood, that meant 1 hour less daylight in which to seize the beachhead. Admiral Turner still was willing to gamble on the presence of a high-dodging tide on November 20th, and the great invasion fleet of 3 battleships, 5 cruisers, 9 destroyers, and 17 troop and cargo ships had already begun to assemble. Naval bombardment officers were already predicting what they were going to do to Bayshore. "We're going to bombard at 6,000 yards, said one battleship captain. "We've got so much armor we're not afraid of anything the Japs can throw back at us." "We're going in at 4,000 yards, said a cruiser skipper. "We figure our armor can take anything they've got." And Major General Julian Smith arose to say, "Gentlemen, remember one thing. When the Marines land and meet the enemy at bayonet point, The only armor a Marine will have is his khaki shirt. Then the fleet upped anchor and sailed for Beisho. At Beisho, more misfortune had befallen the Yogaki plan. On November 1st, the American Marines had landed at Bougainville, and troops intended for Shibasaki had been sucked off to the Solomons. On November 5th, the American carriers had made their disastrous strike at Rabaul and had knocked out the cruiser screen of Vice Admiral Kondo's Second Fleet. On November 11th, the American carrier planes came again, destroying many planes on the ground at Rabaul, shooting down something like 90 of them in ensuing dogfights. Many of these were the short rangers from Truk, which had been staged into Rabaul in preparation for strikes at the Marines on Bougainville. Now Shibasaki would not get his aerial cover. More, he had also been informed that the submarine force was badly depleted, and he could expect the help of only a few undersea boats in the Gilberts. By November 13th, when the American fleet left Efate, aerial strikes at the Gilberts and especially Beisho had risen in fury. American planes were constantly overhead from that date until November 10th. On the 18th alone, carrier planes dropped 115 tons of bombs. Next day was 69 tons, and 3 American cruisers and 2 destroyers hurled 250 tons of projectiles into Beisho the same day. Clearly, the Americans believed that they could knock out Beisho. Shibasaki did not. He was confident as he moved among the 300 headquarters troops who shared his vast 2-story bomb-proof at roughly the island's center. He knew, and the Americans as yet did not, that only the direct hits of the biggest bombs could destroy most of his positions. His own bomb-proof he thought impregnable. As Keiji Shibasaki frequently assured his troops, 1,000,000 men cannot take Tarawa in 100 years. The men actually coming to take it in less numbers and time were in the best of fighting shape, for they were already bitching. They were openly beating their gums over the stench and heat below decks, about the confusion of crossing the international date line so often that 1 week had 2 Sundays and no Thursday, over being tricked by the Hawke's Bay hoax and not having had the chance to say goodbye in style, about being offered the insult of assaulting an upside-down bird of an island rock while the 3rd Division was taking Bougainville, which even the stateside folks had heard of, and the 1st had sneaked up to New Guinea to try to steal headlines from Dugout Doug, over the tedium of playing endless games of gin rummy, of smoking, of drinking lukewarm coffee that the swabby messman handed you like he wanted to charge you for it, of washing socks and underwear by tying them to ropes and heaving them over the fantail to be cleansed by the wake from the propeller, of reading paperback mysteries, paperback westerns, Bibles, histories, and finally of having to be led below daily, platoon by platoon, to dissolve in puddles of their own sweat while the officers rolled down the bulkhead maps and went over their roll on Beisho, again and again and again. It was the maps which gave the men the impression of Beisho as an upside-down bird. They were, of course, oriented north, and because the parrot's back was the south coast and the underbelly the north, the bird seemed upside down. The Marines were going to hit this north coast, the underbelly, with 3 battalions landing in 3 sectors, almost exactly coextensive with the airfield, the bird's head and body. In roughly the center of this was a long pier stretching out into the lagoon, and this gave the impression of the bird's legs. Attacking on the left or east would be the 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, detached to Colonel Shoup's 2nd Marines for the assault, led by the red-mustachioed Major Henry Jim Crow, a Mustang up from the ranks, and a commander as energetic as he was enormous. In the center would be the 2nd Battalion, 2nd, under Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Amy. On the right or west was the 3rd Battalion, 2nd, under Major John Chotel. Major General Julian Smith would have his 3 remaining battalions in reserve, for his 6th Marine Regiment was still detached to 5th Corps. The first 3 waves were to be led into the lagoon by destroyers Ringgold and Dashiell, after the little minesweepers Pursuit and Requisite had swept the entrance clear of mines. The Amtraks would cross the lagoon reef to bring the assault troops ashore at about 8:30, then return to the reef to pick up reinforcements, which would be brought up to it by landing boats. Julian Smith and his commander still doubted that there would be enough water on the reef for the landing boats to cross it. Their only consolation was that they had had the forethought to provide themselves with enough Amtraks to take in the first 3 waves. They took no comfort from the message sent them by the Tarawa Force's sea commander, Rear Admiral Harry Hill. It said, "It is not our intention to wreck the island. We do not intend to destroy it. Gentlemen, we will obliterate it." 8. The invasion fleet stood off Tarawa Atoll on the morning of November 20th, 17 dark shapes slid into position about a mile off the western entrance to the lagoon, a few miles above the islet of Beisho. They were the transports. Below the lagoon entrance were the fire support ships, battleships Maryland, Colorado, and Tennessee, with their cruisers and destroyers. Japan would regret not having attacked old Maryland and Tennessee in the open sea, where they would have been lost forever, instead of in the shallow waters of Pearl Harbor. They'd been salvaged, modernized, and sent out to join bombardment forces. It was about 3:30 in the morning. A half-moon flitted in and out of fleecy clouds. It was cool. Marines going down cargo nets into the waiting landing boats could feel the perspiration drying on their foreheads. They came from stifling galleys in which they had dined on steak and eggs, French fried potatoes, and hot coffee, a meal as sure to induce perspiration as it provoked dismay from the transport surgeons who'd soon be sewing up some of these men. "Steak and eggs," a surgeon aboard Xylan exclaimed. "Jesus, that'll make a nice lot of guts to have to sew up, full of steak." The men were boated now, moving slowly away from the big ships, coming to make the difficult transfer to the Amtraks. They made it without accident. The attack lines were forming a quarter-mile off the lagoon entrance. Little Pursuit and Requisite were darting into the channel to sweep it clear of mines, and at 4:41 a.m. a Red Star shell swished into sight, high above Beisho, and a half-hour later the Japanese shore batteries opened up. The American battleships fired back. Aboard Maryland, the great long lengths of steel fingered the sky. One of them leaped. Flame spouted from it. A streaking blob of red sailed toward Beisho. Marines in their tiny churning boats could watch its progress. They saw no explosion on Beisho. The shell was short. Again the great gob of orange flame and the speck of streaking red, and again no explosion. But then dawn seemed to burst like a rocket from western Beisho. A great sheet of flame sprang 500 feet into the air, and the explosion which succeeded it sent shockwaves rolling out over the water. Old Maryland had hurled one of her 16-inch armor piercers into the ammunition room of the 8-inchers mounted on Beisho's western tip. It was perhaps the greatest single bombardment feat of the war, for that shell of more than half a ton had killed men by the hundreds and had detonated hundreds of tons of enemy shells and utterly wrecked the 8-inchers blockhouse. And then Tennessee and Colorado began to thunder. All the battleships were firing in salvos, drifting in and out of their own gunsmoke as they paraded the Beisho shoreline. Heavy cruisers belched flame and smoke from 8-inch muzzles. The lights roared away with 6-inchers. Destroyers ran in close to send 5-inch bullets arcing ashore with almost the rapidity of automatic weapons. Beisho was aglow. She was a mass of fires. Great dust clouds swirled above her. Smoke coiled up and fused with them. Fires towered high and lit them with a fluttering pink glare. It seemed that Admiral Hill had been right, that Beisho would not greet another dawn. The islet was being torn apart. She was no longer visible beneath that pole, now frowning, now glowing. Then at 5:42 the American warships ceased firing. The American carrier planes were coming in, and it would be well to let the smoke clear so that the Dauntlesses and Avengers and the superb new Hellcat fighters could see their targets. But the airstrike did not arrive, and in the interval those pulverized Japanese began firing back. They shot at the transports with 5-inchers, and those 8-inchers still operative. They drove the transports off, and plowing after them in flight went the Amtraks and landing boats loaded with Marines. For half an hour the fleeing transports duck-walked among exploding shells, and then, because the airstrike had still not arrived, the American warships resumed fire. For 10 minutes the air was filled with their bellowing, and then, with the islet again glowing, the carrier planes came in. Hardly a bursting enemy anti-aircraft shell or bullet rose to chastise these strafing, swooping planes, and it seemed that Beisho was surely Zenitsu. Again she was swathed in smoke. But as Pursuit and Requisite entered the lagoon through the reef passage, shore batteries on the landing beaches lashed out at them. The minesweepers called for Ringgold and Dashiell. The two graceful destroyers swept into the lagoon, firing as they came, with Amtraks full of Marines churning after them. A shell struck Ringgold to starboard, passing through the engine room, but it didn't explode. Another, again a dud. Through the smoke and fire ashore, Ringgold's gunnery officer had spotted the flashes of her tormentor. Her 5-inchers swung around and gushed flame. There was a great explosion ashore. The enemy gun's ammunition dump had been hit. It was getting close to 9 o'clock, and the Amtrak motors were rising to full throttle. The swaying, clumsy craft were going into Beisho. They were taking harmless airbursts overhead, taking long-range machine gun fire with bullets rattling off their sides. The wind was blowing Bayshore smoke into their faces, blowing the water flat and thin over the reef, but the Amtraks were bumping over it and boring in. Now the Marines were ducking low beneath the gunwales, for a volcano of flame and sound had begun to erupt around them, and there were Amtraks blowing up, Amtraks beginning to burn, Amtraks spinning around, slowing and sinking, for if they cannot move, they sink, and there were Amtraks grinding ashore and rising from the surf with water streaming from their sides, with helmeted figures and mottled green leaping from them and sprinting over the narrow beaches toward the treacherous sanctuary of the seawall, and falling as they ran. The scout sniper platoon went into Bayshore 5 minutes before the first wave. It was led by a lieutenant named William Dean Hawkins, but hardly any of the platoon's 40 men could remember Hawk's first name. He was just Hawk, lean and swift like a hawk, a man as convinced of victory as he was sure of his own death in battle. Hawkins had joined the Marines with this remark to his closest friend: "I'll see you someday, Mac, but not on this earth." He had come up from the ranks, actually risen, unlike that legion who come up through the ranks by marking time as an enlisted man while powerful friends push their commission through channels. Hawkins and the scout snipers went in to seize the pier extending about 500 yards into the lagoon. It split the landing beaches, and from it those numerous Japanese latrines now filled with riflemen and machine gunners could rake the Marine Amtraks, passing to either side. Hawkins had his men in 2 landing boats, one commanded by himself, the other by Gunnery Sergeant Jared Hooper. In a third boat were the flame-throwing engineers of Lieutenant Allen Leslie. They came in and hit the reef. They were held up there just as enemy mortars began to drop among them and drums of gasoline stacked on the pier began to burn. Sniper and machine gun fire raked the boats. Airplanes were called down on the enemy guns while Hawkins and his men awaited transfer to Amtraks. They got them and rode in to assault the pier. They fought with flamethrowers, with grenades, with bayonets. They fought yard by yard, killing and being killed, while the pier still burned, and swept ashore to attack enemy pillboxes. Like Hector in his chariot, Lieutenant Hawkins stood erect in his Amtrak while it butted through barbed wire, climbed the seawall, and clanked among the enemy, spitting fire and grenades. In another Amtrak, called the Old Lady, was a stocky corporal named John Joseph Spillane, a youngster who had a big league throwing arm and the fielding ability which had brought Yankee and Cardinal scouts around to talk to his father. The Old Lady and Corporal Spillane went into Bayshore in the first wave, a load of riflemen crouching below her gunwales, a thick coat of hand-fashioned steel armor around her unlovely hull. Then she came under the seawall, and the Japanese began lobbing grenades into her. The first came in hissing and smoking, and Corporal Spillane dove for it. He trapped it and pegged it in a single swift practice motion. Another. Spillane picked it off in midair and hurled it back. There were screams. There were no more machine gun bullets rattling against the Old Lady's sides. 2 more smoking grenades end over ended into the Amtrak. Spillane nailed both and flipped them onto the seawall. The assault troops watched him in fascination. And then the 6th one came in, and Spillane again fielded and threw. But this one exploded. Johnny Spillane was hammered to his knees. His helmet was dented. There was shrapnel in his right side, his neck, his right hip, and there was crimson spouting from the pulp that had once been his right hand. But the assault troops had vaulted onto the beach and were scrambling for the seawall. Though Johnny Spillane's baseball career was over, he had bought these riflemen precious time, and he was satisfied to know it as he called, "Let's get out of here," to his driver, and the squat gray amphibian backed out into the water to take him out to the transport, where the doctor would amputate his right hand at the wrist. PFC Donald Libby also came in on the first wave. He came in crouching in fear, grimacing in pain. Machine gun fire had been sweeping his Amtrak since it had lumbered up on the reef, and there were bullets in both of Libby's thighs. Then a mortar shell landed in the Amtrak, killing all but 2 men, hurling Libby into the water. He came to the surface with 7 shrapnel fragments lodged in his flesh. He was bleeding heavily, but he hoped the salt water would staunch the flow. He dog-paddled toward his wrecked Amtrak. It was canted on its side in the water. Libby grabbed the Amtrak's wheel and hung onto it. A life preserver floated by. He seized it and squirmed into it, clenching his teeth against the pain of his movement. He floated behind the Amtrak, hardly more than his nose above the surface. At night, if he still had strength, he would try to swim out to the ships. Lieutenant Commander Robert McPherson buzzed back and forth over Bayshore and the lagoon in his Kingfisher observation plane. He was acting as the eyes of Major General Julian Smith aboard Maryland, Howlin' Mad Smith was up at Macon with Vice Admiral Raymond Spruance, the overall commander. McPherson peered below him. The muzzles of Ringgold's and Dashiell's guns were spitting flame and smoke, and the little Amtraks were bobbing shoreward. Some of them stopped and began to burn. Tiny dots of men leaped on the beach to go clambering over the seawall and vanish beneath the pall of smoke still obscuring Bayshore. The Marines seemed to be attacking in little groups, 3 or 4 of them, rarely more than half a dozen, moving behind their NCOs. Here and there a loner struck at the enemy. Staff Sergeant Bill Bordelon was such a loner. He was one of 4 Marines to survive the gunning of their Amtrak from about 500 yards out. He reached the beach running low. Behind him were the remainder of his men, dead and dying or drowning. Bordelon had to get the pillboxes that filled the air around these men with whining, invisible death. He prepared his demolition charges. He sprang erect and went in on the pillboxes, running at them from their flanks, because the Japanese used very small gun ports, which reduced their field of fire. Twice Bordelon threw and sprinted for cover, and each time a pillbox collapsed with a roar. Bordelon primed more charges and ran against the third. Machine gun bullets hit him, but he stayed on his feet. He saw the white blocks of explosive sail into the gun port and ducked. The third position was knocked out. Then he seized a rifle to cover a group of Marines crawling over the seawall. Bordelon pushed aside a medical corpsman who wanted to treat his wounds. He had heard the cry of help from the surf. There was a wounded man there. Bordelon dragged him ashore. He ran back into the water to find another wounded man and bring him in. Then, because he was either oblivious of his own wounds or convinced that he was dying and that there was so little time, Staff Sergeant Bill Bordelon ran again at an enemy position. And the Japanese gunners saw him coming and shot him dead. The 1st Battalion to reach Bayshore was the 2nd Regiment's 3rd under Major Chotel. At 10 after 9, 2 companies led by Major Mike Ryan reached the seawall on the right or western beach. They crawled up under its lee, taking fierce machine gun fire. Major Chotel was still offshore with following troops. He couldn't get in, and in 2 hours those companies under the seawall were cut in half. At 17 minutes after 9, Major Jim Crow's battalion hit the beaches on the left or eastern flank. 2 of Crow's Amtraks found a break in the seawall and rolled through, speeding all the way across the airfield's main strip before they were halted. But it was an isolated success. Seawall gun ports began to spit death among the Marines on the beach. Snipers picked off head after head raised above the wall. One of Crow's men strolled down the beach, heedless of the Major's angry bellowing to stay low. He grinned impishly at a wildly gesturing buddy, and then a rifle spoke and the Marine spun and crumpled to the ground. And when he rolled over, face to the smoke-drifted sky, his eyes were bulging from the impact of the bullet which had passed behind them. "Somebody go get that Jap son of a bitch," Major Crow yelled. "He's right back of us here waiting for somebody to pass by." A Marine leaped up on the seawall. After him came a flame-throwing team. One Marine with the twin cylinders of liquid fire strapped to his back and holding the nozzle out to spray, the other covering him with rifle fire. The Marine beyond the seawall hurled blocks of dynamite into a pillbox 15 feet inland. There was a roar and clouds of smoke and dust billowed out. A mushroom-helmeted figure darted out the exit. The man with the nozzle squirted. A long hissing spurt of fire struck the Japanese soldier, and he flamed like a struck match, shivered, and was charred and still. At the central beach, marked by the burning pier, Colonel Shoup was trying to come ashore to take command of the battle. With Shoup were Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson of Macon and Guadalcanal, who had come to Tarawa as an observer, the red-headed Major Tom Culhane, Shoup's operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Presley Rixey, commander of an artillery battalion, and Commander Donald Nelson, the regimental surgeon. They came to the reef in a landing boat. Shoup held an Amtrak carrying wounded out to the transports. The wounded were transferred into the landing boat, and Shoup's party boarded the Amtrak. It was about 10 o'clock, and as the Amtrak waddled shoreward, Colonel Shoup listened to radio reports of the carnage on the beaches. On his right, Major Chotel was still caught out on the lagoon, unable to reach those 2 companies being chopped up under the seawall. From Chotel, Shoup heard this: "Receiving heavy fire all along the beach, unable to land all. Issue in doubt." Shortly after 10 o'clock, Chotel radioed again. "Boats held up on reef of right flank Red 1, the western beach. Troops receiving heavy fire in water." Shoup immediately replied, "Land beach Red 2, the central sector, and work west." Chotel answered, "We have nothing left to land." The first message had come out to the ships from the beach. No one could identify the sender. It said, Have landed, unusually heavy opposition, casualties 70%, can't hold. To the Marines of the 4th, 5th, and 6th waves, waiting beyond the reef and landing boats and LCMs, this meant one thing: they must hurry ashore. They rowed into the reef and found the water no higher than 3 feet, and often only inches deep. They looked for the Amtraks, which were to take them into the battle. There weren't any. 8 Amtraks had been destroyed as the first wave attacked. Many more of them carrying the next 2 waves had been knocked out, and others were hit when they tried to back off the beach to return to the reef. 15 of them sank the moment they reached deeper water. Major Henry Drews, commander of the Amtrak battalion, had been killed. Nearly all the Amtrak gunners were dead. They had dueled the shore guns, but they had been visible and unprotected. The enemy had been neither. The men waiting outside the reef would have to wade in. They clambered out of their boats, milled about on the reef while bullets keened among them, and then they jumped off it and began to walk through waist-high water. The Japanese gunners hung on grimly to their triggers, for now they understood why Rear Admiral Shibasaki had been so confident of repelling the invaders. The Americans were walking along a broad avenue of death. There were so many of them falling, they would surely stop coming. But they waded on, from a quarter-mile out, from a half-mile out, unable even to fire their weapons, for they had to hold them overhead to keep them dry, sometimes stepping into coral potholes and going under, there to lose helmets and weapons. "Spread out," the officers cried. "Spread out." PFC Richard Lund came in with the radio and screamed as a bullet struck him in the right chest and came out his right arm. It spun him around and knocked him under. He arose and walked on, with the radio. Marines died in the deep water and died in the shallow surf, where gentle waves rolled their bodies along the beaches. They fell like fanned-out decks of cards once they had gained the leftward beach and blundered into the point-blank fire of weapons poked through seawall gun ports. They were caught on barbed wire offshore and killed, and here Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Amy, commander of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd, met instant death. Still they came on, even the wounded clinging to the burning pier, working their way in hand over hand. Above them, Lieutenant Commander McPherson gazed in horror from his observation plane, watching the tiny figures, wading through the water with rifles held high, watching them vanish, feeling the tears of grief gathering behind his eyes. But they got inshore, even the wounded, even the dying youth with his chest torn open, who fell on the beach and cried for a cigarette. "Here, I'll light one for you," a Marine said. "No," the stricken youth gasped. "No time. Give me yours." The cigarette was thrust into his mouth and held there. The youth drew. The smoke curled out his chest, and he died. There were rifles stuck in the sand of the beaches, and there were bottles of blood plasma hanging from them. The bottles were tied to rifle butts with gauze, and their little rubber tubes ran down into needles jabbed in the veins of wounded Americans. Corpsmen talked gently to the stricken men, waving the flies away. The corpsmen and the doctors worked throughout the clamor of battle. They laid the men out on stretchers, giving them plasma and morphine. Marine riflemen guarded them as they worked, for sometimes the Japanese attempted to sneak down to the beaches and throw grenades in among the casualties. They came out from under the pier, or from the latrines, or slipped into the water from the hulk of the Seda Maru, a freighter which had been knocked over on its side by an American destroyer in the pre-invasion bombardments. The Japanese swam to shore through their own fire. One of them appeared in the central sector. He came out of the water brandishing a grenade. A Marine sentry charged him and bayoneted him in the belly, and then shot his bayonet free. As the doctors worked on, corpsmen loaded the wounded aboard the Amtraks, which took them to the reef and the waiting landing boats. Men needing immediate care were draped over rubber boats and hauled to the reef by hand. From the reef the wounded went to the transports, and sometimes they were shelled en route, and there would be dead among them by the time they came alongside the ships. On one of these ships, a landing boat with a gaping 5-inch shell hole in its side was hoisted on deck. The wounded were taken out, but there were 3 dead Marines. Their bodies were placed in winding sheets and taken to the rail. Chaplain Harry Bohr was called. He was a young minister. He had never said burial service before. Marines and sailors removed their helmets, and Chaplain Bohr spoke. "We are in the presence of the last enemy, death. We did not know these men personally, but God does, and therefore we commit them unto Him, who is the righteous judge of the earth." There was the screech of a plane diving to bomb a Japanese ammunition dump, and the chaplain paused, waiting for the explosion ashore. A sheet of flame rose into the air. The Dauntless had hit the dump. It had also knocked out a Marine tank, but no one aboard ship knew this. They bowed their heads again as the chaplain continued. It is for us, the living, in the presence of these dead, to devote ourselves more seriously to the task before us. I am the resurrection and the life, and he that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. The white-sheeted figures went over the side. There was a splash. An impersonal voice blared over the bullhorn on the bridge. The issue ashore is still in doubt. It was, and Colonel David Shoup, who was trying so hard to get there, was being struck by savage fire. Heavy machine gun fire raked Shoup's Amtrak as it neared the beach. The vehicle slewed around and retreated to the end of the pier. It circled to the east or left side and joined a wave of LCMs, laddering dual-purpose medium tanks, the Jim Crow's embattled battalion. Then a pair of Japanese 75mm spoke. Whang! Whang! One LCM went under, with all aboard, and another withdrew, sinking. Colonel Shoup's Amtrak again returned to the pier. An exploding mortar shell wounded Shoup in the leg, all but knocking him unconscious. But he was still determined to get ashore, for now he was out of contact with Major Chautel's battalion on the right. Chautel's battalion was attacking, though its leader was still unable to get ashore. Major Mike Ryan had reorganized the two shattered seawall companies and struck inland. They were slowly rolling up the enemy, and there were 6 Sherman tanks coming in to help them. The tanks left their LCM lighters on the reef and came on through water up to their turrets. Men walking with flags guided them around the treacherous potholes. The Shermans came slowly, leaving wide-spreading V's in their wake, rocking and lurching as their 75s roared. When they reached the beach, they found it so littered with dead and wounded they could not pass. They would not crunch over the bodies of their buddies, dead or living, and they backed into the water again to make for the gap which the engineers had blown in Shibasaki's seawall. PFC Donald Libby wondered if anyone would come for him. The battle had grown fiercer since he had been hurled into the water and had seized hold of his ruined Amtrak. Now he could hear the clanging, tooth-rattling whang of a Japanese gun and hear the screams of stricken men. Libby was still alone in water made chalky with dust. He swayed like a beach log, growing colder. Libby had heard the dreadful slaughter of the 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines, as they came to reinforce Major Jim Crow's battalion on the left. They came speeding up to the reef, 5 boats abreast. The landing ramps came banging down. Whang! The boat farthest right vanished. It had been there, and then it was not there. Whang! A second boat disappeared. One of the coxswains became terrified of approaching the reef. "This is as far as I go," he cried. His ramp banged down, and a full boatload of heavily laden Marines charged off of it into 15 feet of water. Many drowned, but still more were able to shuck their loads and swim to the reef, hauling themselves over it, oblivious of how it slashed their flesh. Hardly a third of that first wave reached the beach. Then the second wave of Crow's reinforcements started ashore. Colonel Shoup shouted at them from the pier, waving his arms and ordering them to come his way, to take shelter behind the pier and wade to the central beach. They did, but by the time the second wave got ashore, it was badly disorganized. At last Colonel Shoup got in. He set up his command post in a hole dug in the sand behind a pillbox full of Japs. He was 15 yards inland, but he could see almost nothing of the battle for the dust that hung over Bayshore. It was everywhere, a cloying, caking dust that was thick and clogged in the nostrils, coarse in the throat, and clotted in the corners of the eyes. It swirled in dense clouds or sparkled in tiny jewels within those shafts of hot sunlight, sometimes made visible by explosions that rent one cloud of dust, only to start another. Into this dust at about noon came the 1st Battalion, 2nd. Its men joined the attack in the central sector under Major Wood Kyle. They were also riddled, and many of them were deflected toward that right or western flank where Major Ryan still attacked, and the tanks rolled toward the seawall gap. 4 of the tanks had foundered in potholes, but 2 of them reached Ryan as he reformed for a flanking assault through the pillboxes on the western shore. The Shermans rolled over foxholes, blasted pillboxes open with their cannon, and machine-gunned the escaping survivors. Once Lieutenant Ed Bale's Chinagale met a Japanese light tank in open combat and dueled her. The impact of the Japanese 37s on Chinagale's hide left the steel lemon yellow on the inside, but the 75s of the bigger Sherman left the Japanese tank a smoking wreck. On the left, a pair of 37mm anti-tank guns had been dragged ashore. The boats carrying them had been sunk, but the gunners had rolled their heavy-wheeled weapons through the water. They got them up on the beach, but there was still no way to get them over the seawall. 2 Japanese light tanks were seen bearing down toward the lip of the seawall. "Lift him over!" came the cry. "Lift him over!" The 900-pound guns seemed to fly over the wall. There they spoke with sharp authority. One enemy tank lurched around and gushed flame. The other fled. The Marines on the left had a Sherman tank of their own to force their way across Bayshore. It was a smoke-blackened, dented hulk called Colorado, and commanded by Lieutenant Lou Largy. It was the lone survivor of the 4 which had come into Jim Crow's sector that morning. One had been destroyed by an American dive bomber. Another had been set afire by enemy guns. A third had been hit by the Japanese and had fallen into a hole in which enemy ammunition was piled. It had been there when another American dive bomber screeched down, even as Chaplain Bohr commended the 3 dead Marines to God and the sea, and it had gone up with the exploding shells. Colorado had also been hit and set aflame, but Largy had taken her back to the beach to put out the fire, and by early afternoon Colorado was again charging pillboxes. At 1:30, with all but a single battalion of the reserve committed, Julian Smith was convinced that the critical point had been reached. He asked Holland Smith up at Macon to release the 6th Marine Regiment to him. If Holland Smith said no, Julian Smith was prepared to gather this last battalion, to collect his bandsmen, specialists, typists, and service people, and lead them into the battle himself. Howland Mad Smith said yes. Assured now of a fresh and larger reserve, Julian Smith notified the uncommitted 1st Battalion 8th to stand by for a landing. The men had been boated since before dawn, as had all the Marine combat teams. All that was required was to select the proper place to land. At 2:45, Julian Smith signaled Shoup, asking him if he thought a night landing was possible. Shoup never got the message, and the 1st Battalion 8th stayed in their boats. Someone had come for PFC Libby. The wounded Marine had felt the tide going out and had pushed himself away from his wrecked Amtrak. He hoped to float out to the ships on the tide. Just then someone waded toward him. He wore a Marine's helmet and had a rifle slung across his back. He carried a bayonet in his hand. He came directly toward PFC Libby and he called out, "What state are you from?" "Maine," Libby gasped. "Where are you from?" PFC Libby came to his feet in the water, for the bayonet this man was lifting was hooked at the hilt. The Japanese lunged. Libby threw up his left hand. The bayonet pierced his palm. Libby grabbed the blade with his right hand and wrenched it away. The Japanese fumbled for his rifle. Libby swung. He hit the Japanese behind the ear with the hilt. The Jap moaned and sank into the water. Libby hit him on the forehead as he fell. Then he seized his head and held him under. PFC Libby let go and began paddling weakly toward the reef. Hours later, an Amtrak found him floating in his life preserver, 1,000 yards offshore. His body was wrinkled like a prune, and blood still flowed from his torn hands. But he was alive. Colorado was on the left, and Chinagale was on the right. Between them were perhaps 3,500 United States Marines, and the sun was setting behind the tuft of the Bayshore's parrot-head. Some 5,000 assault troops had come ashore, and of these about 1,500 were already dead or wounded, and now between that pair of tanks there were 2 separate and precarious holds on Bayshore. The left or eastern foothold, in which Colonel Shoup's command post was located, began at about midway of the north coast and ran west for about 600 yards. It was 250 yards deep at its farthest penetration, roughly halfway across the airfield. Holding this from left to right, facing south or inland, were Major Crow's 2nd Battalion 8th, the riddled 3rd Battalion 8th, and the 1st and 2nd Battalions 2nd. The right or western hold was a tiny enclave 200 yards deep and perhaps 100 yards wide, which Major Mike Ryan's reorganized 3rd Battalion 2nd had hacked out on the extreme western tip, the Bird's Beak. Between Ryan's toehold and Shoup's foothold was a gap fully 600 yards wide, stuffed with Japanese men and guns. Out in the lagoon, still in boats, were the recently alerted 1st Battalion 8th, and those waves of the 3rd Battalion 8th which had been unable to get ashore. Standing west of Tarawa in ships was that 6th Marine Regiment just returned to Major General Julian Smith. There was no artillery ashore, but Lieutenant Colonel Rixey was preparing to bring in some batteries under cover of darkness. These were the lines of the 2nd Marine Division as the dusk began to settle and night fell on Bayshore. But there were no lines as such. There were groups of Marines who had dug in here or fortified an abandoned pillbox there. There were gaps everywhere. Flanks were dangling. The inland advance of some units could be measured in hundreds of yards, others in scores of feet. Some troops were still trapped beneath the seawall. In some places, the Japanese would need to go only 30 feet to drive the Americans into the sea. It was a situation made for counterattack, and even the most rear-rank private among all those embattled Marines knew that, just as the Japanese always defended at the water's edge, he always counterattacked at night. Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki had planned to counterattack. He had always believed that his defenses would stop the Americans at the water's edge and that a strong nocturnal counterblow would finish them off. But the terrible bombardment, which had failed to slaughter Shibasaki's men, had knocked out his communications. His men were scattered over the island in strong points, and there was now no way of assembling them for the counterattack. He could attempt to communicate with them by runner, but it was likely the runners would be picked off. Worse, Admiral Shibasaki had not even provided himself with message blanks. There were, of course, dozens of bicycles at his disposal, but bike-riding messengers would only provide these uncouth Marines with jokes as well as targets. Admiral Shibasaki stayed within his huge bomb-proof command post. Though his men lobbed mortars into the Marines on the beaches, or swam out to the wrecked American boats, or the capsized Sadamaru to harass them with sniper fire, they did not counterattack. They had killed many Americans that day. Next day, they would kill more. Admiral Shibasaki was not cast down by the loss of his communications. Obviously, it was the Americans, not the Japanese, who were in a tight spot. All through the night, cries of "Corpsmen! Corpsmen!" were raised above and below the seawall. Men wounded during the day, men who fought on while wounded, were dying from loss of blood, and there was a shortage of blood plasma, of bandages. Doc Rogalski had patched up the dozen or so men left of the 40 whom Lieutenant Toivo Ivory had led against the central sector. Ivory's right leg had been shattered by a grenade, and he had been shot in the arm. Sergeant Jim Bayer had been shot in the head. Rogalski had fixed up the lieutenant's leg with splints and sulfa and bandaged the sergeant's head. And then, during the morning-long fight to knock out a pillbox looming over the seawall, he used up the rest of his supplies. In the afternoon, as more wounded were brought back to the beach, Rogalski was forced to take medical kits from the bodies of fallen fellow corpsmen. He waded into the lagoon to strip dead Marines of the little first-aid pouches attached to their cartridge belts, and even tore their skivvy shirts off them and ripped them up for bandages. At last Rogalski could find no more bodies in the black waters of the lagoon. The tide had floated them out. Faint cries of "Corpsmen!" were still being raised along the beaches as Rogalski sat, helpless, under the seawall. Suddenly 4 Amtraks came out of the darkness and crawled up under the seawall. Rogalski rose expectantly, but then slumped. Marines jumping out of 2 of them had begun to unload artillery shells, or were wrestling howitzer parts over the side. It was then that Rogalski saw the stretcher-bearers and corpsmen jumping out of the other 2, and he ran to join them, helping them put Ivory and Bayer and the other wounded into the Amtraks for the trip to the reef and waiting landing boats. The Amtraks roared away, even as waiting artillerymen emerged from the water, carrying the parts of their dismantled guns on their backs. Beyond the reef, Lieutenant Ivory lay in the landing boat that was taking him to a transport. He turned to Sergeant Bayer. "I've been wondering for a long time, Sarge, how come they call your hometown Dime Box?" "Dime Box is a pretty little town in Texas, sir," Bayer replied. "And lying back there under the seawall, I wondered if I'd ever see it again. But it's on the San Antonio Pike between Giddens and Caldwell. A long time ago it was only a plantation. One of the plantation's mammies would leave a dime in the mailbox every day for the mailman to get her a box of snuff. That's how they come to call my town Dime Box." Lieutenant Ivory nodded. He could hear voices high above him. He felt the boat being lifted up in the air. He was very weak, but he was feeling better already. "Thanks, Sarge," the lieutenant murmured. "I always wondered." And as the booms swung the landing boat onto the deck of the transport, 10 short-snouted pieces of artillery were made ready, hub to hub, under the seawall. They would be firing at dawn. 9. The men of the 1st Battalion, 8th, had spent the night in boats. They had not come ashore during darkness, as Major General Julian Smith had intended, because his message to Colonel Shoup had not been received. On the morning of November 21st, Colonel Shoup had called for them to help expand the beachhead in the central sector. There were by then only 18 Amtraks left, and the 1st Battalion, 8th, came up to the reef in landing boats. At 6:15, the ramps of the landing boats banged down, and the Marines began wading in. From blockhouses on the beach and from the wrecked hulk of Sadamaru came a terrible steady drumming of machine gun fire, and the morning of the second day was worse than the first. Out on the reef, Marines were rescuing wounded comrades and dragging them back to the landing boats. PFC James Collins carried one stricken man back. He turned and seized another, a corpsman who had been shot in the shoulder. He lifted him. There was an explosion, and half the wounded man's head was blown off. Collins dropped the lifeless body and waded to the beach in tears. Only 3 of the 24 men who had been in his boat reached the shore. Only 90 of 199 men in the first wave ever got in. But the wading continued, while Marines of the 1st and 2nd Battalion 2nd attacked furiously against the blockhouses that were delivering that awful fire. The pack howitzers lined up hub to hub on the beach were leaping and banging in an attempt to silence the enemy machine guns. The artillerymen were using shells with delayed fuses intended to explode once they had penetrated the concrete, but they were firing to a narrow front, and they could not get them all. Carrier planes swooped down to strafe and bomb the blockhouses, but the enemy fired on. Dive bombers pounded the Seitamaru, but it still crackled with fire. Marine mortars ashore pounded Seitamaru, but the bullets only slackened. They did not stop. It would eventually take a force of dynamite-throwing engineers covered by riflemen to clean out the ship infestation. Sometimes the Marines sought to veer away from the enemy's field of fire. One platoon slipped off to the right, toward the sector held by Major Ryan. They waded into a cove, and they were shot down to a man. It continued for 5 full hours, and when Major Lawrence Hayes at last got his battalion ashore and reorganized, he found he had lost 108 men killed and 235 wounded, but 600 Marines had survived the wade-in. They were now available for the desperate battle raging everywhere along the western half of Bayshore. As Colonel Shoup radioed Julian Smith at 11:30 in the morning, "The situation ashore doesn't look good." Earlier that morning, just as the dreadful wade-in began, Shoup had ordered Lieutenant Hawkins to take his scout sniper platoon against a Japanese position holding 5 machine guns. It barred the way to the central sector attack, which Shoup hoped to cut Bayshore in two. The Hawk gathered his men. He had often said, "I think my 34-man platoon can lick any 200-man company in the world." Now he was going on a company-sized mission to prove it. His men moved methodically from gun to gun, laying down covering fire, while Hawkins crawled up to the pillbox gun ports to fire point-blank inside or toss in grenades. The guns fell, but not before Hawkins had been shot in the chest. He had already lost blood from shrapnel wounds the day before, but he still resisted the corpsman's suggestions that he accept evacuation. "I came here to kill Japs, not to be evacuated," Hawkins said. He and his men knocked out 3 more enemy positions, and then Hawkins was caught in a burst of mortar fire, and when they carried him to the rear, he was already dying. But he and his men had opened the way for the Cross Island attack, an assault which Colonel Shoup held as important as Major Ryan's drive to clear Bayshore's western beaches for the safe arrival of the reinforcing 6th Marines. Still in charge of the battle, so long as Julian Smith remained aboard Maryland, Colonel Shoup crouched in his command post and listened to telephone reports, his hand shaking slightly. His CP was still in front of the occupied Japanese pillbox, and it seemed to be crowned by a perpetual cloud of dust rising from the attack south across the airfield. Out of the dust, just before noon, limped the dirtiest Marine Shoup had seen so far. A quarter-inch of grime coated his beardless white face, while a lock of limp blonde hair hung from beneath his helmet. The youth's name was Adrian Strange, and he entered the colonel's CP bawling, "Somebody give me a pack of cigarettes. There's a machine gun crew out there in a shell hole, and there ain't a one of 'em's got a butt." Someone threw him a pack of Camels. Imperturbable, impressed by neither the brass crouching below him nor the bullets buzzing above, PFC Strange took one of the cigarettes and lighted it. "I just got another sniper," he said, grinning. "That's 6 today, and me a cripple." He blew smoke. "Busted my ankle stepping in a shell hole yesterday." The bullets began buzzing as though coming in swarms, and PFC Strange sneered, "Shoot me down, you son of a bitch," before turning to limp back to the airfield. Not all the Marines on Bayshore that day were like PFC Strange. A few minutes after he had limped off, a tearful young major ran into Shoup's CP crying, "Colonel, my men can't advance. They're being held up by a machine gun." Dave Shoup spat in disgust. "God almighty, one machine gun!" The major turned in confusion and went back to his men, and he had hardly disappeared before there was a sharp crack in the CP, and Corporal Leonce Olivier yelped in pain. A Jap in the pillbox had poked a rifle out an air vent and shot him in the leg. Someone dropped a grenade down the vent, but no one took comfort from the muffled explosion. The pillbox had walls 3 feet thick and was probably compartmented inside. The confused young major came back. "Colonel, there are 1,000 goddamn Marines out there on the beach, and not one will follow me across the airstrip." Shoup spat again. "You've got to say, 'Who will follow me?' And if only 10 follow you, that's the best you can do, but it's better than nothing." The major departed for good this time, and the attack across the airfield of Beisho's southern coast gained momentum. It reached its objective before dusk, after Marines occupied abandoned enemy positions and beat off 2 fierce counterattacks. Beisho was sliced in 2, and the Marines had possession of most of the airfield, the base which would one day be known as Hawkins Field. On the left flank, the Marines under Jim Crow were making slow progress. They were trying to beat down the network of pillboxes and blockhouses surrounding Admiral Shibasaki's bomb-proof in their sector. It was slow because the men had to go in against an enemy concealed from view. The diving, strafing planes could not knock out these positions. Even Lieutenant Largy's 32-ton Colorado was not heavy enough to crush most of them. Largy saw one of his own men fall from his own fire and went back to report in grief to Crow. "I just killed a Marine," he said. "Fragments from my 75 splintered against a tree and ricocheted off. God damn, I hated for that to happen." "Too bad," Crow muttered, "but it sometimes happens. Fortune's war." He glanced upward at the American planes. "They do it too. 150 caliber slug just hit one of my men. Went through his shoulder, on down through his lung and liver. He lived 4 minutes. He shrugged. "Well, anyway, if a Jap ever sticks his head out of his pillbox, the planes may kill him." Over on the right flank, the western toehold, Major Ryan was calling for naval fire to knock out the Japanese positions. Lieutenant Thomas Green, a naval gunfire spotter, signaled a destroyer and pinpointed Ryan's targets. The destroyer ran in and let go. Another destroyer followed. The men whom Shoup had already called fighting fools fanned out behind China Gale and another tank to begin their attack. The tanks stopped, and one of the tank commanders called out, "Send us an intelligent Marine to spot the pillboxes for us." "Hell's fire," the sergeant snorted. "I ain't very smart, but I'll go." He went, walking between the tanks, guiding them from pillbox to pillbox, and the western beaches began to fall. To the east, Dave Shoup heard the report of Ryan's progress with relief. At a few minutes before 4 o'clock, he turned to Major Culhane and said, "I think we're winning, but the bastards still have a lot of bullets left." Then Colonel Shoup put his estimate into the language of official reports, concluding with that terse summary which would become historic. "Casualties many, percentage dead unknown, combat efficiency, we are winning." Colonel Shoup's Marines could have told him an hour earlier that the issue was no longer in doubt. The Japanese had begun to kill themselves. They had been told that the Americans tortured their captives. More surrender meant the disgrace of a man's family. So they had begun blowing themselves up, shooting themselves or disemboweling themselves, choosing suicide as the means of immortalizing their spirits among Japan's warrior dead at Yasukuni Shrine. Men found with bayonets thrust up into their vitals lay beside loaded rifles. Grenade suicides with missing hand or head or hand and chest, or those others who lay down in their bunkers to place rifle muzzles in their mouths while pushing the trigger with their big toe, were often found in places where the attack was only beginning. They had not waited to take a few Marines with them. Aboard Maryland, General Julian Smith had given Colonel Maurice Holmes of the 6th Marines his orders for a pair of landings. One was to be made on the newly cleared western beaches of Beisho. The other would be on Bariki, a little islet just east of Beisho. Japanese had been reported attempting to reach Bariki from Beisho's tail. Smith also wanted to place artillery on the islet to batter Beisho. Shortly before 5 o'clock, carrier planes began striking at Bariki, diving at the lone pillbox mounting 2 machine guns and held by 15 Japanese. 50 caliber bullets passed through the gun ports and entered a gasoline can the Japanese had unwisely brought inside with them. Flames leaped from the position, and the 2nd Battalion 6th, commanded by Big Lieutenant Colonel Raymond Murray, occupied Bariki without incident. A few hours later, the other landing took place. The 1st Battalion 6th, led by youthful Major William Jones, rowed rubber boats into Beisho's western tip. They were embarrassed at the tearful welcome given them by Major Ryan's ragged remnant. They moved through them and dug in. Up in the central sector, Brigadier General Edson had come ashore. Julian Smith had sent Red Mike in to relieve the near-exhausted Shoup. Edson took command at 6 o'clock, and David Shoup resumed control of what remained of his 2nd Marine Regiment. He had not slept for 40 hours, and his leg wound was paining him, but he had hung on to those 2 desperate holds and kept his scattered units fighting. On the left flank, Major Jim Crow called for naval gunfire against Admiral Shibisaki's bomb-proof. His men were going to have to go up against it next morning, and he wanted them to go the easy way. At dusk, a destroyer ran in so close to Beisho that it seemed it would scrape the bottom of the lagoon. Flame spouted from the muzzle of its 5-inchers. 4, 5, 6 rounds, and then the answering crash and flame as the shell struck Admiral Shibisaki's command post. The graceful, slender ship was almost obscured in smoke. Chips of cement flew from the bomb-proof's 5-foot walls. Geysers of sand leaked from its roof, overgrown with palm trees. Some 80 rounds flashed around it like monster fireflies. The destroyer stopped firing. Major Crow shrugged. "They never hit it squarely," he said, his outer gruffness masking an inner disquiet. "Just almost." Within the bomb-proof, Rear Admiral Kiji Shibasaki contemplated the shattered bits of the Yogaki plan. He had gotten almost no help, nothing but a submarine or two, which had harassed the enemy the night before the invasion. Last night a single plane had flown up from the Marshalls. Tonight he could expect no more. Obviously the Americans had neutralized the Marshalls. And Tarawa, he knew, was falling. Having felt the lash of the American destroyer's 5-inchers, Shibasaki could guess that it would be his bomb-proof's turn tomorrow. He composed his last message for Tokyo. "Our weapons have been destroyed," it said, "and from now on everyone is attempting a final charge. May Japan exist for 10,000 years. 10. Apamama was truly called the Atoll of the Moon. She was the loveliest of all the Gilberts, a brilliant pale green lagoon caught in a circlet of sun-bathed islets, which were themselves clasped by the gleaming white of the beaches, and surrounding it all was the soft blue of the sea. To Apamama in 1889 came Robert Louis Stevenson as the guest of the philosopher king Turnbinoka. To Apamama 3 years later came the British government. And to Apamama in another half-century came 2 companies of Japanese under a midget of a monocle-screwing colonel. The colonel departed in 1943, with the airfield done, and with some 1,000 handsome, good-natured, lazy Apamamise introduced to the horrors of work. There were only an excitable captain and 24 Imperials left when, in the early morning blackness of November 21st, the 68 Marines of Captain Jim Jones came to Apamama to scout out the atoll's defenses for the November 26th invasion. They came down from Tarawa the night of November 20th, making the 85-mile run southeast aboard the big submarine Nautilus. Shortly after midnight, Nautilus heaved out of the sea, and the Marines came up on deck to inflate and launch rubber boats from her stern. They were struck by rain squalls. Only 3 of the boat's outboard motors started. One conked out, and there were but 2 left to tow the remaining boats, all bobbing and wallowing now in a wild cross-sea of wind and wave, while the current pulled them toward the barrier reef. 2 boats were carried off into the darkness. Aboard the others, Marines paddled frantically to avoid being cast up on the boiling reef. An hour later the wind abated. The 2 missing boats rejoined the column. Now the only enemy was the current, and 3 hours later, Captain Jones' men were paddling within the comparatively calm waters of the lee shore. Jones began sending out patrols to scout the islets of Apamama. One of these scouting parties included Lieutenant George Hard, a short, bald Australian who had lived in the Gilberts before the war and knew the people of Apamama. Minutes after the patrol set out, Lieutenant Hard saw and recognized 2 Apamamise wading into the Marines' islet from another one to the right. Hard and the Marines hid in the bushes, for the Australian had no notion of how the Gilbertese had reacted to Japan's greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. When the 2 men were almost on them, Hard jumped up and called a greeting in Gilbertese. "What, my word!" one of them replied in unruffled English. "It's Mr. Hard. But were you wise to come and visit us now, Mr. Hard? The Japanese are still here." Hard grinned. So did the Marines when they learned that the Gilbertese pronounced a J as an S. It was a pleasure to imagine the irritation of those numerous Japanese who spoke English. Mr. Hard's old friend explained that there were only 25 of these Japanese now, but that they were well entrenched around a radio station on another islet. They had both heavy and light machine guns, mortars, and much ammunition, and their pillboxes on both ocean and lagoon beaches would not be easy to rush. After Captain Jones heard the news, he decided to attack. That night he and his recon boys spotted the winking of blinker lights at sea. An enemy submarine had come to evacuate the atoll's garrison. But the Japanese couldn't get away. Jones's men had destroyed the motor-powered whaleboat that was to have been their getaway craft, and in the morning the recon boys would be out to destroy the Japs as well. Up north at Tarawa, Navy Lieutenant Herman Brukart and his corpsmen worked through the darkness in a pillbox hospital. The position had been cleaned out by the Marines, and Burkhardt had set up an operating room inside. Burkhardt was a wisp of a man, black-bearded and seemingly tireless. He had been working throughout the day sewing up the badly wounded. Now at night, in the light of flashlights held by his corpsmen, Robert Costello and James Whitehead, he worked on. There was a rifle shot. Burkhardt looked up. A wounded Marine pointed grimly into a corner of the pillbox. A Japanese lay there, crumpled in death. He had sneaked into the pillbox, while everyone had been absorbed in the operation. Burkhardt bent his head again. There was another shot. This time Burkhardt didn't bother to look up. Machine gun bullets smacked against the pillbox's walls. There were rifle shots. The walking wounded outside were beating off a party of infiltrators. "Next," Burkhardt said softly. One of the corpsmen leaned out the door and cried, "Next!" and a wounded man hobbled quickly across the moonlit clearing while the Japanese rifles made their sharp, flat cracking. "We're out of anesthetics," one of the corpsmen whispered. Burkhardt shrugged. There were things he had to cut and things he had to sew, and they had to be done, with or without the pain. He worked on. There were sometimes moans, occasionally an uncontrollable sob, but mostly there was silence, while the flashlight beams played on his hands and the bullets smacked against the outer walls. Of 100 men brought to the pillbox hospital, only 4 died. 11. The third day of battle on Baisha was businesslike, and it was brutal. It had not the horror and transcending courage of the first day, when Marines fought to rescue their stricken comrades, to knock out the guns that struck them. Nor had it the desperation of the second, when men fought to avoid defeat. It had only the cold, wary precision of the cleanup. Men fought to exterminate an enemy gone to ground. They killed not to save or preserve, but to destroy. Such unexalted work requires professionals. The Marines were coldly efficient the morning of November 22nd as one battalion attacked east along Baisho's spine or southern shore, and another struck west into the pocket. The pocket was that 600-yard gap which still separated the original Shoup beachhead from the one which Major Ryan had expanded on the west. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the 1st Battalion, 8th, moved out of the Shoup beachhead to reduce it. The men attacked behind 3 light tanks, but a suicide soldier got under one of the tanks with a magnetic mine and blew himself and the vehicle apart. The 37mm guns of the light tanks were unable to do more than chip the pillboxes. By noon, the attack had done no more than contain the Japanese strongpoints, and the half-tracks, which had come up to relieve the tanks, were driven back by machine gun fire. Meanwhile, the 1st Battalion, 6th, which had landed on the western beaches the night before, moved rapidly east. Major Bill Jones, whose brother Jim had led the recon boys ashore at Apamama, drove his men forward. They were as eager as men can be when attacking a maze of forts concealing a stubborn, skillful enemy. They also had 3 Shermans and the bulldozers of the engineers to accelerate their attack. The tanks moved against a front about 100 yards wide. 50 yards behind them came the riflemen, spread out and watchful for the appearance of suicide troopers with their magnetic mines. If a blockhouse or pillbox resisted the Sherman shells, the tanks waddled on, leaving the position to the riflemen and flamethrowers. If individual assault would not storm the position, it could at least neutralize it while a bulldozer slipped in, its driver crouching behind raised sheltering blade to seal it off with walls of sand. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Marines of Jones's battalion had reached the battalions of the 2nd Regiment, which had fought to the southern shore midway on the Bird's Back the day before. Jones's men had killed 250 Japanese while taking very light casualties themselves. They moved out along the spine again. By nightfall, they had reached the end of the airfield on the southern shore and were dug in, looking east toward Baisho's tail. Just to their left and rear, Jim Crow's men were moving toward them across the ruins of Admiral Shibasaki's bomb-proof. The approaches to the bomb-proof, as it faced north toward Crow's Marines, were guarded on the right by a steel pillbox and on the left by a big emplacement made of reinforced coconut logs. At 9:30 in the morning, Crow's mortars began falling on the coconut log structure. It blew up with a thundering detonation of flame and somersaulting logs. The puny 81mm mortars had scored a direct hit on what had been an ammunition warehouse as well as bunker. Then jaunty, battered Colorado rolled to the steel pillbox's right. It fired twice, 3 times, and Shibasaki's bomb-proof lay open to attack. Crow's men moved out, matching shot for shot with the bomb-proof's defenders, but gradually coming in closer. Assault engineers crawled forward, led by a tall, cheerful lieutenant named Alexander Bonnyman. They gained the sides of the bomb-proof and forced their way to the top. The Japanese counterattacked. They came in a fury, for the bomb-proof was the heart of their defenses. As they charged up the slopes of sand piled atop the building, they ran into Lieutenant Bonnyman. Though they should have overwhelmed him, they didn't. He raked them with carbine fire. They hesitated, and Bonnyman charged. "Follow me," he shouted, and the engineers closed in after him. Bonnyman went down, and his Marines went over him and beat the enemy back down the hill. Bonnyman died of his many wounds, but the top of the bomb-proof had been captured, and as the Japanese began to pour out of its eastern and southern exits, they were cut down by riflemen and the scything canister shot of the 37mm cannon. There were still about 200 left inside, among them Admiral Shibasaki. Bulldozers heaped sand against the exits and sealed off the gun ports. Marines poured gasoline down the air vents and dropped in hand grenades. There were muffled explosions and then screams. Jim Crow's men moved toward Bayshaw's tail to nail down the left flank of the Marines of Major Jones. Behind them, on the western beaches, the 3rd Battalion, 6 Marines, had landed on Bayshaw under Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth McLeod. Also to their rear, at a rough cemetery in about the center of the Shoup beachhead, parties of their fellow Marines were burying the dead. Bulldozers scooped out long trenches 3 feet deep. Bodies were laid out in rows, without blankets, without ponchos, and the chaplains moved among them somberly, their lips moving with final prayers or the words of last rites. Bodies that had been identified were quickly placed in the trenches. When a trench was full, the bulldozers roared and butted against the piles of sand. It was soggy, wet sand, for it was impossible to dig more than 4 feet on Bayshaw without striking water. The dead were covered over, the trench was rollered smooth, and a new one was dug. Many bodies were impossible to identify. One was brought in headless, one-armed, a few shreds of flesh dangling from the neck like a slaughtered chicken. Robert Sherrod, the war correspondent, turned away. "What a hell of a way to die," he exclaimed, but a big red-headed Marine gunner stared him in the eye and replied, "You can't pick a better way." It was true. Any Marine would prefer being blown apart to the languishing agony of shrapnel or bayonets in the belly, or being left alone to perish in torment. Many such solitary sufferers were being discovered this 3rd day of battle. Corpsmen wading through the lagoon in search of bodies also found live men lying within wrecked and blackened Amtraks. In one of these they found a dozen dead Marines and one who was still breathing. The man had shrapnel in his head, arms, and legs. He had not had food or water since he went down the cargo nets early in the morning of November 20th. He had lain in the sun for 2 days and been broiled like a lobster. His rifle lay with its muzzle pointing up toward his throat, and the corpsman could guess that he had tried to kill himself, but had not had the strength to reach the trigger. They spoke to him gently, assuring him that his ordeal was over. He opened his cracked lips and mumbled, "Water. Pour water on me." Major General Julian Smith was on Bayshaw. He had left Maryland and boarded an Amtrak, along with Brigadier General Thomas Bourke, his artillery commander. They had gone ashore at the western beach. They had inspected defenses and then gone back aboard the Amtrak to move around to Red Mike Edson's command post by water. As they passed the pocket, where Major Hayes's men were battering enemy strongpoints, machine gun fire struck the Amtrak. The driver was wounded, and the Amtrak knocked out. Smith and Bourke had to transfer to another, but they made it in. At 4 o'clock, Smith sent off this discouraging message to Brigadier General Leo Hermley, his assistant division commander. Situation not favorable for rapid cleanup of Bayshaw. Heavy casualties among officers make leadership problem difficult. Many emplacements intact on eastern end of the island. In addition, many Japanese strongpoints to westward of our front lines within our position that have not been reduced. Progress slow and extremely costly. Complete occupation will take at least 5 days more. Naval and air bombardment a great help, but does not take out emplacements. That night the Japanese themselves improved the situation for Smith, coming out of their emplacements in a boomeranging banzai charge. They struck at Major Jones's 1st Battalion, 6th, where it held down the right or southern half of a 400-yard cross-island line. This line was drawn just east of the airfield, where the bird's body ends and the narrowing tail begins. The left or northern half was held by Major Crow's men. The attack was made skillfully at first. Some 50 Japanese slipped past an outpost line and, at 7:30, had opened a small gap between 2 companies. They were obviously there to feel out the Marine positions. They tried to draw fire, but the Marines did not shoot. They struck at the Japanese with bayonets and clubbed rifles and grenades and while the beach guns and the howitzers on Bariki converged in a hemming line of fire between the lines, they killed them to a man. In the interval between this thrust and the second attack, Major Woodkyle moved a company of Marines into reserve behind Jones, while Major McLeod leapfrogged one of his companies forward to fill the gap this movement left. At 11 o'clock, the Japanese came again, this time with two 50-man parties. They fired openly, shouting and throwing grenades aimlessly. A score of them came charging at a bar position held by PFC Lowell Cozy and PFC Horace Warfield. They were clearly silhouetted in the glare of gasoline fires lighted behind them by Marine mortars. The Marines fired. They ducked down to reload, and a Japanese soldier jumped into their hole, thrusting with his bayonet. It drove into Warfield's thigh. The Japanese strained to withdraw it, and Cozy, a husky 200-pounder, seized his bar by its muzzle and swung it around like a whip. The butt struck the man behind the head and brained him. His legs thumped the sand as he fell. Again the artillery cut off retreat for these infiltrating Japanese, and the Marines went about the work of destroying them. At 4 o'clock in the morning of November 23rd, with the moon making a grotesquerie of the coral flats, humping the convex roofs of the pillboxes, squashing the squares of the blockhouses, catching the jagged stumps of coconut trees, and drawing them out like giant corkscrews, some 300 more Japanese launched the counterattack which broke their own backs. They flowed up against the Marine lines, yelling and jabbering, and for a time there seemed to be too many of them. Lieutenant Norman Thomas telephoned Major Jones and yelled, "We're killing them as fast as they come at us, but we can't hold much longer. We need reinforcements." There wasn't time for reinforcement. There was only time for what Jones was sternly commanding. "You've got to hold." While the destroyers, Schroeder and Sigsbee, hurled salvo after salvo into the Japanese assembly areas, while the shells of the Marine artillery fell within 75 yards of the front lines, Thomas and his men fought with rifle, bayonet, and grenade. By 5 o'clock, the Banzai charge was shattered. There were 200 dead Japanese within the Marine lines. There were 125 more torn and broken corpses out where the artillery had fallen. There were now only 500 Japanese left alive on Beisho. 12. The men of the 2nd Marine Division were rushing to victory on the morning of November 23rd. They were going downhill. The taste of triumph was in the air, and all those who pressed for it moved with a mastery that must have been annihilating to the souls of the enemy. At 7 o'clock, the first of the carrier aircraft plunged to the attack. They bombed and strafed for half an hour. For another quarter hour, pack howitzers hurled their shells into the tail of Beisho. Warships on both the ocean and lagoon sides thundered for the next 15 minutes, and then it was 8 o'clock and time for the riflemen to attack. "Let's go!" cried Lieutenant Colonel McLeod, and the 3rd Battalion, 6th, swept forward with crackling rifles. They were the freshest troops on Beisho. They had not yet fought. They passed through the lines held by Major Jones's Marines, now exhausted from a day and night of constant fighting, and spread out on a 2-company front to punch down the length of the narrowing tail. In front of them clanked Colorado and China Gal, those indestructible Shermans which were still capable of battle, while 7 light tanks rolled to either flank. The attack gathered momentum. It raced forward 150 yards within a matter of minutes. The Japanese defenders fired only fitfully at the onrushing Americans, and then turned their weapons on themselves. On the left or lagoon side, a system of supporting bomb-proofs slowed one company down. McLeod sent the other company racing down the ocean flank in a bypassing movement. Once they were past the bomb-proofs, the Marines of this company spread out again. Behind them, the bypassed company moved in on the bomb-proofs, while Lieutenant Lou Largy brought Colorado into position. The liquid fire of the flamethrowers began to describe its fiery arc, disappearing through the mouths of the gun ports. Suddenly, a door flew open in the biggest of the bomb-proofs. Perhaps 100 Japanese rushed out, tumbling over one another in their flight down a narrow exit channel. Colorado's guns swiveled around and fired. 50, perhaps more, of the enemy were struck to the ground by that shattering shot, and soon resistance had ended among the bomb-proofs. To the west, in the pocket, the Marines of Major Hayes' battalion and the Ryan Schotel battalion were cleaning up. Half-tracks drove among the pillboxes and blockhouses, blasting with their 75s, while kneeling riflemen picked off the fleeing enemy. Others hurled shaped charges and grenades. Flame-throwing teams darted up to the entrances, and fire gushed from nozzles. McLeod's Marines were approaching Beisho's eastern shore. China Gale rumbled among the blockhouses, taking on those that still fired cannon, while the light tanks went after the machine guns and rifles. The 3rd Battalion, 6th, was making a slaughter of eastern Beisho. The tail was lashing its last. The Marines here killed 475 Japanese, with their own losses kept to 9 dead and 25 wounded. The enemy was too stunned to fight back. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a dusty, sweating Marine waded into the sea between Beisho and Bariki and stooped to bathe his face in warm water. Beisho had fallen. 13. The saps are all dead, the tall young Apamamise said cheerfully on the morning of November 24th, and asked for a cigarette. It was given to him, and he began to tell Captain Jim Jones of what had happened to the Japanese since November 22nd, when Jones attacked their radio station behind the shelling of the submarine Nautilus, only to be driven off with 1 Marine killed and another wounded. The following day, said the Apamamise, he had gone to the vicinity of the radio station. He had seen that the captain of the atoll garrison was making a speech to about 15 soldiers who had survived the shelling and the fight. He hid himself and watched. The captain waved his samurai saber and howled, "We shall kill the American devils." He yanked his pistol from its holster and brandished it in the air. It went off accidentally. It struck the captain and mortally wounded him. Then his men began killing themselves. They dug graves and lay down in them, and then placed the muzzles of their weapons in their mouths and pulled the triggers. Captain Jones led his men to the radio station and found that this was so. The Marines finished the burial job the enemy had begun, and then the people of Apamama came out of hiding. They were smiling young men, strong and athletic, eager youngsters, more than willing to shinny up trees and throw down coconuts to the Marines. Young girls with round bare breasts and straight black hair hanging to their waists and skirts of sailcloth bound tightly around brown hips. And there were old people coming out of the hiding places they had fled to when the shooting began. They came back to their thatched huts to light cooking fires. Shyly, some of the girls began to sing, "Brighten the corner where you are." The Marines looked away. It was not that they were shy. It was just that they were embarrassed. They felt awkward in their clumsy habiliments of war. They felt heavy with themselves and their world, as though they had blundered into some Eden which had not known the serpent. It was, of course, a romantic notion, but this was the atoll of the moon, that Apamama which these Marines would prefer to remember as the land of moonshine. 14. On this same November 24th, the Marines were preparing to leave Beisho. The transports were already standing into the lagoon with deliberate, slow majesty. The 3rd Battalion, 6th, would soon be sailing south to invade Apamama and gain that comic celebrity which Marines do not value. The 2nd Battalion, 6th, had begun the long, hot march up the atoll chain from Bariki, driving all the Tarawa survivors before them until, at the northernmost islet of Burariki, they would destroy 175 Japanese against 32 of their own killed and 59 wounded. But now, on the morning of November 24th, most of the 2nd Division was departing the stench and heat and ruin of Beisho. They had killed 4,690 of the enemy, and 991 of their own comrades had died or were dying. They had suffered 2,311 men wounded, and many of these would not be fit to fight again. But they had taken Tarawa the untakeable. They had done the thing Japan thought impossible. Yet there was no thought of glory in their minds, of the posthumous medals of honor that would come to Hawkins, Bordelin, Bonnyman, and the one that Colonel Shoup would wear as they came to the beach and stopped and blinked in astonishment. There was no beach. The spring tides had come, and the sea flowed up against the seawall. For a moment there was wonder in the old eyes staring out of young faces. Then they shrugged and clambered aboard the boats. It was all one. High water on the reef also would have meant high water at the seawall, and nowhere to hide. The boats took them out to the waiting ships, while overhead, roaring airplanes were already beginning to arrive on Hawkins Field. One of them carried Major General Howland Mad Smith. He was coming from Macon, which had been taken by about 6,500 soldiers of the Army's 27th Division. They had landed unopposed and killed 445 Japanese combat troops while capturing 104 laborers. They had lost 66 dead and 152 wounded. Howland Mad Smith was greeted at the airfield by Julian Smith. Both generals went to division headquarters for the flag raising. "Maybe we should have 2 flags," said Julian Smith. "After all, Tarawa was British once." "Anybody got a British flag?" Howland Mad Smith asked. Major Howland, the Britisher, who had predicted the height of the reef water with such accuracy, rummaged in his bag. He pulled out a pair of underwear drawers and a little Union Jack. He grinned and handed it over. The banners of the two democracies went up the poles, and the rising sun came down. The General Smith began to tour the island. Even Julian Smith, who had been on Beisho since November 22nd, was stunned by what he saw. Both generals understood at last why pillboxes and blockhouses, which had withstood bombs and shells, had eventually fallen. Within each of them lay a half-dozen or more dead Japanese, their bodies sprawled around those of 3 or 4 Marines. Julian Smith's men had jumped inside to fight it out in muzzle range. Many of the pillboxes were made of 5 sides, each 10 feet long, with a pair of entrances shielded against shrapnel by buffer tiers. Each side was made of 2 layers of coconut logs, 8 inches in diameter, hooked together with clamps and railroad spikes, with sand poured between each layer. The roof was built of 2 similar layers of coconut logs. Over this was a double steel turret, 2 sheathings of 1/4-inch steel rounded off to deflect shells. Over this was 3 feet of sand. "By God!" Howland Mad exclaimed. "The Germans never built anything like this in France. No wonder these bastards were sitting back here laughing at us. They never dreamed the Marines could take this island, and they were laughing at what would happen to us when we tried it." Howland Mad shook his head in disbelief. "How did they do it, Julian?" he began, and then below and above the seawall he found his answer. Below it, as many as 300 American bodies floated on that abundant tide. Above it, leaning against it in death, was the body of a young Marine. His right arm was still flung across the top of the seawall. A few inches from his fingers stood a little blue and white flag. It was a beach marker. It told succeeding waves where they should land. The Marine had planted it there with his life, and now it spoke such eloquent reply to that question of a moment ago that both generals turned away from it in tears. "Julian," Howland Mad Smith went on in soft amendment, "how can such men be defeated?" 15. Battle had begun again on Bougainville. On November 20th, the day the 2nd Marine Division began landing on Beisho, a patrol of the 3rd Marine Division made the discovery that was to touch off the Battle of Piva Forks. On the afternoon of that day, the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Marines, pursued the retreating Colonel Kawano and his 23rd Infantry Regiment through the jungle. The Marines moved east on the east-west trail, a path about 3 miles north or inland of Major General Alan Turnage's perimeter at Cape Torokima. A patrol reported reaching a high nameless knoll to the left or north of the trail and about 2,000 yards east of its western terminus. The knoll was the highest ground yet found on Bougainville. It overlooked Empress Augusta Bay and could block the Marines moving east on the trail. It also commanded a big swamp lying south or beneath the trail and occupied by the blocking force under the personal command of Colonel Kawano. Luckily, the knoll was unoccupied. Lieutenant Colonel Hector de Zeas ordered Major Donald Schmuck to occupy the knoll with F Company. Major Schmuck called a young lieutenant named Steve Sibick. "There's a knoll of some kind ahead, Steve. It isn't on the maps. No elevation listed. Get your men together and move up on it." With 35 riflemen and 16 machine gunners, Lieutenant Sibick moved to the knoll. His voice was urgent, for it was getting dark. He told his men to string wire behind them and dig in. He tried to telephone back to the command post, but someone had neglected to connect the wire at the other end. Sibick and his men passed an anxious but uneventful night, and in the morning, while the mists began to shred over the jungle roof below them, Sibick began sending out patrols. His men came back excited. They had found empty Japanese positions up ahead. Sibick and his Marines moved out quickly to occupy them. The foxholes were littered with cigarette butts, chopsticks, and coconut meat. Sibick guessed that the Japanese had pulled back during the night to avoid Marine artillery fire and that they would return. The Japanese did return, carelessly. Marine rifles crackled. Mushroom-helmeted figures fell. The others fled. Now Sibick made preparations to hold off the counterattack he expected to follow. He put a machine gun to either flank and a third in the center. A private named Charles Skinner suggested putting a 4th gun out ahead or east of the ridge to surprise the enemy. Sibick agreed and Skinner set up his ambush. Then a section of light mortars came up the ridge. A line was built up to right and left. But the enemy did not come that night. They came next morning. They blundered into the surprise fire of Private Skinner, the lash of the mortars, and the submachine gun firing of a Marine who had climbed a tree. The attack was broken up just as Major Schmuck arrived to take command on the knoll that was already being called Sibick's Ridge. That night, 30 more Marines arrived to help stop a second and heavier attack made the following day, November 23rd. Sibick's Ridge was taken for good. Next morning, light and heavy field artillery battered the Japanese positions in the swamp. 7 battalions, 3 of them from the Army's 37th Division, hurled 5,760 shells into the enemy lines. 44 machine guns and 21 mortars joined the bombardment. As the assault battalions moved to the jump-off points, their ears were filled with an incessant roar and rattle. Then there came the sharper, more fearful sounds of the enemy firing counter-bombardment. The flashing of their guns was spotted from Civics Ridge, and within minutes, the counter-battery firing of the Marines and soldiers had put them out of action. The attack went forward. The Marines sloshed through mud up to their calves and broke into a silent swamp. They slogged on. The enemy sent up reserves to counterattack. The Marines met them in toe-to-toe, tree-for-tree fighting that ended in the extermination of the counterattackers. So it went throughout this bleak, grim Thanksgiving Day and through the following day, when a fierce charge through a shower of grenades brought death to Colonel Kawano and the remnants of his trail-blocking force. Reports of enemy losses in the Battle of Piva Forks were conflicting. Some put the dead as high as 1,196, which, together with the Japanese destroyed in the Torquemada fighting, would put the 23rd Regiment's dead at 2,014. Other estimates suggested that this figure was highly exaggerated. It probably was, for the 23rd's main body was still intact, farther east, on the east-west trail. More important, Piva Forks enabled General Turnage to expand the Torquemada perimeter to roughly 8,000 yards breadth, with Civics Ridge and the Piva River now inside its eastern boundary. This was the new disposition completed by November 26th, the day after the Tokyo Express made its last run. 16. The Japanese Army commanders in Rabaul, General Imamura and Lieutenant General Hyakutake, were still not convinced that the enemy's chief objective was Cape Torquemada. They believed that the American intention was merely to build a fighter strip there before moving about 75 miles higher to seize the better air bases at Buka Passage off Bougainville's northern nose. Though the Buka airfields had already been made useless to Japan by American bombing, they could still be of use to the enemy in his drive against Rabaul. The Japanese Navy did not agree, but the Army had its way. On the night of November 24th, the Tokyo Express sailed again from Rabaul with 920 soldiers. They were aboard the destroyer transports Yogiri, Amagiri, and Uzuki, escorted by the big destroyers Onami and Makinami. The force, commanded by Captain Kyoto Kagawa, sailed straight for Buka, where 31-knot Burke and his little beavers were lying in ambush. American naval intelligence had guessed that the Japanese meant to reinforce. On November 24th, Admiral Halsey sent this message to Captain Burke. 31-knot Burke, get this. Put your squadron athwart the Buka-Rabaul evacuation line about 35 miles west of Buka. If no enemy contacts by early morning, come south to refuel same place. If enemy contacted, you know what to do. Halsey. Burke led Charles F. Osborne, Claxton, Dyson, Converse, and Spence north under low scudding clouds. They came to a 100-mile stretch of squall-dappled sea between Buka and New Ireland to the west. They waited there, unaware that Captain Kagawa had already completed reinforcement of Buka. While Onami and Makinami had stood offshore as a screen, Yogiri, Amagiri, and Uzuki ran in to discharge the troops and also to take aboard 600 aviation troops who had been idle since the Buka fields were knocked out. Then the destroyer transports rejoined the screen and the entire force made west. At a few minutes before 2 in the morning of November 25th, the destroyers of Captain Burke sighted these Japanese ships and sent 15 torpedoes streaking toward Captain Kagawa's screen. Then they turned sharp right to avoid counterfire. 4 minutes later, Captain Kagawa's lookouts in Onami sighted the American fish. Kagawa had 30 seconds to avoid them. It was not enough. He sailed into them. Onami blew apart, and a ball of red fire rolled 300 feet skyward from the place where she had been. Makinami began breaking in two, and was finally pounded beneath the waves by Spence and Converse. Aboard Osborne, with Claxton and Dyson tearing after him, Burke began to pursue the 3 destroyer transports, frantically hurrying home. They had a good lead, but they couldn't match Burke's 33-knot pace. In a quarter hour, Burke's destroyers had closed the gap from 13,000 yards to 8,000. Burke was exuberant. He radioed Halsey's headquarters at Guadalcanal. "I'm riding herd," he yelled. Being from the Colorado cowboy country, he could not restrain a "Kamakiai, yippee-yippee-yi!" Then Burke had a hunch. He zigged his division right for a minute and then zagged back to the previous course. There were 3 explosions. Yogiri had unloaded her torpedoes, and they had struck the wakes of Burke's destroyers and exploded. Burke's destroyers opened up with guns pointing forward. They were coming on hotly, their prows hissing sharply through the black water, and they had no time to maneuver for broadside firing. The blast of Osborne's No. 2 mount blew the hatch off No. 1 mount ahead of it, but the guns continued to fire. Burke began fishtailing to bring his stern batteries to bear. The fire of all three American destroyers was converging on Yuguri. She was circling, burning. At a few minutes after 3, while Amagiri and Uzuki were making their getaway, Yuguri went under. The Battle of Cape St. George had ended. The Tokyo Express had run its last, and the little beavers of 31-knot Burke sailed south without a scratch. Inside the expanded Torquemada beachhead, the Seabees had brought off another of those feats of engineering wizardry which the Marines had come to take for granted. The Seabees had built an airfield in the soup of the Torquemada swamp. They began it November 9th, and at dawn of December 10th, the first of VMF 216's Corsairs put down on the completed airstrip. 17 came in, followed by a half-dozen Dauntlesses and a Skytrain transport. Within a week, Army Airacobras joined the Corsairs in close-up support against the Japanese on Bougainville. Soon there would be Lightning night fighters operating from Torquemada, which meant the days of Washing Machine Charlie were also numbered. The Navy's Corsairs, the Marines' Venturas, and the Army's Lightnings had shown how an intricate system of radar vectoring could put them on Charlie's tail. But more important, Torquemada Airfield had brought Rabaul within fighter range. This was the importance of the Seabees' engineering feat, though it was lost on the ordinary Marine and his very real gratitude for the new roads. It was now possible for a man to walk on Bougainville without having cold, wet mud working down within his socks, without hearing the customary slop-suck sound of one foot following the other out of foot-high slime. The network of roads hacked out of the jungle by these doughty movers and shakers of earth also meant that the Torquemada beachhead was becoming stuffed with food and supplies which would reduce the discomfort of living on an enormous vile green lily pad. So the Marines were grateful, and on Bougainville they did the Seabees the unrivaled compliment of a kind word for another branch of the United States Armed Forces. On one of the Seabees' new roads, the 2nd Raider Battalion erected this sign: "So when we reach the Isle of Japan, with our caps at a jaunty tilt, we'll enter the city of Tokyo, on the roads the Seabees built." It was warm and well-meaning, and it made everyone smile. Only later in the war would the Marine smile vanish, but by then it was too late to correct the impression, slyly fostered by the Seabees, that the Marines never went ashore anywhere until the Seabees gave them the word that the roads were ready. 17. At the beginning of December, Major General Turnage decided to take up a blocking position to the right of the northeast curve of his Bougainville beachhead. He wanted to occupy a series of ridges which began about a half-mile east along the east-west trail and ran another 1.5 miles to the west bank of the Torquemada River. There were 4 of these heights, one called Hill 600 to the south of the trail, or beneath it, and 3 north, or above it. These were Hill 1000, next a nameless hill about 250 feet high, then Hill 600A. Turnage struck at the northern hills first. Hill 1000 was seized by the 3rd Parachute Battalion in the early part of the month. On December 12th, the 21st Marines hit the nameless hill and quickly called it Hellzapoppin Ridge for the reception they received. Hellzapoppin had sheer slopes on its sides, east and west, and could only be approached from the forward and reverse slopes, south and north. Its crest was a mere 40 yards in width, though it ran 350 yards fore and aft. It was covered with a dense green tangle, in which the Japanese had constructed the usual complex of interlocking holes and bunkers, and giant trees on its summit served as a screen to detonate the mortars which the Marines tried to drop on the heavily fortified reverse slope. The 21st Marines came at Hellzapoppin for 5 days, during which Colonel Evans Ames used every one of his regiment's 9 rifle companies in the assault. During this time, the Marines also began to develop the tactic of close-up aerial support, which would be one of their outstanding contributions to modern warfare, calling on Avenger torpedo bombers to deliver low-level strafing and bombing attacks within unusually close range of their own lines. But even 5 days could do no more than bring a purchase on Hellzapoppin's forward slopes, and on December 17th, the Marines called for an all-out aerial strike on the still undented reverse slope. On that same December 17th, a column of unlovely LSTs was plodding along the coast of northeast New Guinea, bringing the 1st Marine Division back to the war. The final echelons of the 1st Marine Regiment were coming up from Goodenough Island to Finschhafen and Oro Bay. Here they would join the 7th Marines, and these two regiments would sail across the Dampier Strait to assault Cape Gloucester on the western tip of New Britain. They would do this for General MacArthur, for the price of frolicking in the fleshpots of Melbourne had been service under his command in the Southwest Pacific area. General MacArthur had placed the 1st Marine Division in his Alamo force and sent it on an operation which would nail down his right flank, while he struck farther north in New Guinea, and would also isolate the great Japanese base at Rabaul on eastern New Britain. For Bougainville to the east and the new Japanese airfield on Cape Gloucester to the western end of New Britain would straddle Rabaul. This was the 1st Division's mission as it sailed again to battle, as stiff-necked as ever, and perhaps a shade more arrogant in the knowledge that it was still going it alone. The men of this division had been on their own since leaving the States 19 months ago, and they had come to regard themselves as the proprietors of the Pacific. They'd even designed their own uniform while in Melbourne, and it was said of them in Washington, any resemblance between the 1st Division and the remainder of the Marine Corps is purely accidental. So the hard-nosed 1st set its sights on western New Britain, while on that same December 17th, indelicate Pappy Boyington was treating mighty Rabaul on the eastern tip to its first experience of the fighter's sweep. It was a simple tactic, one which Boyington had discovered over Kahili 2 months ago. He had flown over the enemy base and taunted the enemy to come up and fight. When they did, the Black Sheep shot them down. But Boyington had had only 4 or 5 planes that time. Now in early December, with Torquay Airfield bringing Rabaul within 230 miles range, Boyington proposed to Major General Ralph Mitchell that the fighter sweep be used on a bigger scale against the 200 or so fighter planes which the Japanese had still operative there. Mitchell agreed. On December 17th, Boyington led 31 Corsairs, 22 Hellcats, and 23 of those gaudily painted New Zealand Warhawks from Bougainville to Rabaul. The slow, low-flying Warhawks went in first, and their eager New Zealand pilots ran into a formation of 40 Zeeks. They shot down 5 of them before Boyington's main body arrived. The Japanese scurried for home and stayed there. Again Boyington hurled his taunts, and again came that polite inquiry. "Major Boyington, what is your position?" "Right over your effing airport," Boyington yelled. "Why don't you yellow bastards come up and fight?" "Why don't you come down, sucker?" the Japanese taunted. Boyington grinned and led his fighters in a circling high-low weave designed to confuse the enemy anti-aircraft. Still the Japanese refused combat. Boyington and Mo Casey nosed over in a dive. They came in spraying the parked aircraft, always keeping a safe distance from those Japanese machine guns which were so accurate at short range. They climbed back up to 20,000 feet, where the other fighters were stacked. "All right, you bastards, I was down," Boyington yelled. "How about you coming up?" Silence. Exasperated, his gasoline low, Boyington turned and flew back to Torquay. There were, he told Major General Mitchell, too many Allied planes out that day. The Japanese liked the odds a bit more in their favor. 76 planes of 3 different types were also too difficult to handle. If the general would let him take up 36 planes, or at least no more than 48, he'd show him some real results. Mitchell agreed, but it could not be done until the airstrikes had flown to Hellzapoppin Ridge. 3 airstrikes flew off Torquay on December 18th. The Foot Marines marked their front lines with colored smoke grenades. They marked the enemy targets by firing white phosphorus mortar shells. And the pilots dropped their bombs. Hellzapoppin Ridge was wreathed in smoke. Gradually, the gaunt outlines of the ridge became visible, for the bombardment was divesting it of its vegetation and unmasking its defenses. The 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 21st Marines attacked. They moved against the ridge from 2 sides, but the enemy had come out of his remaining holes once the bombardment was lifted and still held out. Another airstrike. 6 Avengers came roaring over the treetops. They dropped 48 100-pounders on targets within 75 yards of the Marine front. They circled and flew back to strafe at treetop level, and this time the attack was irresistible. Hellzapoppin was the last fierce battle of the 3rd Marine Division on Bougainville. Hill 600A was taken on December 23rd, and Hill 600 fell on December 27th. The following day, Major General Turnage turned over his Bougainville lines to Major General John Hodge, commander of the Marines' old friends from Guadalcanal, the Americal Division. By the end of the year, almost all of the 3rd Marine Division was back at Guadalcanal. They had seized an airfield in the heart of a blackwater jungle, had bought it at the cost of 423 killed and 1,418 wounded. They had counted well over 2,000 enemy bodies, and there were probably at least that many more who died from their meeting with the 3rd Marine Division on Bougainville. Moreover, Torquemada Airfield was already mounting the flights of planes that were roaring requiem for Rabaul. 5 days after the fall of Hellzapoppin Ridge, Major Boyington proved the wisdom of the smaller sweep. He took 48 fighters up to Rabaul and caught 40 enemy fighters in the air. 30 of them were shot down, 12 by the Black Sheep alone, of which Boyington himself got 4. For the first time in a year, Joe Foss's 26-plane record was in jeopardy. 18. Within the swamp forests of western New Britain was a swamp fox named Iwao Matsuda. He was a major general in the Imperial Japanese Army, a shipping specialist who had come to the vicinity of Cape Gloucester to direct the movement of barges from Rabaul to New Guinea. The barge movement had become important to Japan after the disaster of the Battle of the Bismarck Sea in March 1943, when Allied aircraft sank 8 transports and 4 destroyers bringing troops to New Guinea from Rabaul. Thereafter, no big ships were risked within range of enemy air power. As had happened in the Solomons, New Guinea began to be supplied by barge. The barges moved at night, hiding out by day in the numerous coves and creeks of New Britain's irregular northern coast. They crept around Cape Gloucester at the western tip of the north coast and slipped over to Rook Island, Umboy, still farther west. From there, they made the nocturnal dash across the Dampier Strait to New Guinea. Major General Iwao Matsuda made Camp Gloucester the midway point of this Rabaul New Guinea barge movement, but as the thunder of the aerial assault upon Rabaul traveled westward to his own sector, Matsuda saw clearly it would soon be necessary for him to defend the Cape. To do this, Matsuda had the 65th Brigade, a mixture of no less than 41 separate detachments and groups ranging in size from 4 men to 3,365. The war in the Solomons and New Guinea had thrown up many military waifs and orphans on the shores of New Britain, and Iwao Matsuda had been made their guardian. He had only 2 battle-seasoned line regiments, the 53rd Infantry of Colonel Koki Sumiya and the 141st, commanded by Colonel Kenshiro Katayama, plus artillery and machine cannon companies and a battalion-sized combat outfit called the 51st Reconnaissance Regiment, commanded by Colonel Jiro Sato. On December 1st, Matsuda listed his strength as 15,018 men, although he actually had something closer to 10,000 to defend western New Britain. About 3,000 of these, under Colonel Katayama, were strung out at outposts as much as 40 or 50 miles southeast of the airfield. Another 4,000 were in the Cape Gloucester airfield vicinity under Colonel Sumiya. The airfield, incidentally, was an area only about 2 miles wide and a mile deep, set in fields of kunai grass at the extreme northern tip of the Cape. Cape Gloucester itself formed the northern extremity of western New Britain. It was a nipple of land about 12 miles wide, from west to east, and rising roughly 8 miles higher than the rest of the north coast, stretching away east from it. In the indenture thus formed was Borgan Bay. The remainder of Matsuda's men were in this Borgan Bay area, or else were with him at his headquarters at Nakarup. Here Matsuda had a personal residence built 10 feet off the sodden ground. He had a bedroom with a 4-poster bed and adjoining bath. He had a fancy kitchen, well stocked with canned delicacies from America, Australia, and England. He had cases of sake and beer. He had a living room with floors of inlaid wood and pink wicker furniture, and he had a record player. He had a prayer room with an altar window. He had an air raid shelter 30 feet long to which he might descend from his kitchen. General Matsuda had, moreover, the concealment which towering mountain ranges and man-swallowing swamps could give him. Though Nakarup was only a dozen miles south of the airfield, and hardly half that distance inland from Borgan Bay, this was western New Britain. This was a blind, blundering, inconstant place where a man might pass within 10 feet of a village or a man and not see either, where rivers changed their courses in a single night, because a dozen inches of rain had fallen within half a day, where the soaring mangrove tree, which marked this morning's path, was gone by noon, and the man crushed and hidden beneath its prostrate bulk would be reported missing for a month, or where this afternoon's barricade is carried away by tonight's flood, or collapses in tomorrow's earthquake. New Britain was not, like Guadalcanal, alluring, for she was as unlovely without as she was hideous within. If her interior was a hag of a place, with sunless sinks of swamps and steaming near-equatorial heat, then her exterior was a witch, humpbacked, with great green-black spines of mountains, black-hatted with thundercloud and shrouded with sheets of rain, smoking from the round bowls of volcanoes, and girdled all around by black mud beaches so narrow that a tall man might lie across them, with head in jungle and toe in sea. On this dark island, men did not so much think as feel. They felt themselves to be sentient clots, stuck in a primeval ooze where everything was soft and squishy to the touch, including the puckering pulp of their own flesh, and it was only when their minds suggested that they too were dissolving in this monotonous mush of water and corrupting matter that they would realize they had a mind. Here men struggled to exist, and after that to fight, and here also the Marines would have their first opportunity to maneuver against the enemy. For New Britain was 370 miles long west to east, and an average of 40 to 50 miles wide. True, the Marines would be maneuvering only for the airfield in Bougain Bay, but this was still a landmass larger than either Guadalcanal or Bougainville. Those denunciations delivered since Tarawa, that Marines are capable only of the frontal charge and were careless with men's lives, would receive their reply in the New Britain campaign. A New Britain